Saturday morning to you, coming to you from Seabrook, Texas. A rainy day here at Keels and Wheels. We're going to start our show here in about 15 seconds. So thanks so much for joining us today. This is the In Wheel Time program, and we are going to have a great time. We've got a great guest already lined up, and he's sitting right across from us right now. So stand by, and you ready, Jeffrey? Yeah. Okay, here we go. From the 25th annual Keels and Wheels Concours d'Elgance, this is the In Wheel Time Car Show. On today's expanded live show without music, we'll have celebrated guests, dignitaries, and participants in this weekend's concours. We'll also review our new and pre-owned cars of the week. Conrad will have his car clinic, I hope.
Yep.
Okay. And we'll have the stories making automotive news headlines this week. That and more is just ahead on today's live 4-hour In-Wheel Time Car Show for Saturday, May 1st, 2021. Today's In-Wheel Time is sponsored by Bayway, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Bayway Chevrolet, and Bayway Lincoln. Howdy, along with Mike Out of This World Mars, King Conrad DeLong, Jeff Zekin over here, our chief engineer David Ainsley.
He's the dignitary.
I'm Don Armstrong. So glad that you could join us today. And so just a little preview of what's going on. For our worldwide audience this morning. It is raining cats and dogs. Well, not actually. It's just raining rain. And it's been raining since yesterday, really, in the middle of the night.
Isn't there a Beatles song, Rain?
Something.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. But at any rate, it's raining, and we've had fun time setting up this morning. And yours truly forgot the power supply to the computer and then forgot the controller for the commercials. So guess what? We're going 4 hours wall to wall with nothing but nonstop talk for y'all. That's a Texas line, by the way. Yeah, did you
all
hear?
Y'all.
All y'all.
All y'all.
Yeah.
That's plural for y'all.
I can't hear him, David, for some reason.
That may be a blessing.
It is a blessing in disguise.
David, turn that off.
Mr. Mars, thanks for all your help and consideration in today's setup.
Organization, awesome.
What did you do?
Well, I did nothing. Just stand here and look pretty.
That's exactly right.
That's what you call it. I did even less, so I have nothing to say.
Well, let's see who did the most, David.
Yeah, it looks like David did most of everything.
Heitzman did.
And let's not forget Jeffrey Heitzman.
Jeffrey Heitzman saved the day.
The In Wheel Time Fan Club president, Jeff Heitzman, who's here in person. He's right there.
Right, yeah.
And we'll have him on camera here very soon. But at any rate, thanks to everybody who tried to make this all work without my help, clearly. It was more of a hindrance to be here. But
we're good. We're here. We're live.
We're
hot.
right. He's going to need to see
So
HR.
let's get right to this. This is the 25th annual Keels in Wheels Concours d'Elgance, as I mentioned earlier. It is a wonderful, wonderful setup that they have here at the Lakeland Yacht Club in Seabrook, Texas. We're right along the bay. And
stunning campus to do this on.
Yeah.
With all these beautiful trees and stuff that are protecting all these cars from the rain.
In bloom.
Not so much.
Not so much.
Now, it will be a couple of hours before the show officially opens to the public. So we're here a couple of hours early, and we've expanded our show to go all the way till noon today on purpose.
Without music.
Without music, without commercials. Commercial free.
Commercial free.
Commercial free.
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry.
Brought to you by Bayway.
Bayway, yep. And the fine group of dealerships. So thank you very much, and we'll make all this good, I hope, if you don't bail on us after this. So thank you.
It's going to be so good you're going to miss it if you leave it.
Yeah. And I'm going fishing at 12:30.
Yeah, he brought his cane pole, so he's all ready
turn
to
around
go.
by 12:30.
So our very first special guest is Billy Stabile, who I've been on the phone with a few times. He flew in from L.A., and his arms aren't sore at all.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Somebody had to do it.
So Billy Stabile is the guy that provided all of the movie cars to Ford versus Ferrari. And that is the theme here today. It is the Ford versus Ferrari themed show.
Feature.
And salute to the Ferrari, the P330 B3?
I'm going to go with P3.
P3. Okay, P3. And then and then there is the Ford GT
40. Yes.
40 inches from the ground to the top of the windshield.
Yes.
I did my homework.
You're
a
good.
little.
You're good.
No, I'm not. But thank you anyway.
But he can read.
Yeah, I can read. Kind of.
Some days.
But that's not the only thing that Billy has done. He grew up in the movie business and the car business and combined the two. It was your dad that started
Yeah.
Hollywood movie cars, right?
No, and my dad was on staff with Universal Studios.
Oh, okay.
He's the one that told me not to go into my own business.
Yeah.
And I did not listen.
But hey.
But you've been successful.
It put bread on the table, and you got a nice collection of cars.
And all day, yesterday while we were bringing cars in, I just thought of him the whole time. I wish he could be here with us. You know,
Yeah.
He passed years ago, but he would have been in his glory.
Yeah.
He would have been in his glory through the movie of Ford versus Ferrari to be around all that.
So your dad was a car person.
He was a definite car person. Yeah. He started. He did American Graffiti, 2-lane blacktop.
Oh, okay.
He did. Him and Paul Newman had a little riff going on, which is a funny story. When Paul Newman was on the Universal lot, my dad had a Volkswagen from the neighbor kid that they put a Porsche engine in the 60s, which was unheard of, the 1600 dual carb, into a Bug. And Paul Newman saw my dad, and Newman had just been sponsored by Volkswagen to show the Bugs off. And they had a little race in the back lot.
Oh, gosh.
My dad won.
I was going to say, and he embarrassed Paul Newman.
He did. Next week, Paul Newman had a Volkswagen with a Chevy V8. I don't know if you ever saw that article
I did not.
about him with putting a V8 in a Bug. It was just found recently, and that's because of him and my dad, which is,
what a great
it's
story.
stories
What a
like
great
that.
story.
Do you now own the car?
Pardon me?
Do you now own the car?
No.
No,
Not yet.
Your dad's Volkswagen.
No.
Okay.
But
Not yet.
I am
Not yet.
gonna find that V8 Bug though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
So I guess I wanted to really kind of start with you on your background, and since we're talking Ford versus Ferrari, and we're going to get into other things here.
Sure,
We've got
yeah.
plenty of time.
Oh, good.
I
I'll bore you to death.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Not after the conversation that I had with you on the phone. I could not find. I was trying to write an article on the two cars that appear here, the Ford versus Ferrari cars. Well, as it turns out, there's more than one car, more than one movie car.
Correct.
That appeared in the film, and trying to drill it down to the actual cars that appeared here, it was calling this person, calling that person, and I wound up with Billy. Well, just call him. He's got it. Lugnut. Call him. Said, okay, great. So called him and talked to him, and he set me straight on the cars that are going to appear here. Well, they're actually here. And it was a fun conversation with you on the phone, and I appreciate the time.
I do too.
Now, you said that we started off this conversation that you have actually retired.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
How did it work out? I mean, I realized that it was 2 years ago that the movie was shot.
Right.
But
I've never been busier. At the premiere in Hollywood, I kind of met my producers and everybody I worked with over the years and thanked them, shook their hand, said it's been great. I'm moving on. I'm not going to do this for a living anymore. And it seems like in Hollywood, the more you tell them they can't have something, they want it more.
Yeah.
But no, it's the amazing thing is this movie. Keep in mind, it's been 2 years ago when it came out. 2 years ago, and wherever these cars appear, draws a crowd like I've never seen. It's amazing. You know, I did Inception, I did Dark Knight Rises, and after the movie, everyone can't believe, oh wow, that train looked real. Well, it was real. We bought a Peterbilt and had a train body put on it, and a month or two, movie comes out, it's gone. This is 2 years later, and we're bringing cars out here to draw a crowd, right? To bring people out to enjoy and see them up close.
Yes.
And I've probably done 35 to 40 of these with these cars, and everyone's requesting the different cars. Can you bring Ken Miles' car out? Can you bring whatever was in the movie to the interest? And 2 years later, here we are. Amazing.
Still doing
I
it.
never thought.
Well, it shows the passion people have for those two brands, the GT40 and the Ferraris. There's just a love for both of those cars themselves, and then you building them to do the movie, and the movie, I think, being such a huge success. There's good reason for them to continue to have you to come out to these kinds of events.
And the success of the actual race itself in 1966 and the story behind it.
Right.
Because it's certainly a legacy. They didn't make the movie just for the heck of it. There was a story behind it all.
Correct.
And I'm not going to get into all of that, but it was Carroll Shelby's relationship with Henry Ford that actually motivated him to
and Henry's distaste for Enzo.
Enzo. Yeah, exactly. And it went on, and it's quite a story to tell.
Well, the cool thing is, I think the other car movie that still is kind of an icon would be American Graffiti.
Oh yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
So my dad did that. I did this, and it's kind of heartwarming to know that.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of
That's a tradition followed.
Yeah, and I think this will be around for a long time, and it was so great to see kids at all these car shows that I go to with these cars. I just got a weak spot for the kids that
Clamor over the cars.
you want to get them involved into an industry,
Yeah.
a part of the industry that's slipping away.
Right.
You know, when I first started, there was a lot of creativity we brought into the product. We were able to come up with our sketches and our ideas. Unfortunately, not this movie, but in other movies, you're kind of directed exactly what
they
you
want.
have to build. Here's
Right.
the blueprints. Don't change a color, tint. Don't change a dimension. This is what it is, which takes the fun away.
Yeah, it takes your creativity away from.
Creativity. And I got to do Land of the Lost with Will Ferrell. I don't know if anyone ever saw that.
Yeah.
And I was able to use my creativity on the cars I chose to fall out of the sky as to being in the movie theater scene, the Hummer H1 limo where the dinosaur's trying to get to him, the ice cream truck. That's fun when you could go to the production designer and have these conversations. Like, what do you think about this? You know, it should have an awning with different colors, you know, the old 50s style.
Get the creativity going.
I love creativity.
Well, and then the bordering on craziness, because I would assume, I don't know Will Ferrell, but watching all of his movies, I think there's a little crazy in his head.
You think? Yeah. We'll talk
So
about
he-
that later.
So I think he really enjoys the difference you bring to his movie as well.
Yeah. I think that's how, you know, the guys in the day, Dean Jeffries, George Barris, those guys were the ones that built, the studios say, build us a car for the monkeys. I don't think they were given blueprints or they were given direction. They were just, you know, this is what we're looking for. Can you build us something that represents that?
Yeah, and we've had Gene Winfield on the
Gene
show
Winfield.
a couple of times. What a
God bless him. Still going, right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. He's still doing everything. He's really, other than I think a couple of years ago he fell, but I think he's still,
Still
very
going.
very
He's
active.
back,
And,
yeah.
It's that California weather.
Yeah, that's desert weather,
that
sir.
And clean living out in the desert.
Yeah, right. He's in.
No, he's in.
No, he's in California.
I thought he was in Arizona. Did he move to Arizona?
No,
No,
he's
no,
out in
no,
the
he's-
Mojave Desert.
Yeah.
I thought so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
somewhere out past
That's what he says
Bakersfield.
keeps him going.
Yeah.
It's dry.
So let's drill back now. Let's go to the Ferrari movie, Ford versus Ferrari, and let's talk about when did you get the phone call that says, "Hey man, would you be interested in supplying us the cars?"
Well, let's go back 10 years
Okay.
almost to it was, you know, the book is Go Like Hell.
Okay.
That's the
The
original
movie
book.
was based off of, yeah.
And there was talk that Tom Cruise was going to do it with another director. And they came to my shop because I had the cars from Fast 5, the GT40s. I had the Buck, which is the one that's cut in half to film the interiors. I had the stunt car, and I had the hero car. The stunt car is usually set up with a special brake system, more horsepower, and the hero one is the
The
pristine.
beauty shot.
The beauty shot. Doesn't do much of anything. It just looks pretty.
That's what we have Don here for. Don's our hero.
So they came into the shop and they looked at this, and it was pretty heartbreaking to hear what Tom Cruise was going to do to this movie. And I'm glad, nothing against Tom Cruise, but I'm glad they stuck with James Mangold and went this way to a more correct view of the situation, other than we didn't want Tom Cruise with a gun shooting 10 miles.
Right.
Well, and that movie, Ford versus Ferrari, had to have fact basis in it. It couldn't be too much fantasy because everybody who's a car nut knows the story.
And that's it. And, you know, at car shows, wherever we go presenting the cars, people come and say, you know, he really didn't do this, and that wasn't crazy. I said, look, it's not a documentary. If you want to see a documentary, go see the 24-Hour War. But if you want to see something to bring the whole family and everyone can enjoy,
Entertainment.
this is what it is.
And have a great backstory to it.
Great backstory. You know, and that's the other thing. Keep in mind, we're representing a family. Aaron Shelby's here.
Right.
We're representing, Hollywood's trying to represent his family, which I understand is that's a lot of weight on your shoulder to not offend someone or make them feel like
And
that was wrong.
Yeah,
or,
and
you
to do
know.
it with honor.
So did you have all the cars in stock? You had to go out and get some. You
No,
had
that's
some.
the,
I know that you had some made.
I had a lot made. Yeah, that was funny. Is I called Ford and I said, "Hey, there's this great movie we're going to do, and I'm looking for some back." Hello, you know.
Right.
Click.
Yeah, no one thought this was going to be anything what it turned out to be. So I called up RCR Race Car Replicas in Michigan, and I said, "I'd like to shut your business down for 8 months. What do you think?" And he's the only one that didn't hang up. He said, "I'm interested." So I outsourced to him to build the tubs. They are race cars. They're not just Volkswagen chassis with different
Yeah,
bodies.
I would.
They're aluminum tubs. They're coil-over suspension. They're all CNC A-arms. And you could set them up, and they're 500 horsepower with 2,100 pounds. And
Whoa.
They'll, you know,
It'll light it up.
yeah, they will, just like on Harbor, whatever that street is out here.
Yeah.
So with that, they built the cars from a blank slate.
Yeah,
these weren't some converted IMSA car, converted Trans Am car.
I went to Fran, and this is the schedule. This is what we need. And he goes, "Well, I don't have anything," and we shut him down, and he stuck with it, and got tough for a while with the demands, because every day, I wasn't asking for complete cars from him. Just give me something to start with, which the Hollywood Teamsters took. After I got them from Fran, they went to my shop. We did some assembly. Then it went to the studio guys, and they would do the final. And Fran, had to keep up with the heavy demand. Then I flew down to Atlanta, met Chuck Beck. Anybody know Chuck Beck?
Nope.
Beck Speedster, Beck Spider.
Okay,
Yes.
Beck Spider, I know that.
Right.
So Chuck is in his 80s, which is an amazing man. And I walked in his place, and I bought a couple 904s, a couple Speedsters. It was just like it started to get down to the wire. Where
Yeah, I'll take two of these.
two of
two
those.
of these.
Yeah. And Corvettes, Porsches, and everything you see, those were just purchases. But I got to tell you, the toughest purchase was trying to find 20 Falcons in 1963.
Right, because they went down the assembly line, and you had to have lots of them. Yep.
Go try and find 20.
Right.
It was pretty tough.
Because they weren't really solid cars when they were built to begin with, much
Correct.
less have them last this long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was tough.
And some that aren't modified, because there's enough of them that people have built into street cars and
yeah, I did the budget. I figured, I'm going to spend $2,000 a car, so this will be my budget. And next thing you know, I'm on eBay spending $8,000-9,000 for
a
one, because
Falcon.
I'm getting the pressure. Like, we need the cars now, so money comes secondary. Just get the product to them and worry about it later.
And then the Falcon Club goes, "Hey, they're trying to buy a bunch of them for a movie.
Yeah.
Everybody bump your price
Well,
up."
if I could tell you a funny story about that, is I would line them up in areas like, for some reason, Bakersfield was a hot hit for Falcons, and I don't know why.
Oh, how wild.
So I'd go and buy a couple Falcons, hang on my guy, pick it up, and I didn't tell him it was a movie business, because then all budgeting goes out the window. And then I guess when the car carrier showed up with 3 Falcons on it, and they're picking up number 4, he kind of caught on. So,
So the price
cat
went
was
up
out
for
of
the
the
next,
bag.
next couple of them.
But yeah, there was hardly any negotiating going on.
So what did you do with all of those cars, just the Falcons themselves, which wouldn't be a feature car in the movie, but, you had to go out and find 20 of them. So what eventually happened to all those cars?
I still have most of the cars. What they did is they did the assembly line from basic shells to finished cars coming off. So a lot of them got completely dismantled, and those start in the back. And then as they moved down the assembly line, more parts got put on, and they got painted. The last 6 or 7 of them got painted and looked like complete drive-off cars.
But after you bought them, you still have them, and they've not gone back out into the market somewhere.
Well, what's funny is I have a warehouse out in Ventura where I park them in an open lot, and people come by all the time and say, "Man, you sure like Falcons." What are you doing?
No,
with all
those are just
Falcons?
the ones we leave outside. You should see what's in
you
the
see
building.
what's inside. Don't go inside. But yeah, that was a tough one, and I thought that was going to be the easiest. But
and then also when they showed some of the shots inside Shelby's build, I don't know if it was a warehouse or anything, but there was some Daytonas,
yeah,
and some other Shelby and a number of Cobras.
Yeah.
Were those all cars that you had found, or were they all replicas?
That credit goes to a guy named Rick, who was the picture car coordinator. He reached out to Alan Grant. I don't know if you know, Alan Grant donated his car, or rented his car, and a lot of owners did rent their car for 1 to 2 day shots, and that's when
because they wanted their car in the movie.
Yeah, pretty much.
And somebody was willing to pay him to put it in.
Yes. As the movie went on, the struggle to get more money declined. The struggle got easier. It was the phone call. We need 3 more of these tomorrow. Well, I need them. And you see why the end product turned out to be what it is.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
A collection of cars like the Peterson collection.
Yes.
Were you given any access to some of their cars for
Yeah,
the movie?
absolutely.
I was going to say that would be a pretty cool spot to bounce off of.
And what's interesting, we took about 6 cars up to the Peterson right after the movie and did a whole display up there. And the guys that have purchased a lot of these cars have formed a whole website, Ford versus Ferrari Owners Club, and these guys
Pretty
have all
elite
stuck
club.
together. So whenever there's something going on, these guys will all bring their cars to one of those shows, whether it's
that
a
even makes it
906
better,
Porsche or whether it's a GT40 or a Ferrari.
So let's talk about the GT40 for a second.
Yeah.
We talked about the Ferrari. You had those built, and they had Chevy engines in them.
Oh, you
and
had to say it. Just had to. Couldn't leave it at 1-843-6572, could he?
Sorry.
Don, you're giving up the ghost. Those were Ferraris. Did you not listen to them in the movie?
Yeah.
You could hear
But
them.
I'm sorry
in
to
the movie.
interrupt you. Go ahead.
No,
with the
it's
GT40.
okay. We
So,
interrupt them all
so
the
the
time.
GT40, those were tubbed cars like the Ferraris.
Identical, not identical, but yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Same
where
thing.
did what about bodies?
Bodies were popped off at Fran. He had the mold to the original Mark I, Mark II. He had those, so he was popping off the bodies for
Wow.
us. Yeah.
Okay.
And those are Chevy powered also.
Right.
Except there was 1 or 2 that we used that were Ford powered.
Right. And I think that the one that's here is Ford powered.
That one's Ford power. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's one of the two, and things. My memory works for me. It went for almost $500,000,
For
I
it.
think.
Somewhere around 487.50 in that
Right,
area. Yeah, I'm not sure.
$500,000 at auction
Yeah.
a couple of years ago
Yeah.
after the movie was done.
Yeah.
And it is in a private collection, but that's the one that's here.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
So
so,
you've still followed all of these cars, even though some of them have gone to owners. You
Yeah,
still stay in contact with them?
Oh yeah, yeah. They're all looking for little parts and pieces. And you got anything else? Do you have any posters? Do you have any, gas caps? Do you have any mirror? It's just amazing the stuff that, I have the windshield that he threw the wrench at, and I won't let go of that. It's like it's going to be donated to the museum up in Northern California, but it's like
Is that black?
real estate is real expensive in California.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not like collecting watches. When you collect, we already had over 100 cars in our inventory, so to throw another 100 on top, it's like, okay, stuff's got to go.
Either that or I got to stack them.
Not stacking. Well, we are stacking. But, so.
Never say never.
Never say never. So, you have to get rid of some stuff, and a lot of stuff went really quick, and I took a step back, and I'm going, I'm never going to see this stuff again, and, I have that windshield, and I don't know, there's just a...
Well, you said the museum in Northern California. You talking about Blackhawk?
No, it's a Shelby,
Oh, okay.
somewhere in Shelby.
well, let's talk about some of the other cars because there
Yeah.
are more than just the GT40
Sure.
and the P330 P3.
Yeah, if I called you up out of the ad in Hemmings or Craigslist or eBay, I bought your Corvette. I was buying Corvettes left and right. I was buying the Falcons. I was buying Porsches. I was buying whatever whatever
Any
you saw.
Corvairs in that mix? No Corvairs?
No.
No.
So
That's an inside joke.
so the collection that you now have.
Yeah.
And you do have your own personal collection
Correct.
out of a lot of these movie cars.
Correct.
Let's talk about that. What is your most prized possession that you have?
55 Chevy.
Nice.
Seriously.
Yeah.
It's not the one in American Graffiti. is
Well,
it?
my dad gave me, when my dad did American Graffiti, then he went, we did 2-lane blacktop, and then they're doing American
Nice.
Graffiti. A guy named Richard Ruth built the cars up in Bakersfield area, Central California, for 2-lane blacktop. And they were real race cars. They were built to race, and Richard built race cars. So after that 2-lane blacktop movie, they had 3 cars. The camera car got hit pretty hard on the lot. People were taking stuff. And my dad said, hey, Universal's selling a bunch of cars. Let's go look at some cars to buy. Now I'm 12, you're 13 years old. So he goes, what about this one? I said, it's yellow, the 32 from
Yeah.
I don't want that. He goes, what about this one? That's the car from Christine. I don't want that. He goes, look at
Oh,
this
man.
thing. This is the STP turbine car. From Granatelli's turbine car is sitting there. He goes, we could buy this. No, I said, I want that. And it was the 55 with no transmission, no interior, no wheels,
Just a rolling chassis.
just a rolling chassis. And that was my first car. So I took that car home and over through my high school years and working, drove it around on the street, and I sold it for a whopping $1,700
Oh gosh.
in 1979 to get married, you know, and priorities. And I sold it without the engine. And then here we are up until about 10 years ago. I get a call from a guy who says, I understand you're the original owner of this car, and I'm restoring it. How can I know that you're the original owner? And I went through every freaking detail on that car. When you're young and working on a car every
Sure.
night,
Oh yeah.
you know every
Particularly your
detail.
first one.
He started getting giggly, and then he said, I'm bringing you the car. He brought the car to me in a trailer, and I met him, and I cried like a baby.
Wow.
Did you really?
I did, because that car saved me. My buddies at that time, you know, you're young, getting stupid. Every time I stayed home to grind off a camera mount or do whatever, those guys got in trouble or stupid. That car saved me, and I said it over and over again. You know, it's just so I ended up buying another 55 recently, and people come that want to buy movie cars, and that's what's for sale. I said everything's for sale.
Except that one.
Not that one. And I say that now. Who knows?
So, but you had the car that was in the movie when you were in high school.
Oh yeah.
Did all your friends realize that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And that's funny is I was known for the guy from he has the 55 from American Graffiti 2-lane blacktop to here's the guy from Ford versus Ferrari, you know. But it was a 35, 40 year span. But you know.
Are you still in touch with any of your buddies from high school?
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah. Pretty much.
So they know you.
I really didn't have buddies in high school because I only went for a short time, and I went to the dealership to work at International Harvester. And I went to school from, I think, 6 to 10. I had ceramics and teacher's assistant, and then I was off to work, which was from 3 to midnight. I worked
That's
the
our
night shift,
connection
right
there, yeah.
Never had a better time. So here I am making a great living at the age of 16, 17, full-fledged mechanic, and having money to spend on my car and, you know.
And
So-
a space to work on it. Because that's
My
always
dad's garage, God bless him, man. I had no restrictions. None.
That's pretty cool.
No
That is-
restrictions.
Yeah, but
And
a lot of that was because you stayed out of trouble.
I
It
think
kept
so.
you busy. I mean, I kind of did that with my
I
kids.
got in trouble a little
Well,
bit,
but I mean,
nothing.
you know,
Yes, sir. Mhm.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
that's what I told mine. You got to have something to do, or you got to go get a job after school. You know, it's your choice.
Yeah, I think my mom and dad realized that. You know, when they saw me buying my first house at 18, they thought, you know, he's okay. I don't think we have to worry about him.
Yeah.
He's got his head on straight. We never got in. You know, growing up in a strict Italian family, and we're still all so close. My
So really your
siblings, you know.
last name is Stabile.
Stabile.
Stable.
Stabile.
Stabile.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
And boy, Sundays at his grandma's house
Oh, my God.
was every table had food on it.
Can I tell you a little quick story about that? Is
Please
my dad,
do.
his last movie show he did was Knight Rider, and he did that TV show as his last one before he retired. And on Sunday, Edward Mulhare would be there, Hasselhoff would be there.
Oh,
All these guys would just pop in our house on Sunday just for my mom's cooking.
That
You know,
would be
they-
the Hoff. Just the Hoff.
but he wasn't
yeah.
laying on the floor eating a hamburger. That's a different
No, no.
Yeah, but they all came because they knew your grandma had
My
great
mom.
food. Your
oh,
mom,
my mom, my
was a
grandma,
great
yeah.
cook. Yeah.
That's good
I,
times.
I grew up in New York, and I'd always want to go.
Well,
to-
that's where we're all from, yeah. So you know the deal. Someone has a toothache in our family. Everyone goes to church and prays and cries. You know.
Praising God.
And then after church, you go and eat like this
Yeah.
8-course meal.
And then you're mad at this one, you're mad at that one, and you're yelling at this one, and next day everyone's
but
hugging
you
them.
would defend them with your life, even
Yeah,
while you're
right.
mad at them. Yeah.
Still love them all, yeah.
So what are you going to do out here today? Look pretty?
Well, here's the problem. I'm a real boat lover.
Oh, Lord.
Oh,
He's
you
going to
gotta-
buy a boat out
I'm not
here.
buying a boat, but I'm going to be I'm restoring 2 old boats right now, and I just can't believe I'm here looking at old boats.
Aren't they
I mean,
beautiful?
Isn't
my
that what
God.
this is for? Keels and wheels.
Keels and wheels.
you
go.
So
There you go.
this is the wheels. I'll see you at Keels.
There you go.
Yeah.
Had you heard about this show prior to your invite?
I was invited by Bob 2 years ago.
Okay.
And then fell because of COVID,
COVID,
and everything. And we were going to bring out 3 or 4 cars at that time, I think. And, yeah, it was just all of a sudden you get the call again, would you like to do it? It's like, yeah, you know.
Yeah, the collection of boats here is breathtaking.
Oh, man, I can't wait. I
think,
can't wait.
Well, 3 years ago, we were out, and there was a twin 283 Riva sitting right at
Oh,
the
my God.
edge. And I mean, I just my heart fell in love with it, but I couldn't afford one.
Well, lovely.
And then you look at the craftsmanship of the boats themselves. You know, how do you build something that beautiful and then just throw it here in the salt water? And
That's the thing.
Well, you know, I'm a woodworker. I love woodworking. I love mechanical, as you know, and I love electrical, and I love all that. So in a boat, you have it all. You know.
Huh. There you go.
There you go.
Well, Billy, it's great to meet you.
Great to meet you.
And
Fascinating.
we really appreciate you stopping by, and I guess I'll see you in the bar after our show's over with.
Please.
Could be.
Okay.
Thank you for the invite.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
A lot
All
of our
right.
people on
Hollywood
airlines,
Movie
thank
Car
you.
Company president is Billy Stabile. Stabile. That's the best I can do. Thank you.
Watch your step.
Yeah, and welcome everybody. If you're just tuning in to the In Wheel Time program, and we appreciate you being with us. We've got more of our show coming up right after this. I hope if I could punch the right button. We're having a little. That's good.
Well, we
So-
have it, but we're not plugged in.
We're not.
Yeah.
plugged.
We're kind of working our way back there, so
Yeah.
we just have to
I
take
think
the
I think
sound
it's this one
feed.
here that goes over here,
have
if
to
I'm
take
not
the-
mistaken. Let's see if this works. Does this work? Is it plugged in? See, everybody makes
Oh,
fun
went
of
that
me and my inability to bring all the equipment that I need to bring, but apparently
How cool! What a cool
I'm not
interview.
the I'm
though.
not I'm not the only one. So you tell me when we can do this, okay? Okay, you ready? Okay.
Let's try it one more time.
Well, it's running, but I don't hear anything. Well, anyway, we'll get to that in just a minute. Okay. So, pardon us for pausing just a moment here, because our next guests, I think that you're truly going to enjoy. Gentlemen, I know that guy. I haven't met you yet, but I've met this guy here before. Does this whole setup look a little familiar to you? Yeah, it does. Okay, good. So our guests now are going to be Aaron Shelby and Peter Miles, and they appeared together here because this is the salute to Ford versus Ferrari, and it's great to have both of you guys here. Thank you very much. And Aaron, we'll start with you. It's good to see you again.
I appreciate being here.
Yeah,
This is
Aaron
always a
Shelby.
great event.
So, Aaron, here you are back, and for a reason, representing Shelby American. Yeah. But I did not realize that you don't have really anything to do with the car business. You're in the finance business.
You got it. Yeah, I work for Prosperity Bank, actually. That's my full-time job. So
Yeah.
it's the car business is just my fun side job.
Yeah.
Well, and what a fun side it is.
It
too.
is, for
Yeah,
sure.
it truly is.
Get
And-
invited to these kinds of events and stuff.
So you're the great-grandson?
Oh, grandson.
Grandson.
Yeah, my father, Patrick, was Carol's youngest out of
Gotcha.
the three.
Okay, so he's the grandson.
Yep.
And we also have here Mr. Peter Miles. And it's certainly good to have you here as well. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
Where do you live?
I live in Monterey, California.
Do you? And you?
I'm in Dallas.
Dallas, Texas.
Yep.
Monterey.
what a beautiful place. I've been
Oh.
there quite a few times. Wish
Yeah.
I could stay.
I know, it's
What
beautiful.
So, gentlemen, what do you think about not the rain? Okay, well, I promise we didn't bring this. It actually got here before we did. So we've been dealing with it all morning long. Yeah, and but usually the weather is absolutely stunning. I wouldn't say as nice as Monterey, and certainly not as hot as Dallas in September. So there's that. So tell me a little. I know about you. We're going to get back to you. Don't you leave. Ken Miles' grandson.
Son.
Son. Okay. I was paying you a compliment because you look like you're 30.
Yeah, that was quite a while ago.
Yeah, I can relate to that. I promise you. So, what do you do for a living these days?
Right now I'm taking care of a gentleman's private car collection.
Oh, really? Up in Monterey.
Yeah.
Nice. So it's by the house,
Yep.
kind of.
Yeah, nice and close.
Yeah.
So, but you are a car nut like the rest of us.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And have been since you were we hide a GT40?
Well, I used to go to a lot of the testing sessions and that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I've always been involved in it to some degree.
What kind of car do you have today? What is your daily driver? I have to ask.
Camry.
A Camry.
Bulletproof, goes everywhere. You never have to worry about it.
Yeah, exactly. So do you ever get behind the wheel of any of these hot rods? Occasionally?
We do, the gentleman I work for, we do some session once in a while. Somebody wants to do a photo shoot on one of the cars. So I'll take care of that. We'll go out to the track and position it and do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So is that collection more race cars, classic cars, muscle cars, or kind of a blend of all of them?
It's a blend of stuff from all different eras. There's
Is it a private collection?
Yeah.
Is it open to the public?
No, it's very, very private. And
Gotcha.
everything from very old Rolls Royces to 30s French cars and 20s British cars.
Oh, the 30s
And,
French cars, all those Art Deco cars.
Yeah, Talbots, and then he moves on up to muscle cars and
Oh, so a pretty wide variety of.
yeah, and then quite a bit of race cars because he enjoys competition quite a bit.
So were you two guys kind of thrown together with this movie?
We were.
Yeah.
I actually knew who Peter was for quite a while, but we just met right around the time the movie was wrapping up for the first time and started a good relationship.
That's
it's been fun
awesome.
to get to know him. Mhm.
Yeah, yeah. Have you been out to his place?
I have not.
Because he hasn't invited you yet?
I think it's a pretty private collection.
Yeah, I got you.
Yep.
So, it's certainly a pleasure to have you guys here. What do you think of the event? Have you had a chance to see it yesterday? We had all the covered up cars. Of course, today's show doesn't open until 10 o'clock, but have you had a chance to walk around?
Not yet this morning. No, we just got here. I drove down actually Thursday. I was doing some bank work. Prosperity's based here in Houston, so I was doing some work yesterday and Thursday. Got in last night, had a dinner, and then was just going to wander around after our interview here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I get to look at a lot of car covers
Yep.
till the weather lifts, and I'm assuming it'll lift sometime in the afternoon, and hopefully it'll be a beautiful day tomorrow, and everybody to get them out and shine them up and let everybody see. Peter, any of your work part of that collection, did they come here?
No, I don't think he
He-
doesn't come
he-
here. We do occasional things, but we'll have some stuff on a display at Pebble this year.
Pebble Beach.
And when you
Nice.
talk about racetrack, you're talking about Laguna Seca.
Yeah, that's the home track for us.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say Monterey, that's where you want to go.
Yeah.
How cool is that? And the range of cars, are they all driven? Somebody puts a couple of miles on them every so often just to kind of keep the fluid.
He
spun in 'em?
does.
Well,
That's my job is to
Trying
maintain
to-
the stuff and keep it
trying
driven.
to get an invite.
Is that what? Yeah. It just so happens that
Ain't
he
gonna
has
happen.
he has a daughter that lives and works in the wine country up there in Northern California, and he's always looking for something to do.
Well, actually, you may or may not have heard it. I know it's put on by the same people who do Pebble Beach. Is the Ironstone Concours up in Murphy's, California. It's usually in September, and the same guys who do Pebble Beach come up and do that one. It's not nearly nothing's nearly what Pebble
So
Beach is.
that's a plug. You just gave
Well,
a plug.
hey, Ironstone Winery. They'll send me a case.
It's
and
good
say,
wine.
Thank you very much.
I have sampled it. It is very good. Send more.
But I know. So, do those cars? You guys go out to some of the shows with that private collection, or is it that private that these are my toys and I don't bring them out very often?
We do the stuff that we're invited to,
Okay.
but he knows a lot of those guys, and so
You know how
it's
it
a
is.
personal thing.
It's a car guy thing.
Yep.
It's
Yeah,
like
yeah, it really is.
we know people because we're car guys, and
Yeah.
you do, and you do, and he does. You kind of get into that circle of friends. I wouldn't have met you. You've been in the car business forever, and I started.
76, 75.
Well, I started in high school, and my love for cars has always been there, and I have known some great folks that have kept me going in the car business because, hey, Don, you want to come to the? Yeah, I want to come.
There's even
It's that kind of thing.
Always wanting to see everybody else's. Just the not necessarily their collections, but their passion.
And to steal their ideas.
And we support car clubs throughout Houston and throughout the state and in the country. We do support those as well. You've got ladies car clubs that are very, very popular as well. So have them on the show.
So besides your Camry, do you have a toy of your own?
Yeah, he's got a whole nother guy's collection of
Well,
toys.
but still,
By the time the weekend rolls around, I've kind of had enough of cars for a while.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So,
But yeah, I mean, you actually represent Shelby American.
I do. So I'm on the board of Carroll Shelby International, and then I'm co-president of the Carroll Shelby Foundation.
Right.
So you have a toy at home.
I do have a toy. I actually have a toy here this weekend as well.
Nice.
So
What did you bring?
So the movie Cobra, the 8100 car, so the one that Matt Damon drives around in the movie is my car. So I bought that after the production was done, and so shipped that one down here to be on the display in the movie Cobra.
They didn't tear it up?
They did not. It had all
They
of
weren't
like
allowed
28
to.
miles on it when I got it.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, I see. Wow.
Now, my brother bought the Cobra that Christian Bale races in that scene, the white one. And that one's got some rock marks and stuff on it, but that's fine.
So how many miles on yours now?
I probably have about 60 miles on it now.
So you didn't drive it too far.
Well,
And some
no.
of that's pushing it around places, too.
And part of it, so when I got it after production, I had to kind of have it hidden for a while. The movie came out. I shipped it to Las Vegas to Shelby American to be on display because they had a kind of semi-permanent movie display, so it sat there for about 9 months.
Oh, wow.
Not a
on
bad place
display,
to
and
keep it.
I just got it back in Dallas about 3 months ago.
So you haven't driven it since it's been back?
I don't have it registered yet. That's been my struggle. So it's I got to
not
get
a
that
problem.
doing. And
Not a problem.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a Shelby, believe me. If
Yeah.
the cops are going to pull you over, they're going to pull you over to check out the car, not to check your license and registration,
Yeah.
unless you're doing something the Shelby was designed to do.
No, it's my
think
plan is after getting back from the show here, I'll get registration handled this week, and then enjoy the springtime up in Dallas.
I
With
was
it.
going to say, if you got the keys on you, we could handle that.
Yeah, yes.
Yes, he does, and no, you can't.
There's all of that. So are either one of you guys boat guys?
You know, I'm not, and that was the thing that the last couple times I came to this show that I really appreciated. I can appreciate the craftsmanship of them, but I don't have any knowledge on the boat side of things.
Nor do I.
Yeah.
But to see these boats that are here, this is for those that don't know, this is a by invitation only car show.
What are we doing here?
Exactly. I don't know why they keep inviting us back, but whatever the case, I can tell you that the invites are very particular. You've got to have the right stuff to be invited to the show, and that goes along with the boats as well. And some absolutely stunning craftsmanship. And these are not boats from the 30s and the 40s and the 50s that have, been recreated. These are original boats that have been restored. And to see some of the pictures of what they started off with and what they are now, you think, there is a guy that does woodworking like I have never seen before.
Beyond cabinetry.
Yeah.
The quality of and
It's
a
artistry.
couple of years ago, we had one of the guys who had redone one of the boats, and he said, some of the wood you're not even allowed to import. A lot of the wood you're not even allowed to import in the United States anymore of what some of these boats are. So when they go to a concours like this, he says, well, we had to make this repair, but we couldn't use this Indonesian whatever it was, and they counted it off on me on my concours score. And he's like, there's no way I could reproduce that. And I'm like, that's tough. You spend that kind of effort in building the boat, and because you can't get the wood, you can't get 1,000 points out of it. Or,
I tell you, that's one of the best things about this.
Hold on a second. We've had problems with his connection over there.
You got it?
Yeah, we're
All right,
good.
here we
There
go.
you go.
All
Now
right.
we can.
Yeah, so one of the things that I was most impressed with the last couple times at this show and looking forward to this weekend is that combination of the boats and the cars. They each have such exquisite craftsmanship. And to look at the details and the work that's been done to bring these things up to operational standards today, but keeping the vintage aspect of them.
Yeah.
and
something
the
that-
hours put into them. I mean,
Unbelievable. Yeah, we're not talking about, a small block Chevy engine in it. Some of those things out there have got some weird motor that you've never even heard of
Right.
before in your entire life.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing these things. It's going to be great.
So,
Yeah.
Peter, let me ask you, and you decide how deep you want to get into this. How was your dad? Give me some understanding of Ken Miles.
He was gone a lot.
He was gone a lot.
Yeah,
I
so-
can only imagine, yeah.
Especially in the years when I was growing up and I started to understand what was going on instead of just being a little kid. But when he's home, he's constantly working on the house, constantly doing this and that to improve things. So trying to build up the lives, family life and all that.
Right.
And of course, I got waylaid into doing a lot of helping.
Right.
But
How was he to work with?
challenging.
Was that? I can only
Yeah.
imagine.
Because he was
Yeah,
such a
just-
perfectionist.
Yeah, very demanding and a hard worker.
Right.
So
I have.
Which was well depicted in the movie as well.
Mhm.
So, it seemed like he was very focused on what he was working on in the movie and wanting to make sure that it was the best it could be. So that was a pretty fair depiction of who your dad was in real life.
I think in the movie they did a good job on that part of it. Yeah.
Did they consult with you at all?
Yeah, I did a little consulting with Christian Bale and with Katrina Belf also.
How was that?
That was fun.
Was it?
Fun, yeah. Christian's a great guy, a really great guy.
So what kind of questions did he ask you to get a flavor of your dad?
Well, I gave him I got together a whole package of voice recordings and articles and books and all kinds of stuff and just took him this big package of stuff. And he took it home and studied it, tried to understand my father a little better before. And then so his goal was to portray the person as accurately as possible.
Oh, how cool.
Whether or not he 100%, that's a
And how old were you when your dad passed?
15.
Okay. So
God,
you
that
had
had
a
to be-
good, strong memory of him, yeah.
Yeah, that had to be horrible for you at 15 years old.
Yeah, it was pretty tough. Yeah, that was tough to see the whole thing going on.
Yeah. Now, do you have brothers and sisters?
No, I'm the only one.
You're the only child.
The name dies with me.
I'm an only child too. Look at us. What's wrong with us? What's wrong with this picture? You are you?
I've got two brothers.
You got two brothers.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm the oldest of three. I've got Randall, that's 2 years younger than me, and Sean's 8 years younger than me. So
Are they also involved in Shelby American?
not as much as I am. No, they have a passion for the cars and like the history, but they don't jump into it kind of like I do. So, which is they're open to it as much as they want to, but they don't choose to do quite as much as I do.
Yeah. So, do you plan to end your career at this museum, at this collection?
Well, I'm going to keep going as long as I can. Sure.
That's me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Because I keep telling myself, well, what else am I going to do? Everybody keeps
Who's
saying
going to pay you to do it?
that I don't get paid now. What are you talking about?
Well, Don also does helicopter.
Reporting for a
Reporting.
local ABC TV affiliate.
Okay.
So he does have a real job besides this.
Owned by Disney.
I understand how that works.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
Prosperity Bank.
Something's got to pay the bills.
Plug 3.
Go do the fun stuff. So
Yeah, but your background. Yeah, I mean, you're the finance guy. That's what
I
you
am.
went to school for.
it is for
And-
sure.
Yeah.
So-
And was there ever any pressure on you to go into the car business because of who you are?
You know, it's funny. There wasn't. I loved it as a kid. I went to school, declared as a mechanical engineer, thinking that's the direction I wanted to go. And I lasted all of 2 days in orientation and thought, yeah, this isn't for me. So I changed to the business school.
So what is the interest rate on one of these units out here?
That's a good question. Good
Unit
question.
is the word of the day.
We're-
Oh,
unit.
all right.
You use the
There
word
you go.
unit. Then
Yeah. So,
So it was really, and Carroll was a really unique individual, obviously. There wasn't a path for succession with him. So
Right.
while I loved it and I went to as many shows as I could and spent a lot of time with him, it wasn't ever, hey, why don't you come on board? I'll teach you and it's your deal next. It kind of happened after he passed away, to be honest with you.
yeah.
While I always had a passion for it, my real passion came in the early 80s or late 70s, actually, when my dad started racing. Carroll wasn't in the car business. Dad started racing Formula Fords when I was about 8. And I just fell in love with going to the races and going to car shows at that
So
point.
were you a little bit of his pit crew?
Yes, I had my crew shirt, and I'd polish the wheels and clean the car up as much as I could while the
Cool.
other guys did the real work.
I have to tell you that I saw an interview that was called The Lost Interview or something like that. It was on YouTube, and it was lengthy. It was like an hour and a half. You know what I'm talking
do.
about. And he was older at that point. But, through the interview, it was almost like I wasn't quite sure of how he was going to take the questions. Was he going to go off on the guy? It was always that little bit of an edge there. He never did. And he always answered the questions fully and completely. But do you know what? Did you see it
Yeah,
too?
yeah.
And it was really a great interview because it gave you some insight into who Carroll Shelby really was. And I would imagine that interview was a reflection of who he was in just the regular life, because that's the feeling that I got from the interview.
I think so. You know, he was really very personable. If you talk to anybody that knew him or met him a couple of times,
But serious.
he was serious,
Very.
but he made everybody feel like their best friend. You
Right.
know, and he
That's true.
would meet you 10 years ago, and he'd meet you today and go, Don, what's going on? You know, it's good to see you again. How's your family? I mean, he just pick up like it was yesterday was the last time you met.
But
He
that's
just
any,
had that
that's
innate
any car
ability.
guy mentality. Any car guy mentality.
It's true.
At that level, what else are you going to do? I mean, people is your business.
Yep, it's true.
That's true.
And he was good at that. I
Yeah.
think that's one thing the movie did a good job of depicting was he could go politic in Detroit and then come back to Southern California and pass on the knowledge he wanted to pass on, not necessarily what he was supposed to pass on.
He was
And
very
let his guys do his
he
stuff.
was very charismatic and used his knowledge to be your best friend.
Yes,
That
very much
I mean,
so.
I don't know how else to put that.
That's a good way to describe it.
Yeah. You know, you wanted to be his friend. He was very serious about his conversation with you, looked you square in the eyes and said, you know, this is how I feel about that. And you can either accept it or not, but this is how I feel about it. And there's a certain respect that I think that commanded throughout his career, and I think that it started early on from what I gathered in the movie.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I think that's exactly right. For him to build that team that he built in Venice, California with the first Cobra, those guys were 18, 19, 20, 21 years old.
Yep.
He wasn't much older than them. He was in his mid to late 30s, and they just had this idea, and they all bought into the idea.
And they had the passion that he did.
They did.
Yeah, and that's how that all worked together.
It was a team effort for sure.
And the funding and some of the connections to
Yeah.
make things happen, and hit the connections with Ford really was because he spent the effort to go into the politics side of it, because it's when you deal with manufacturers, it's all political
Yep.
at some point,
Now-
because you're trying to take some money from them to do your project, and they've got a bazillion other people talking to them about what their projects are.
Yep.
And then to have the success that your family had, you know, at Le Mans for 4 years straight.
And Peter, you know, from what I gathered, that your dad kind of had the same kind of intensity and passion, but he was over here in this world where Carol was over here in this world, and they had this mutual respect for
Overlap.
one another, and they kind of met and kind of developed their own passion together to get this job done in 1966. Well,
Yeah.
it was before that, but am I correct?
Yeah, I think that's really accurate. Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, because they're all car guys. And we keep going back to that, but that's really what it is. I mean, you know, you got a passion for cars, then you and that guy over there and that guy over there, we all have this one thing in common.
It's almost
And
like a brotherhood.
that's exactly right. It is like a brotherhood. But, you know, when you reach that level, and they didn't start off at some high level and big celebrities. They started off at the ground level.
Yeah.
And just my own personal experience, I started off at a Chevrolet dealership through a friend of mine, and this friend of mine had a passion for cars, and I did too. And we got together, and he went to work for the car dealership and says, hey, they got an opening over here. You want to come on? I said, I'm on. And, you know, we're still friends today.
Yeah.
And it's funny how the longevity of it all, it just keeps on going. I love it. You?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, I can only imagine. And, you know, thanks to your dad, who kind of got the whole thing going, and you clearly liked what your dad did. I know I did. My dad worked at a industrial engine manufacturer called Waukesha Motor Company. And so Dad was always out in the driveway working on the car to keep it running, not to soup it up or anything, just to keep the thing running. And I guess that's where the spark was with he and I. We've always, until his death, I mean, he always appreciated cars, but not to the extent that I did. But, you know, it all starts somewhere. And I'm sure that you can appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, it was exciting for me when we went to work for Carol. He would bring home project cars, and of course I got to go for rides in some of this stuff. You take me down to the hobby shop and the Cobra. Of course, everybody come running out, see what's going on, see what this car is.
Right.
Yeah,
Unmuffled and,
Yeah.
and all
So
that.
when your dad took you for rides, were they just a cruise, or did he take you out and blast it a little bit?
Well, we lived in the Hollywood Hills and up a lot of windy roads and stuff, and he always went like 9/10 everywhere he went. And for me, it was normal. I never realized I was actually doing that, but for other people, it heck out of them.
My wife drives like that. My wife does, yeah. But she's not listening right now.
So, yeah, I mean, I got to drive the first 427 Cobra out at Willow Springs one time.
Wow.
And the street car. Just around the track with him sitting in the passenger seat. And I thought I was just going nice and slow and all that piece. Like, hold on to the seat.
Right, exactly.
Because he trusted his driving, but didn't trust yours
Well,
at that point.
yeah, and I didn't have a license yet or anything, you know. So
And you know,
That don't count.
the interesting thing that I discovered is that Carroll really wasn't gung-ho on putting a big block in that little bitty car, but he did it because of the Corvette.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, that was something that I learned through this process, that getting
Well, it
ready
was
for
something
this
about
show.
the imbalance of the car with all the front
front-
weight
right.
of putting the bigger engine in it, but
Yeah.
he needed the power.
I cannot even imagine a 427 in that little bitty light two-seat sports car. Unbelievable.
And being 13 or 14 years old behind the wheel of it at Willow Springs.
no, I didn't drive that car. The street car.
It was the street car. Yeah, well, but still, even the street car, wow.
Yeah,
Still,
That's cool.
yeah.
That's cool.
cool stuff for a young guy.
So it was portrayed in the movie, and kind of a lot of people knew the story. Did your dad ever talk about the first victory and the Gurney relationship and how that
You know,
played out?
when he came home, he didn't really talk about work to me.
Okay.
You know, and so there's an awful lot I never saw or never knew about. Although I did go to some testing sessions, but
How were the
There's-
testing sessions?
oh god, they were so boring for me.
Were they? I can only imagine. You know,
I
get
just-
out there and run the car a couple of laps and come back and work 3 hours on it.
And you know, just we'd have a rental car or something. I'd just go out and drive around myself and learn how to drive.
Well,
But,
at least you were given that opportunity. That must have been good. I mean, truly. I mean, am I not correct?
no, it's good.
Yeah, because I mean, I remember when I first started to learn how to drive. I mean, it was fun. Dad's Biscayne with the 3-speed on the column,
Yeah.
and you pop the clutch out and lunge forward and that
Yep.
sort of stuff. That's how I learned how to drive a stick shift.
Yeah, you know, and my dad was pretty cool about letting me drive on my own a little bit once in a
I'm
while.
sure he was.
Um,
Here are the keys. Here. How old are you? 10? Ah, you're good.
Well, you know, I didn't do anything that he didn't do when he was young.
Exactly.
Yeah, so no, he was good with it.
But can
and,
you imagine growing up like he grew up, at the really kind of the beginning of the car industry? And I don't know about hot rodding, but they certainly made a lot of moonshine cars that went pretty fast.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, but he grew up in England, so things were a little different.
Littler motors.
Very much littler motors.
Yeah.
That didn't have the.
Do you still have family back in the UK?
I don't have any family left.
No?
He said he's the last to carry on.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Well, I am too. So we've got that in common.
We'll talk about it after the show.
Okay. Yeah. Exactly.
Over a margarita or 2 or 3.
Yeah. Exactly.
Commiserate.
Well, gentlemen, it's truly an honor and a pleasure to have both of you here. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's good to see you again.
Thank you.
Now I know where to call.
Prosperity Bank.
Can you loan me $1,000? Yeah.
No.
To
No,
put down on a Cobra.
Yeah. To put down in a Cobra.
Well, thanks for so much for.
Well,
having us.
thank you. We really appreciate it. So, Peter Miles and Aaron Shelby, great to have you here. And
Thank you.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
we'll see you again. We'll be here for a while.
Yeah,
All right.
looking forward to it. It's going to be a fun weekend.
Yes,
yeah,
it will.
It'll certainly
It's a
be
great
an
event for-
interesting weekend, won't it?
All the people that are listening and watching, it's open today. I think they just opened the gates. Stay with us, and if you want to come out today or come on out tomorrow,
It's the In Wheel Time Show. Thank you very much for joining us.
Pipes and Tacos is Houston's premier cruise-in.
David's
and you're
still working
invited
on-
to join in. Whether you're a cruiser or spectator, Tailpipes and Tacos is the place to enjoy made-to-order breakfast tacos, fresh coffee, and mingle with Houston's fun car people. Mark your calendar for Saturday, May 15th for Tailpipes and Tacos at the Luby Tortilla Mexican Restaurant in Katy, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Tailpipes and Tacos is free and everyone's invited. You'll see collector cars, hot rods, customs, magnificent originals, and resto mods all at one location. Cars from all over Southeast Texas cruise in and show off in a friends and family event at the Lupe Tortilla Mexican Restaurant on the Grand Parkway at Kingsland Boulevard, just south of I-10 in Katy. Drag racer, car enthusiast, and Lupe founder Stan Holt brings you Houston's hottest cruise in, tailpipes and tacos, Saturday, May 15th, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. at Lupe's in Katy. The In Wheel Time Car Show will be there too. Get your ride ready, and we'll see you at the Tailpipes and Tacos Saturday morning cruise in, May 15th, 8 to 11 a.m. at Lupe's in Katy, weather permitting. Houstonian-owned Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the most sought-after models in the Houston area today. When you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, you now have a place to go. General Manager Lincoln Stahl guarantees Bayway will beat any competitor's written price on the new vehicle you choose or pay you $1,000. Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is easy to get to on Highway 225 near Beltway 8 in Pasadena. Whether it's online or in person, you're welcome like one of the family. Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.com.
Welcome back to the In Wheel Time Car Show. Let's get him, yeah. We were trying to get our next guest lined up here, and
Up and in the chair.
yeah, it's these
It's your turn
kind
in
of
the bucket.
kind of fly by the seat of your pants deals,
Hey,
which
my pants are all wet.
yeah, we know, and I'm not wearing any, so it's all good.
That's why he's an only child.
Yes.
That's exactly right.
He's a homely child.
Very much so.
Butterface.
But at any rate, let's start off the next hour. I don't have the music in here, so it's okay. We don't need it. We're good. So,
But welcome back for
I know
hour
there's-
2.
Yeah, welcome back. From the 25th Annual Keels Wheels Concours d'Elegance, this is the In Wheel Time Car Show. On today's expanded live show, we'll have celebrated guests, dignitaries, and participants at this weekend's concours.
And
we'll also
us.
review our new car of the week, hopefully, the 2021 Mercedes-Benz AMG GLB 35. It is quite the long list of MB AMG GLB 35.
MOUSE.
Wait, who does that? Conrad will have his car clinic, we think. We'll have the stories making auto news headlines this week. We'll take a look at the events calendar and bring you this week's auto news headlines. That and more just ahead on today's live In Wheel Time Car Show for Saturday, May 1st, 2021. Today's show is sponsored by Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Bayway Chevrolet, and Bayway Lincoln. Howdy, along with Mike Out of This World Mars, King Conrad DeLong, Jeff Zekin, and engineer David Ainsley, I'm Don Armstrong. So glad that you could join us today. We'd hoped to have Bob Fuller on, but we can't get him up here on the podium because it's a bit of a challenge. But Bob Fuller was one of the co-founders of Keels and Wheels 25 years ago. And I know that he's here. He's wandering
over
around.
here.
Right. Hi,
Sta-
Bob.
staying
It's good
out
to
of the
see
rain.
you. Love you. But at any rate, so we've got somebody that just happens to be a friend of the show that we've known for a number of years. His name is Jeff Pate. Jeffrey, it's put that headset on, sir. It's good to see you. So I understand that you've become the title sponsor of the show.
Well, they stepped in. Or I'm sorry, I stepped in. They needed a little bit of help. Yeah, Bob was not in a good way. He's recovering well,
Yeah,
Yes, he is.
yeah.
but I brought the rain with me.
Thank you for that. We really appreciate it. You know, it's always a challenge, and we seem to be challenged at the events that we run into you at. The last one was Craig Bierman's event. Yeah.
Well, I think the challenge is Craig, though, isn't it?
Well, yes, it always is. The Chrome and Coffee event, which is supposed to be tomorrow, by the way, and I don't know as if that's going to happen.
If
We'll
the weather
cruise
will
in
pass.
on a Sunday. But Jeff, it's good to see you. Please tell everybody what is the company that you own, so I don't screw this up.
I own Classic Cars of Houston.
Classic Cars of Houston. I knew it was classic something.
It is indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like me. Classic.
We're all getting there. Same train, different stop.
Different tracks.
Something like that.
So, good to have you. Good to see you.
Thanks.
I don't think I've ever seen you at this event before.
Well,
You've probably been here, but we haven't.
I haven't crossed paths here before, but we have other places.
this is true. This is true.
So Jeff is a guy that does high-end restorations, and I mean, so high-end restorations that it's way out of my ballpark, way out. And he did a restoration several years ago of a Buick.
It's here.
Is it here?
It's here. I brought it for you.
Thank you.
Nice.
You knew I was going to be here. Is that it over there?
She's all wrapped up, but
Was
she's waiting for you.
And I will tell you, that car is absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
You know, my dad owned Buicks. He wasn't nothing like that Buick. That took you a couple of years to do?
Those take about 2 years. Our guys do about 80 of them at a time. So
What?
So you're kind of moving between cars depending on what the next step is.
It's more like a short run assembly line. And so they come in from all over the states. It's still global, but they come in from all over the country. They cycle time about 12 months to 18 months to do a full build. And there's about 80 of them running at a time.
And let's define what a full build is. That's a frame-off masterpiece.
If it has a frame,
correct.
It's definitely, yeah. But it's a rotisserie, a nut and bolt.
Get you out of the rain.
Sorry. I was actually trying to make it realistic so people at home could actually hear the weather. Sorry. Too real.
We just didn't want you to get wet.
One of those little programs. But, yeah, it's a full rotisserie. So for a person that doesn't understand that, it's every piece of hardware, every item off the car. That
every nut and bolt.
Not a paint job and a motor. It means everything off of it.
Yeah. Well, that car is stunning.
Thank you.
And I do you still own that car?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah. It's attached to me wherever I go.
Yeah. Wow. Well, it should be. Now, what is the other one next to it? Yours too?
That is what that is a Good Guys car show deal. That's one that's
66 Chevelle.
It's a 66 Chevelle that's went out. It just won like the McGuire's Award. It travels around, so it's here today getting a bath, and then it will go to Nashville for another Good Guys event.
So these are your vehicles, and how many vehicles do you have that have those type of awards?
So that is for a friend of mine, and if we build it like that, a driver car that we build would show. But when we build one purpose-built to go, it goes to win shows.
Okay.
So
and you have multiple trophies and awards for those vehicles that you...
Oh, yeah. Can I just go ahead and speak for you?
There you go.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, not multiple, but multiple.
Rooms full.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that kind of thing. So Jeff and I met at the Autorama.
We did that or at one of Craig's notorious events. Somewhere in there.
Yeah.
So that means there was liquor involved.
It's a fuzzy.
I think it must have been one of Craig's because I met you at Autorama, and it was shortly after one of Craig's things. So
well, why is it when you mention Craig's name, there's always notorious or debauchery involved?
Because that's
this goes with the territory.
It does go with the territory. You know, Craig has been a close friend of mine since the 1970s.
Oh boy.
Yeah. You're not old enough, but and that's probably a good thing. Because if you had known him back in the 70s, you probably wouldn't be sitting here looking like you are today.
I don't think I would have survived.
No, you would not have. I can promise you that. I barely did. I'm only 35, but I just look this way because I know him.
Wore out.
Yeah.
So when you do these builds like this, part of the battle though is finding the correct parts to go back together with them.
This is how it works. So they have to make the determination if it's going to be something like a Restomod or a Hot Rod or it's a concourse vehicle.
Right.
That sets the tone there, and it becomes difficult in its own right. The biggest issue is actually aligning what that person's expectations are, what their goals are with it, and somehow aligning that and coming to accord with some sort of semblance of a budget.
I was going to say with an ability to fund it at what level they want the car to be.
But, you know, from my experience, you know, you go in with a price and somehow, some way, you know, that part, that one part that's so hard to find that you had determined is going to be expensive anyway, well, now it just tripled in price.
So the best thing about what we do is we have done it so many times. We don't just go out and quote you. We just give you somebody else's comp. We just literally, we take the invoice and forward it to you. It's much easier to see. I'm not going to give you just an idea. I'll just, here, this is what this guy paid. This is very similar to what you're trying to do. And then when it's something that's so far outside of the box, you just tell them you got to pay to play. You're going to do that. It's a by the hour affair.
So do you find the expense greater at the Concours restoration or at some of the wild resto modding that's being done right now?
The resto-mod stuff is a series of change orders and customization, and everything's everything's $1,000 or $5,000 added. Everything stacks to make custom parts.
Because
That's
some of it's never been done before, so you've got to develop your own way to put it
right.
together.
So we have full prototype ability. We do sheet metal fabrication, like full custom, like paneling and all that. We make trim out of. So I'll make a piece of trim for Mr. Bierman for Speed and Sport, and we'll actually fabricate all the trim, and then he'll plate it. So we do a lot of that.
So if your budget's got a weak constitution, you got to be up front.
Probably the wrong
Find
type of deal.
find a different place to do
but
it.
part of what my guys do is you have to assess that. The initial assessment is really key. And so you get that person and you tell them, look, what you're trying to do here is not possible at X amount of dollars.
Right.
It's just you're just not.
You're not in the ballpark.
Right.
Yeah, you can do this, but I'm not the guy to do this for you.
Yeah,
Right.
and that's fair. So to your point about original parts, yeah, it gets real difficult when you're buying. Let me think about this. We were doing a Gullwing Mercedes last year, and a transmission core, just like one that didn't have a crack, just a core laying on the ground, just a pile of junk, or $25,000 for a tranny core.
What?
Well, you start getting at $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 increments of little pieces. You obviously, it doesn't take long to get six figures worth of parts, or then now we're at $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 worth of stuff. So a basket case car like that you're trying to bring back, you should have just bought the best one you had. And now the caveat there is, well, this is my dad's car. This is a family member's car.
All of a
The
sudden there's
sentimental-
emotion involved.
That person with that sort of emotional, you can't tell them no.
So as you're building a wide range of cars and you're kind of collecting parts, there's coming on, going off kind of stuff. So I'm assuming somewhere you have a warehouse that you've inventoried leftover, not to call it leftover stuff, but leftover stuff that
Sure.
you might use on that next project that's coming and going.
We try to give the parts back to the client. They get first option with all the stuff. If there's something that we think could be valuable for somebody else's, yeah. But that's obviously an upfront deal. You tell the guy. You're not that's a no-no in the business would be to,
Keep it and not let them know. Right.
If they don't want it, it's fine. They say throw it in the trash, then we decide what to do. But the facility itself is about 35,000 square feet of, full build, and then there's tiers of parts going up.
Jeff, how did you get into this? Well, I've never asked you that question. I don't know that about you.
Lying and cheating.
If you know,
That'll get
Craig
you into a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
Craig taught me a lot. A lot about love and life.
Oh boy.
yeah. But no, seriously, I mean, is this one of those high school things that you just kind of developed over the years?
I was like the Lincoln Log kid, and then erector set and Legos and all that.
I love director sets. They were great.
Lincoln Logs.
Yes.
Yeah.
So by the time I was 12, I had found a guy down the road that actually had ran Foyt's pit crew. And that gentleman allowed me to go into the shop, and then I learned about head porting, motor building from there. By the time I was 16, I was building complete cars myself, like full outs. And then from there, I had a helper and a guy, and then it just volumetrically grew from there.
So, did you go to school?
I did go to school.
You had time for school.
I went to U of H.
Did you really?
I owned Classic Cars of Houston when I was taking a full load.
So obviously you were one of those kind of guys that Peter Miles was describing about his dad.
Mm-hmm.
That it was driven like Craig all the time, all out.
Craig and this is like a program about Craig. So
It really is.
Tune
Craig,
in tomorrow for.
So Craig is now in his mid-60s, and he is still pushing 18-hour days. I know this because he and I talk at 5 a.m., and he pushes throughout, and, I mean, he's a machine. And a lot of times he is goal-oriented in what he wants to do, and it makes you a polarizing figure, and I understand that. They love you or they hate you, but you're on a mission, and that's –
But you're going to call him when you need something done that's in his realm of doing.
Get on the
No,
train.
but,
Get on
yeah.
the train or get off.
Yeah, no, Craig's he's God love his son. He's got shoes to fill. I mean, it's
I don't know as if anybody could fill Craig's shoes.
it's a it's a tough deal. But the guy's a machine.
Yeah, and well, obviously you are too. You're doing 18-hour days.
Yeah,
and did in college, and it seems to me that you're one of those driven guys.
It takes that.
Yeah.
So at your shop, 40,000 square feet, how many technicians do you have?
25.
And they all have their specialized field and live in their specialized field? Is there very much cross-training going on?
Okay. You're absolutely correct. There are things that lend themselves that there's some synergy, like a person that does fabrication that's doing mechanically orientated fabrication where they're putting engines and transmissions where they did not belong. That person is sort of bridged into being like mechanical work too. So there's mechanical fabrication, so certain things bridge. The upholstery guy is probably not going to be dropping a motor in, conversely. So there's bridge points for all of that.
But he has to cross a little bit with the guy that's putting the interior.
At least understand what's
the metal work.
So okay, so a guy that does upholstery probably needs to know how power windows works and some rudimentary understanding of electrics, so that he can get a panel on that doesn't collide with a window mechanism. Something like that, or the power seats. Yes, there's always a bridge, but yeah, upholstery and the engine builder or building exhaust, probably not the same guy, but do they float around?
But
yeah.
there is some.
Give me something that you've got in the shop right now that is easy to do and something that has been a real challenge to do. Easy first.
Easy is a 65 Mustang or something like that. My guys there's a guy that oversees and runs the shop, and if Bill gets a Mustang, he has a menu. That's very, very
well. There are lots
easy.
of parts available
There's
for
a
Mustang.
plethora of parts. We are the Roush installer and builder for, like, if somebody wanted a Roush conversion, that's what we do. So we have a really heavy relationship with Roush.
Is that a licensing thing, or just they give you gratis to do that?
It's not even a licensing thing, but I think we're working on something soon. Don't tell the Shelby guys.
But you've proven yourself worthy to Roush that
or they wouldn't be doing it.
Absolutely, we have at this point almost a 2-decade relationship with them.
Wow.
But even that's a very easy one for us because there's a recipe for it. A more difficult one would be. We are taking a 65 Lincoln using Corvette-derived C6 or C7 Corvette-derived suspension, an IRS, cutting the unitized body out of it, building an entire frame, floating it over that frame, and then running like a Roush supercharged 700 or 800 horse motor in that with a 10-speed new Ford tranny. That's a little more difficult.
Now, who dreamed that up?
I did.
I was going to say because that's
so it's kind of like throw all these ideas in a bowl and pick them out.
It's from his erector set days.
It is. Just as what we used to call
so this is your
bashing.
car.
No, it's a client's.
It's a client's car.
They
kind
of gave you the freedom of your head.
Well, so what it is I listen to what they want to do with it, and when they tell me they want to drive across country in it, and I think a rebuilt Lincoln, and he's going to be broke down on the side of the road with an old motor. I love classic stuff. I know how to work on it, and I know where to get the gas, and I'm running race fuel in it or something. You can't go and run ethanol in that running through a carburetor.
Right.
These are things that the people in this crowd know. But a guy coming off the street that has zero mechanical knowledge and just thinks it's cool to have a 65 Lincoln with suicide doors, I can assure you he does not want to know about any of that. He likes the look of it.
I'll give you the money, you give me the keys, and trust that I'm going to be able to drive from here to LA.
It's a transactional deal, so I know I'm going to get a warranted motor, something he's going to get in and not overheat in, and maybe he's going to abuse it, but I know it will take the abuse because it's got billions of Ford's dollars in engineering putting that through, and the same thing with the suspension. I know that he's going to safely get there with gigantic brakes and something that's going to steer and handle good enough for however fast. So he's not undulating down the road.
So some of that,
and if he's going across country, even if he breaks down in Yuma, Arizona,
Write that down.
Yeah, write it down.
That's next week's word.
undulating.
Undulating.
If he gets out in Yuma, Arizona, going across country or something, and breaks down, then he's got access to some parts because you've put newer stuff on it.
Absolutely. You can hook a Ford. We don't have technicians now. We have guys that plug in scanners.
Computer techs.
I want something he can use with the Ford harness. Now that we have chips again, somewhat. We have some chips,
Almost.
so we can.
Well, the chips are in the laptop, and you can rewrite them.
We got delayed again on that whole deal with Ford and if you've seen anything where they had to cut down production 25%.
Oh yeah,
we
got fighting now as well.
I need that same animal.
Oh gosh.
And that goes, and we're using the same computers because we're using OE. I mean, why would you not use their billions of dollars of
their research money?
It
Yeah.
works. So you use some template pieces to build these spaghetti mishmash of things because you're using the crate motor, the electronic package that goes with it, the electronics of the transmission that go with it, and then try and fit it in.
Remember, Checker Cab would use the most robust parts from any piece of any. They would kit bash it and use the best OE from this so they could basically build a tank.
And they did.
And they wanted the most robust because you kill your cycle times or you're broke down, nobody's making any money.
And don't tell anybody, but Rolls-Royce did too when they were running GM 400 transmissions and General Motors Saginaw power steering systems and GM.
Okay, that's enough.
The
air conditioning systems.
The Ford transmission 10-speed right now is a hydromatic.
Is a shared transmission.
Who does Ferrari
Shared
go to?
project.
They use GM for electromagnetic suspension.
Right. And
This is not.
And who did GM use but ceramic brakes from the Ferrari?
Yeah, it's just life in the big city.
Well, we're moving toward the skateboard option with all the EVs and things. That's where this is going.
So speaking of that, let's cross that bridge right now,
Okay.
shall we? EVs, there are going to be a plethora of them coming out here in the next year or two. Well, in the next 2 years, it'll be oversaturated. We won't have enough charging ports to charge them all up. And forget the infrastructure as far as the power plants are concerned, because that's a whole nother story.
Or forget your cable to plug it in.
Yeah.
Has anybody asked
that.
you to do an EV build? Because now, is it Tesla is making an EV swap unit?
We have been
Crate
asked.
motor, for lack of a better phrase.
Well, even GM's got. They had done one for SEMA show. They had done an EV Blazer, and so yeah, I'm ready. I'm excited actually. I'd like a little bit more range, and I'd like to see what comes out in the next couple of years. But some people are going to be there's definitively people that are packaging crate style options soon. And right now, I mean, it was just like when people were racing the Teslas. It was like, well, what do? We make it lighter,
Yeah.
drop all the weight out, gut it, and and go.
Hammer down.
So yeah, there was a gent that I had heard about that was already taking basically just some of the Tesla pieces and just throwing them into cars. I'll wait till there's a few more people that have packaged up a few things. It's just like when fuel injection was real dirty and difficult. Now it's super, super easy and makes it and reliable. You don't want to get into something and then now you're liable for battery fires, things like that.
Right.
I just, it's
Thermal
that
events.
the fire department
Exactly.
doesn't know how to put out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We talked to who was it? We talked to out in Long Beach. He was doing that with some like early C1 Corvettes and things. He was converting them into EV type status.
Yeah.
I'd like it to get beyond. I don't think it's novelty now. That's it's too far gone.
It's beyond that.
It's beyond that. But in terms of what we do, actually taking that, cannibalizing a bit of it, and then using it in another build,
Yeah.
I'm not ready for it yet.
You
I'm
want
close.
a little bit more of a proven template to import into your builds.
I do, and I think our wheelhouse is really the custom fabrication and the neatness of it, and making it look like it belongs there. I don't want to be the guy inventing the EV technology. I'm not going to be the guy that's making the battery life longer. That's not our wheelhouse.
Well,
Yeah.
you've got so many other things going on. Why would you? Let somebody else do that and then take advantage.
I stay in my lane.
Yep.
So what are your thoughts on how watching these auctions now that the Restomod cars are going for 2 and 3 times the price
Stupid
of
money.
of the clean
Stupid
original
Absolutely.
of
Let's
the clean original.
talk about that one Kevin Hart bought the other day. What was it, $850,000 for that C1 Corvette?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, when people tell me now, they're like, well, I don't want to affect the value of my 6-cylinder Mustang.
Yeah,
I was like, well, I hate to tell you this,
It already has.
but I mean, we're not talking about gold
It's a
links
6-cylinder.
here.
Yeah.
You know, that does apply in certain vehicles, but I think that the Restomod goes right back to the guy that he doesn't actually want to know about how the car functions. He doesn't care about any of that. He just wants it. He likes the way it looks.
Right.
And he wants to get in and it work like his car that he drove there in. And there's the disparity, the dichotomy between those things is very, very vast. Your average guy that comes in that's 45, he grew up in cars from the 80s and 90s. If he had something from the 80s, it's even doubtful. And so, how's that feel?
The 80s. Are there any cars from the 80s still running?
There's 5 of them.
5. I was going to say, because I don't know of any. I think they've all met the crusher.
I like to look for things like those what was the predecessor to the Chrysler 300? The Concorde, things like that.
Oh, yeah.
Dodge Durangos. You can't find them. They're not in the wild anymore.
Yeah,
Dodge
you
Durango.
can find an Oldsmobile Cutlass, but the old early front wheel drive 88s and 98s, they're all rusted out.
Deuce and a quarter.
Jeff, it's great to have you here. It's great to talk to you. Thank you very much. And I see that you're just right across the way.
Right across the street.
Looking at you.
Yeah, we're looking at you.
Kind of like being at Autorama again.
Jeff Pate, Classic Cars of Houston. Thanks again. We'll see you at the next show.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right, time now for our events calendar, and I know that there are things going on the events calendar, and Conrad has that.
Things in the rain. So, again, biggest thing to know is tomorrow is Keels and Wheels again here at the Lakeland Yacht Club. And then, again, the American Muscle Car out in spring on 99. All of the Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday stuff at, Freddy's Steak Burgers. Next Saturday is going to be Liberty Cars and Coffee, and that's the second Saturday of every month. And then Sunday, May 9th, is HPD's Twin Peaks meet down in Webster. Then on the 15th is Crawfish and Cars at Second Baptist Church in Katy. Let's see, there was one of the others I really wanted. Oh, and Cars and Coffee at the Kung Fu Tea House in New Caney.
There you go.
It's cars, coffees, and puppies.
And Kung Fu.
And puppies.
Right.
So you can win an award for
Puppies
your puppy.
are always good.
Thank you very much. All right, time now for this hour's car review. Mr. Mars had a look at the 2021 Mercedes-Benz AMG GLB 35123.
4MATIC. You left off the 4MATIC off the
I
tail
didn't
end
leave
of it, so
anything
you
off of it. That's all it's going to get.
So we're talking about this is a new car, and it's really the way Mercedes-Benz says it's placed. It fits in between a subcompact or GLA class and the compact GLC class. So it's kind of in between there, but it's really more of a compact. But that's the way they frame it. It's got a very boxy look, like you're going to see on a lot of other vehicles in that category. The wheels are pushed out to the corners, but it's also got that AMG look to it. Now, we had a night package on it, so it's got a front splitter is different. The grille, the trim work. It's got louvers in the outer air intakes. It's got panel inserts on the side of it that are designed for that AMG package, and it's all black. It is blacked out all around. Power folding side mirrors, LED headlighting, rain sensing wipers, all the things you're going to expect from a Mercedes-Benz, and plus some for the AMG side of it. Power liftgate. We had the optional 19-inch AMG 10-spoke wheels, again, blacked out. Real nice black look to it. All four corners. And so, and when you get into the inside of it, and this is where you kind of look at the sides of it and you kind of wonder, but with the wheels pushed out to the corners, you got a little more interior room than you might expect. We had the leather and suede upholstery on the seating of it. Had some nice red seat belts on it that was kind of different.
Stand out.
Heated front seats on it. Had 10.25-inch touchscreen as well for all your convenience controls, and a 10.25 digital instrument cluster, so the driver could keep up with everything. Split folding rear seats. And it had a very upright seating position. You always felt like you were upright and you could see out of it really well. And under the hood, we had a 2.0 inline-4 with 302 horsepower.
Nice.
AMG all the way around, 295 pound-feet of torque, 8-speed performance 4MATIC. EPA says you should be getting about 21 in the city, 26 on the highway, and 23 combined. This is a little hot rod. I gave up on trying to keep up with that. It does have a firm ride, though. And in the long run, though, like coming to Houston 100 miles or so, it winds out, and it's not too bad. If you're looking for something to compare this to, because it's so new, maybe an Audi 3.0T Premier Quattro Sport up around 52.9, or a BMW X4 up around 51.6. But you can get a base GLB 35, and if you get the AMG version of it, which is automatically going to come with the 4MATIC, which is their all-wheel drive version, it'll start at $49,500. Now, we had a couple of little options to go on top of that. So MSRP is tested for this brand-new vehicle out of the box. It's $55,590.
I was waiting for you to say
No, I
$75,000.
was surprised once I saw the Monroney on it.
On that horsepower, how much of that did you use?
I used every bit of it. It winds up at about 5,800 RPM.
So a pretty nice unit.
It really is. I mean, for good touch. I should have caught that myself.
Touche.
So anyway, that's my review of the 2021 Mercedes-Benz AMG GLB 35 4MATIC all-wheel drive vehicle.
Dear
and
God.
If you're looking for something in that category and you want something maybe a little nicer than some of the others and a
That's
little
it.
hot rod, check it out.
Doo-dah.
Go look at this unit.
All right, we're going to look at that unit. Hey, the In Wheel Time Car Show streams on Facebook, YouTube, and InWheelTime.com. Podcasts are available on Apple Podcasts, Spotter, Spotify, Stitcher Radio, iHeart Podcasts, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, Pandora, Amazon, and Podcast Addict, among others. The In Wheel Time Car Show continues right after a quick break.
Tell you about a locally owned and operated group of dealerships called Bayway. Bayway owner Daryl Wisniewski is born and raised right here, and he knows Houstonians better than anyone. Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram, Bayway Lincoln, and Bayway Chevrolet are managed by Lincoln Stahl. And when you get to know these guys, you'll want to become part of the Bayway family too. Feel good that you're part of Houstonian-owned Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.com, BaywayChevrolet.com, and BaywayLincoln.com. Remember the name, Bayway. Houstonian-owned Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the most sought-after models in the Houston area today. When you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, you now have a place to go. General Manager Lincoln Stahl guarantees Bayway will beat any competitor's written price on the new vehicle you choose or pay you $1,000. Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is easy to get to on Highway 225 near Beltway 8 in Pasadena. Whether it's online or in person, you're welcome like one of the family. Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.com.
Celebrating 10 years of award-winning car talk, it's the In Wheel Time Car Show, your weekly go-to all things automotive place. Today, coming to you from the 25th annual Keels Wheels Concours d'Elgance at the Lakeland Yacht Club in Seabrook, Texas. Howdy, along with Mike out of this world Mars, King Conrad DeLong, Jeff Zekin, and Chief Engineer David Ainsley. I'm Don Armstrong. Today's special broadcast sponsored by Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Bayway Chevrolet, and Bayway Lincoln. I need to do some stuff over here.
And they have some inventory. So if you're looking for a car, they're a place to go see.
Absolutely.
And they got cars on the ground.
Yes, they do. And I did want to mention the fact that there are a lot of cars that are being snapped up right now because there continues to be a declining amount of cars on dealership lots across the Houston area and actually around the world.
Just drive by one of the dealerships and look at the way that they're parking them with a big hole in the middle, and all the cars.
All because of the chip shortage.
So all the units are moving.
Thank you. Let me have that.
That's
not yours. That's mine. You can't. Don't touch it.
Don't bring it over here.
Don't touch it.
David Ainsley's going to touch it.
Well, another thing that's going to lower the inventory on cars is the hailstorm up in Oklahoma that happened.
Well, not only Oklahoma, but it went up through Arkansas as well.
They lost 1,000 new cars in Norman, Oklahoma this Wednesday.
I really don't know as if that's going to affect the majority of the dealerships here in Houston, Texas.
It absolutely will, because they're all in the same region. And what's going to happen is General Motors, Ford, Chrysler, Nissan, Honda, they're all going to divert a little bit of inventory to replace the inventory that's destroyed up there.
That happened to me in a rental car in Amarillo, Texas. Flew in, got a rental car, made some appointments.
Did you get the insurance that comes with the rental car?
No, I called the insurance company, and when I took it back to the airport, they said, park it with all the other ones.
All the other
so
damaged
it was about
ones?
30
hail
damaged vehicles. Hurts.
Hurts a lot.
It did. It really did hurt.
Hurts your pocketbook.
Put a hurt on all those units.
Oh, ding. If you're not going to ding it, Don.
He's moving it again.
Now, there. How's that?
Hubba hubba.
So our next guest is a old friend of mine.
Whoa, easy.
Now, he's not necessarily old.
There you go.
But I've known him for a long time. Let me put it that way.
Is that fair?
Gary Garnett and I worked together back in the 80s.
1880s?
Yeah, 1880s.
1880s, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
And Gary, what was it?
It was Travel Vision.
Travel
We
Vision.
did the travel videos, Blockbuster and the Travel Channel, and Don was one of our talents.
Yeah.
Oh, be darned.
He has a great voice.
Don had talent?
We didn't put him on camera. We just tried to keep
Yes, he
the
does have a
voice
good
on.
voice. He's actually on hold in Methodist Hospital. So
That's
when
right.
you call into Methodist Hospital and they talk to you, it's Don's voice.
So at any rate, it's good to see you, Gary Garnett. And You know, I know that this has been a real issue to get this thing on
Challenge,
the
a
road.
challenge.
To say the least, because last year it was COVID, so no show, and that was kind of like at the last minute that you had to make that decision.
Yeah.
And now this year
We're all getting pneumonia.
Here we've got the rain.
And we're not going to get pneumonia, though. We didn't order that at all.
No,
Okay.
it's all good. But, the marketing aspect of promoting Keels and Wheels, I know, to get the word out, do you really need to get the word out? Isn't the word already out?
This year has been incredible. With COVID, obviously, we canceled. We rescheduled for October. We canceled. We rescheduled for May. About the end of March, we pretty much got the world opened back up. Our commissioner and everybody, the Seabrook City said, okay, let's do the show. So we basically had 30 days to jump in and put this thing together and roll with it. It's been incredible. People want to get out so bad right now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, people are out here in the rain.
Yep.
I'm a car nut and have cars myself, and seeing them out here in the rain almost breaks my heart. But they'll wash off, and we're gonna put this show on, rain or shine. Hopefully today we'll get a little clearer this afternoon, and then who knows? We'll be open all day tomorrow. We're crossing our fingers.
It'll be a sunshiny day tomorrow.
Exactly.
That's what I'm
Absolutely.
shooting for.
You need to
Okay?
plan on coming out here and spend the day.
You
Look
got
at
it.
Some
You got it.
stunningly beautiful cars, and you can come out today too. It's a boat show too.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
they're
and
floating.
boats and water.
They're
Hey,
floating.
they all go together.
There is an arc. I saw an arc.
An arc.
out there.
There is one out
There's
there.
a-
We've
there's an
just
arc.
got it on standby.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm not going to use it, but
I'm
we
gonna
have
use
it on
that for fishing.
standby.
I'm gonna go fishing.
So you said you've got cars. What kind of cars do you have?
Oh my gosh! Well, I guess
I
the
didn't
most
know you were a car guy.
Oh yeah, I have been forever. But mine are not as much show cars to the point of I drive mine. I've got an 07 Roush Mustang convertible roadster I just got. I've got a 28.
It's a Roush. It's a Shelby event.
It's a Shelby event. Shelby, I was just with Aaron Shelby.
We
Aaron,
had him on the show earlier.
And so yeah, it is. And we have some incredible cars here, Ford and Ferraris. We've got both. There's one little Ferrari over there that I don't know if you've seen it yet. They haven't uncovered it, but you're gonna have to look at it. It is an unbelievable.
Is that one of the movie cars? Oh,
Well, that one's not. No, but we've got the movie cars, and we've got Aaron Shelby's Cobras here. Numerous Cobras. And,
So
and
continue
GTs.
on. Yeah, he manages to change the subject. So let me go ahead and
Get us back on track.
Bring you back on track. So you've mentioned two. I'm ready for some more cars that you have.
I've got a 28 Model A Roadster, a 49 Ford pickup, a Prowler, 2001 Chrysler
Cool
Prowler.
car, yeah.
That's
Cool
a fun
car.
car. It's
Cool
a
little
fun
car.
Yep.
And several others, that I buy and sell them and play with them. And
Do you go to any of the local auctions or auctions in the United States?
I do.
The Barretts and such.
Yeah,
and
I've been to
Lincolns?
all of them. We also have a new event. Lakewood's a private club, but we have a new event we started in January called Coffee and Cars. Obviously, that's not. There's a lot of them around.
Yeah.
But ours is for members only, or member guests or friends. The first one we had about 20 cars. I think.
Where is
last-
it held?
Right here in the parking lot. By the
Okay,
pool.
all right.
And what kind of vehicles?
Everything you can think of. We've got a lot of Porsches. We've got some Fords, Mustangs, GTs,
Corvettes?
Corvettes. A lot of Corvettes.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a member here, so
You know what? You know me.
I do know
be a
you.
guest.
You can come.
So
But
what
are
I
you willing to say that publicly?
Yeah, I will. Okay, I'll
we
I'll
have
take
this on video now.
I'll take responsibility for that. Now, one of the things that I think is important about Keels and Wheels, obviously it's our 25th anniversary, and Bob Fuller and Paul Merriman founded this 25 years ago, but the neat thing is we're holding it at Lakeland Yacht Club, which is 38 acres, a private club, and everybody you see out here in umbrellas and soaking wet are members of Lakewood that are volunteering to put this show on.
Very nice.
This is very much in that aspect, kind of like the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Exactly.
They could not pull off the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo the way that you see it
Without the
today
volunteers.
without the volunteers. There's
Well,
35,000 of them
It's
out
the
there.
commitment also. These
Yeah.
people want to do it. It's
Yeah.
awesome.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
It's the camaraderie. It's the fun. Hey, we've got something to work toward,
Mm-hmm.
and at the end of the day, you can clean it all up and be back to what you were doing.
Don and I rolled in at 5:30 this morning.
I saw you.
Was
I was
already
here.
Jeff Heisman was already here.
Oh,
We
yeah.
remember about waiting on us.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
He had the door open for us. So,
Yeah.
yes, that's a big commitment.
It is. And last year with COVID, the membership really missed it. I mean, we had people saying, golly, when are we going to have Keels and Wheels again? I mean, this is going to happen again.
But
so when we announced it in March, it was like we were having
Everybody
a
jumped on
birthday
board.
party or Christmas. I mean, everybody just jumped on board, and I'm amazed to see all the people out here in the rain. And like you said, 5:36 this morning, we've all been up doing it. So
There's a lady that is part of the club and is a volunteer out here. Her name is Gail Mongan Kinney. And Gail and I worked together at KPRC Radio back in the 80s.
1880.
Yeah, no, it wasn't the
1880.
1880s.
Oh, my
Not
gosh.
that. Yeah, no. But I was really surprised to see her. She rolled up on a golf cart. Don Armstrong. I'm going, what? I'm getting arrested.
Again.
No, it's a fun deal. Of course, we've got all of our sponsors, and Texas Mattress Makers is a big sponsor this year. We've got a new area, and Keels Wheels is changing. We've got a new area called Club Concours, and this is a private area. It has its own private bar. We've got breakfast and lunch served by Lighthouse Charities, which is a local charity of ours, and Cole Garden Foundation, which is a youth foundation that is relatively new, but just making unbelievable advances. And then tonight at 7 o'clock, we have a concert in that area. Nice part about it, we're all under tents over there.
Oh,
Very
nice.
nice.
So are we.
It's
Thanks to
yeah,
you.
it's become real popular if you got a tent.
Yeah, exactly.
Great place to hang out.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
So what is the highlight that you see here today? Granted, all of the beautiful cars, I got that.
In wheel
But
time.
what is it that really gets you going as Gary Garnett?
That's an interesting deal because on Tuesday of this week, we had a couple people give us a boat to raffle off. Jack and Tammy Christenhall from San Antonio
Wonderful.
have a 1956 Chris Craft. It's down here in the water called Rum Runner. It's a 26 foot. It's got
Wow.
air conditioning. The guy's in air conditioning, but it's an air conditioned boat with a little new engine in it. We are raffling that car off for charity.
And
We'll
can
start that today. They can buy it.
Raffling the boat.
Yeah, raffling the boat off. Yeah. No, nobody wants to raffle me off or Don. Okay, we've already clarified that.
There's no doubt.
He's raffle list.
Yeah.
The raffle tickets will be $50 each, or $5 for $200. We will do the drawing and award that boat on September 23rd at our Uncarked event, which is at the Flight Museum.
So Mike doesn't have to be here presently when he.
No, you do not have to be present. He gives me money. He's in.
So
He's
is there an opportunity for people to buy raffle tickets online on the Keels and
There
Wheels
will
website?
be. That'll be put up next week. This just happened Tuesday,
Wow.
and we've kicked it in. The boat's in the water down here. We'll be filming it here in a little bit. We're doing a online show with Saltwater Recon, and we'll be doing a lot of live stuff to our website. So
if
and-
any of our listeners and watchers are interested, keelsandwheels.com.
Right.
And they'll be posting up your ability to buy raffle tickets
Right.
to win this boat.
That's correct.
Jump on it because all that money goes to the local charities here.
That's right.
Go ahead, and it's Lighthouse. And
Lighthouse Charities, Cole Garden Foundation, Kids Harbor, and of course Keels and Wheels is a charitable organization.
Can you
also,
imagine winning a
so.
boat? That would be so cool.
That would
That would be really neat.
When you get through here, walk down and look at it.
Okay.
And I guarantee you, not one of you will walk away without getting a ticket from me.
I may go fishing in it.
Okay.
You could do that. It's air conditioned too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can fish
Well,
in the summer.
And you know what? We've got a line on actual cane poles
We got
right
a
over
line.
there at the entrance.
I got a line on you, babe.
They got a line on you. So the other thing that I wanted to mention for those that don't know already is that all of these cars that are on display here and in competition, if you will, that they are all most of them new cars to the show. You know, you don't have the same cars every year, and this is a by invitation only event.
Correct.
And so I think that it's important to say that because you go to so many car shows, and rightfully so. That's the way
See
that
the same car.
You see the same car year after year. That's
Auctions,
not the
too.
case here. And there is a standard by which the cars are accepted here at Keels and Wheels, and you have a committee that actually does that.
We do. We have a car committee. We've had 225 cars registered this year. We probably had, I don't know, I'm guessing, but 350, maybe 400 submitted.
So how do you tell someone they didn't make the cut?
It's not easy. I don't have to do that. The car committee does.
No, and let me tell you something. You know, if you've
With a
submitted,
text message. No.
if you submit a car and you're not accepted, it hurts.
Yeah.
It does.
You know, because my car is not going to. I thought that my car was top notch
winner,
and could get in here. And that's not to say that it's not of great quality. That's not to say that. There may be 2 or 3 cars that have already been accepted, just like
That's
yours,
right, yeah.
Right, and
and
that's-
it's that kind of thing. So it's.
But is there a limit on what you approve to get in? Like you said, there's 250, 350 that you entered. You have about 250 here.
A lot of them are, like he said, the same class. Maybe the car's already been accepted in that class. They're by class, so they're being judged. Now, a lot of these Cobras and Mustangs and stuff that are here are not being judged because it's Ford
features.
They're featured cars.
The
this year.
theme of the
Yeah,
show.
Yeah.
So the next year you could expand it to maybe 275, 300.
Well, you only got so much
You
space.
know, that's the biggest problem we have is the way we're growing right now, and with what we've done over the last 2 years while we were trying to get this show going, we've gone a lot more national than it's ever been. People
Right.
from all over
Right.
the country are bringing cars. So the competition is getting a lot stronger.
There are Amelia Island cars
Right.
that are here. There are
Pebble
Pebble
Beach
Beach
cars.
cars.
Pebble Beach cars.
Yeah. So, it continues to grow as far as
Right.
the competition is concerned among spaces that they have available. You know, that's part of the allure as far as a car guy is concerned, to get accepted at a car show like that, to put my car in competition because it's limited. And there's only so many slots available
Right.
for all the cars.
Do you find that you get car clubs that register or want to get in?
Yeah, we do. Actually, we've had a lot of the car clubs over the years, Ferrari and Cobra, and Cobra's a very active club around this area. And a lot of times we'll have a featured car where we have the cars in, but they're not actually judged.
Correct.
But again, you know, we've only got so much space here, and our biggest problem is even off-site parking for the people coming in. We have shuttles and parking lots all up and down the road, so I mean we have that covered.
And they're easy to find when you drive in, whether you're
Right.
coming in NASA
Right.
Road 1
Right.
or
Or
coming down
146,
146.
yeah.
You know, you're going to be able to find a place to park.
Absolutely.
And a shuttle that's going to take you right to
Right
the
to
gate.
the front gate.
And then you guys internally have golf carts buzzing around,
Right.
go get you at the front gate and bring you into the middle of all of this.
Exactly.
But bring your money to buy a raffle ticket.
Bring your money to buy raffle tickets. That's going to be a highlight this year. Plus Club Concours, you know, we've got bars there. We have food being
now, Club,
prepared.
can I go to?
Yeah, is
not-
that
not
open to the
Is
public?
it open to the?
You know,
to the
because you know me, I could probably get you in. Okay? It would
You
cost
know
it would
people.
cost you $250
For 5 tickets.
for tickets for Saturday and Sunday. Okay, and you get breakfast, lunch, a party, bar,
Concert.
drinks,
Place to stay.
You know, place to stay. It's dry. So
All right.
when they kick you out of this tent, I have a place for you.
So it's great to see you. Thank you so
Well,
much
it's
for
good to see
stopping
you.
by. Yeah. And
You never know what comes around goes around. It's a small world out there.
It is. I had
Smaller
no
than
clue.
we all want to
when,
admit.
when I saw that Gary Garnett, wait a minute, I know that name. And we obviously
Well, when Bob Fuller called me, you know, and he said Don Armstrong's interviewing, I said,
who? Don
and I said,
Armstrong.
Don Armstrong, really?
Yeah,
And he said, you know him? And I said, oh, yeah, wait till he gets me on.
exactly.
Well, tell us a story.
Now,
There-
we're going to
there-
keep the story. There's not a lot of good. I mean, there's a lot of good stories there. We had a lot of fun with that.
Yeah,
And,
when he owned Travel View, and he had a great collection of producers
I did.
and videographers, photographers, all of that stuff, and he put together a great product. That was then. I don't know as if that particular product would fly today because it's a different world. But our companionship goes way back to them. So anyway, thank you so much for stopping
Well, thank
by.
you
We
for having
really
us.
appreciate it.
Please let the people know this is a rain or shine event. Don't not come.
Still worth coming.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
worth coming to, and
Yeah.
even if you have to bring an umbrella and look around a little bit, it's still going to be a lot of fun.
Very good.
Thank you very
Gary
much.
Garnett,
Thanks, Gary.
thanks you. We appreciate you. All right. I think that we have. Have you seen Mike Downs?
No, he's not coming, but we're going to replace him with, I believe, this young lady. With,
Okay.
With the crown.
Oh,
on.
okay. Well, see, you know more than I do. So if you just write down her name for me.
I have no idea what it is.
Well, Mr. Mars will take care
is
of
she
that.
coming up for an interview?
Okay. Well,
and her name?
Yeah, he doesn't. He didn't even ask. Okay. Well, just bring her up here and I'll ask her. Okay. She clearly has a crown on her head, and it's Miss Kima. Okay. fine. Well, Gary, I'm sorry, but there's somebody a lot better looking than you, if you don't mind. Thank you so much. See, I exactly. Now, I don't know how this is going to work for you with your crown. Oh, well, there you go. I didn't know whether that was pinned on or not. So our guest now is Miss Kima, and I'm sorry I don't know your name, but I know that you're going to. So pull that microphone up there, like that. Hi.
Don can wear the crown.
And who are you?
I'm Gabriela Garza, Miss Kima USA.
Gabriela Garza.
Yes.
Okay. And so tell me about Miss Kima.
So it's a pageant that we have in the Kima community, and it's the preliminaries for Miss Texas USA, which leads on to Miss USA and Miss Universe.
Wow.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
So have you been in the pageant business for a while?
I started about 2 years ago. I took a break, and I was actually on the Shooting Stars team for the Houston Astros.
Okay.
the
Oh,
cheer
very
team.
good.
So then I came back and won Kima, and that was always my dream, was Miss Kima.
So your background really is cheer.
Dance.
Dance.
Yeah, it's dance.
Dance.
But
There's a difference. There is a
somehow I
difference.
made it on
There's
the
a
cheer
big
team
difference,
for the
yeah.
Astros.
Okay. Well, that's. Well, you're clearly beautiful.
Thank you.
Yes, very much.
Oh, I
And
thought he was talking to me.
Yeah.
He wasn't. No.
it was his bald head that I was. Yeah, it's beautiful.
So you grew up in Kima area?
Yes, Pasadena, Houston, Kima.
What high school?
I was homeschooled.
Oh.
I went to
Oh, very
Lutheran South Academy for 2 years, and then I was homeschooled my last 2 years.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. That's
Thank
pretty
you.
awesome.
Yeah.
So, what do you know about cars?
A little bit. I actually watched Ford versus Ferrari. My dad's a huge Ford fanatic, so I'm
Is your
excited
dad
to be
here?
here. No.
Are you
He's
glad?
not here. No, I'm sad. He should be here, but maybe tomorrow he'll come. I'll bring him along.
Well, he
Okay,
needs to come,
that's
and
good.
if he's a fan of the movie, he needs to see the movie
I
cars
know
that are
Mr.
here.
Shelby's here, and
Shelby
Mr.
and Mr. Miles is here.
So, what are your duties here today?
I'm just visiting around, looking at cars and meeting different people and connecting.
You met us.
Yes, I met you guys. I got to be on the show.
Yeah, exactly. So, what do you do in real life?
So I work in the oil and gas industry
Yeah.
as a technician analyst, which
Wonderful.
is basically making sure refineries don't blow up.
So you have a degree.
That's good.
I'm a communications major.
You have a
so
communications
somehow I was in the oil and gas industry from communications.
Well, in South Texas, the oil and gas industry is generally the industry to be in.
yes.
Don has a lot of gas.
And Don has filmed a few of the mistakes that have happened here in
Exactly.
town.
I have. There is that. But this is not about me. This is about you. So, are you going to be here all day?
Yeah, I think so. We're just going to be walking around, seeing all the tents and meeting different people.
Good. And you're going to have all of the girls that want to be you.
Hopefully we'll recruit. We need more girls to compete next year.
How many young ladies were involved for you to beat out in this competition?
It was about 30 girls. And since it was COVID year, it was a bit smaller because it was during the pandemic. So it was in July. So we have our crown. I have a teen. Her name is Meadow Minter. So we've had our crown. It's going to be 2 years. So Miss Kima's coming up in February.
So
Okay.
where do you go from here in what you do
Miss Texas.
for the
Miss
Oh.
Texas USA
And
is
when
in
is that?
September, Labor Day weekend.
Okay.
So that's
we
where the
vote?
competition is.
Yes. So I'm training for that. So I've been training and getting ready for that
How
for
do
a
you
year.
train for something like that?
There's so much that goes into it. So you have to be healthy, you have to be fit, mentally stable, and then also you have interview training. So it's media training to be able to communicate.
So
'cause
we're
most of the-
training you right now.
Yes,
In
most of the
communication.
job
There you
is
go.
being
Yay.
interviewed.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of that and just different community charities, volunteering, getting to know people, networking.
And your job allows you to take time off and pursue this?
Yeah, most people don't know at my job. It's like two different worlds because it is a male-dominated industry.
Right.
So when you say pageant, sometimes people see it differently. But that's what I'm trying to prove is that anyone can be in pageants and make a difference, and it doesn't matter whether you're like a girly girl, a tomboy, whatever you do. It's like you can do both and manage it.
So there is opportunity for you, Don.
So
Yes.
the state pageant Labor Day, where is that? Is that here or Austin?
Yes, it's in
here.
the Hilton in Post Oak in Houston.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah,
But
so
it
it's
moves
local.
around each year to different
It used
San
to.
Antonio. Also, oh, it doesn't move
It
around
used to. It
anymore.
hasn't been for years. It used to be like in Corpus Christi and different
Right.
cities, but now it's been in Houston for a couple of years.
And then where will the Miss USA pageant be?
This year it's in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's in November.
Who are these young ladies here filming you?
That's my director, Miss Kelly Williams.
Hi,
She
Kelly.
has the Kelly Williams Show.
Okay.
Yeah, she's very known in Kima. She's my director, so
There you
she
go.
owns Miss Kima
And
Pageant.
this other young lady?
That's Miss Shelley, and she's our friend. She's helping us today and
They
guiding
are
us
her
throughout everything.
guards and her guardians.
Yeah.
As she's wandering around here
My girl
in the
group.
rain. And the umbrellas.
So
for
let's
her as
bring
well.
it back to the cars.
Yes.
What kind of car do you drive?
I have a Buick Encore.
A Buick Encore.
Yes.
Okay.
She got a lot of stuff to carry around with her.
Well,
so.
there is that.
A lot of tiaras, trophies.
Yeah, tiaras. That's right.
Have you seen anything here that you were really impressed with?
Walking in, we saw a Thunderbird.
The white
Yes.
56, 57?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to go see that one and take a picture with
Yeah.
it because I love it.
Into boating at all?
No, but I heard there's vintage boats here that are all like
Yeah,
wooden,
You-
so I'm
you-
excited
oh,
to see
they're-
those.
As you go on around,
Beautiful.
you'll run into them.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm so excited. I love boats. I love being in the water. I'm a Pisces, so I'm a water sign. I love being in the water.
Oh, you'll love these boats. And then there's also some of the yachts that are in the back as well. And the owners of the yachts will invite you to come on the yacht, and they'll give you a
That's
little
so
tour of the
cool.
yacht. So, everybody kind of shares their passion for whether it's the cars or the boats that they have here.
I love 50s styles cars too. I'm a huge fan of like the 50s era.
I am
so
too.
Yeah.
Seeing those is so beautiful.
Yes, I am too. But for a different reason, because I can relate. Okay.
You
Yeah.
were driving in the 50s.
No, well, I wasn't driving, but I'm familiar with the 50s. I had a sister, remember?
Mm-hmm.
She was 13 years older than me. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
So you're going to be here throughout the day.
Yes.
Okay. And you got some umbrellas here to protect your beautiful hair, and so everything's all good in that regard. Okay. Well, we look forward to running into you later on.
Yes.
Thank you very
so much.
Yeah, thank you very much for stopping
And
by.
we're glad you can come here and practice your interview skills.
Thank
you
you.
go.
I love
Yeah,
talking
great.
to you guys.
Gabriella Garza, Miss Kima, headed for Miss Texas.
Yes.
And then
Headed
Miss
for Miss
USA.
USA.
Yeah, exactly. Well, good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Have
you
a
very
good one.
much. We appreciate you stopping by. Okay, by the way, I wanted to remind everybody, if you'd like to get in touch with us, all you have to do is shoot us an email. The address is info@inwheeltime.com. Yeah. So if you don't mind, can I recruit you? I'm talking to Mr. Ainsley here. Would you please set this up, because I have other things I need to do. And if you would set that up for me, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Because I did have some news that I had to get in. We do have some recalls. Subaru Crosstrek and Subaru Forester. Crosstrek 2018 to 2019, and the Forester 2019. Rear stabilizer bracket bolts may detach. That's not a good thing.
It's a directional control issue.
It is. And the Subaru Crosstrek and Impreza from 2018 to 2019. I'm sorry? Okay, thank you.
We have
He
our
actually-
sound engineer is engineering some sound.
Well, he actually didn't do too good of a job, because he left one of the commercials out. But I'll fix that, so not to worry.
That's why you're the
Let
professional.
me go ahead and do everything. I did have it organized. So
Had
those
your
are a
power
couple of recalls. So Tesla executive says driver likely behind the wheel in the deadly Texas crash. So now it's changed. Statement contradicts initial police reports that said no one was in the driver's seat. That was the Tesla wreck from a couple of weeks ago
Up in
the
Spring.
Woodlands area. All right. Tesla executive said Monday that the steering wheel of a vehicle involved in the deadly crash was deformed, and that it was likely there was someone in the driver's seat at the time of the crash.
So did somebody crash it and run? Or
No, they were killed.
Well,
might have not been buckled, and depending on the angle of the accident,
and the
didn't
force and
didn't stay in the
velocities and
driver's
all that, yeah.
seat.
The car was completely destroyed by fire after the
Right.
crash, and 2 people died.
right, kinetic energy for
Yeah.
All of that. 3 Democratic U.S. senators on Monday said they are introducing legislation that would require U.S. regulators to mandate installation of driver monitoring systems to ensure motorists pay attention while using systems like Tesla's autopilot. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has opened 28 probes into Tesla crashes to date, with 24 pending, where autopilot was suspected of being in use. The measure also requires the agency to study how driver monitoring systems can prevent driver distraction, driver disengagement, automation complacency, and the foreseeable misuse of advanced driver assist systems. And With assembly lines idled because they can't get enough microchips and demand for new vehicles booming, dealers across the country have disconcertingly watched their inventory wither away. Vince's GM Center is not going out of business, but the dealership's lot in eastern Colorado is so abnormally sparse that customers have assumed that it is. At the end of March, U.S. light vehicle inventory had shrunk to 2.4 million vehicles, the fewest in more than a decade, according to LMC Automotive. LMC expects the chip shortage to slash North American production by nearly 550,000 vehicles
Yikes.
in the first half of 2021.
Wow.
That's the first half. Okay? Automakers won't be able to make up even one-third of that loss before 2022. I did want to get those stories in before I got more distracted than I already am.
Gabriella's pumps were taller than your red pumps.
Uh-oh.
I was hoping that you wouldn't notice that, but
Should've asked her where
apparently
she
you
got
did.
'em.
I should
She's
have.
around.
Or
We'll have to look for
hers were beige, Don's are red.
Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that, and thank you very much for telling everybody about my red pumps again.
Again.
Yeah. So is that. All right. Well, that is it for this hour of the In Wheel Time show. Hour number 3 starts here in just, is it 3? 2.
1, 3.
Whatever. I've lost complete track of
Hut,
time.
hut.
Stay with us. We got more of the show coming right up.
Houstonian-owned Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the most sought-after models in the Houston area today. When you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, you now have a place to go. General Manager Lincoln Stahl guarantees Bayway will beat any competitor's written price on the new vehicle you choose or pay you $1,000. Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is easy to get to on Highway 225 near Beltway 8 in Pasadena. Whether it's online or in person, you're welcome like one of the family. Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.com. Tailpipes and Tacos is Houston's premier cruise-in, and you're invited to join in. Whether you're a cruiser or spectator, Tailpipes and Tacos is the place to enjoy made-to-order breakfast tacos, fresh coffee, and mingle with Houston's fun car people. Mark your calendar for Saturday, May 15th for Tailpipes and Tacos at the Lupi Tortilla Mexican Restaurant in Katy, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Tailpipes and Tacos is free and everyone's invited. You'll see collector cars, hot rods, customs, magnificent originals, and resto mods all at one location. Cars from all over Southeast Texas cruise in and show off in a friends and family event at the Lupi Tortilla Mexican Restaurant on the Grand Parkway at Kingsland Boulevard, just south of I-10 in Katy. Drag racer, car enthusiast, and Lupi founder Stan Holt brings you Houston's hottest cruise in, Tailpipes and Tacos, Saturday, May 15th, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. at Lupi's in Katy. The In Wheel Time Car Show will be there too. Get your ride ready, and we'll see you at the Tailpipes and Tacos Saturday morning cruise in, May 15th, 8 to 11 a.m. at Lupi's in Katy, weather permitting.
And from the 25th annual Keels Wheels Concours d'Elgance, this is the In Wheel Time Car Show. On today's expanded live program, we'll have celebrated guests, dignitaries, and participants in this week's concours. Are we having the national anthem?
Yes,
well,
sir.
I can't. Sorry, I've got a car show we got to do here.
I got you.
We'll also review our new and pre-owned cars of the week. Conrad will have his car clinic, and we'll have the stories making auto news headlines this week. That and more just ahead on today's live 4-hour In Wheel Time Car Show for Saturday, May 1st, 2021. Today's In Wheel Time is sponsored by Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Bayway Chevrolet, and Bayway Lincoln. Howdy, along with Mike Out of This World Mars, King Conrad DeLong, Jeff Zekin, and our chief engineer, David Ainsley. I'm Don Armstrong. So glad that you could join us today. You know, we're right on cue. Unfortunately, we didn't have the microphone out there so we could hear the national anthem. Everybody has stopped, and now the national anthem is over with, and I'm a heel. So I apologize for that. I did not know that they were going to do the national anthem. Otherwise, I could have integrated it into the program.
I think you're excused.
Yeah.
You're
So
excused.
once again, Don has screwed up.
You're excused.
So our guest in the remote studio today is Mr. Barry McGuire, and this guy here, I want to be him because he has a really crazy automotive show called The Crazy Car Show. And
well, not exactly.
you know,
it's TV, and it was called Car Crazy.
I'm sorry, Car Crazy. I have that written down
yeah.
here.
And I did it for 18 years.
Yeah.
But I ended finally about 5 years ago and got a life back again. But we traveled the world for 18 years.
Well, you know, because I watched it on YouTube and I thought, That's a great show. I really enjoyed
thank
it.
you. Well,
yeah,
thank you very
yeah,
much.
yeah. I'm surprised that somebody like Motor Trend hasn't picked that up.
Well, we were way before Motor Trend. We were on Speed Vision when it first started, and then that all got picked up by
Velocity?
By Velocity, and of course that was Discovery Network, so they took us worldwide. We had a massive audience. Did it for 18 years. And our ratings jumped the last year about 20% more. It was just growing. But, 18 years is a long time to do a show. I'm not a kid anymore, and I actually wanted to start going to some other shows. It was keeping me from going to shows like this.
Right.
For a lot of years, I couldn't come here to
you
Keels
had to
and
be
Wheels because I
somewhere
was
for
doing my
work,
show.
right.
Yeah.
But your show is the kind of show that I would watch.
Well,
because it was fun, it was laid back, and it was really well produced.
Well, it's because you like the people, and we were focused on the people and the passion of the hobby rather than the idiosyncrasies of the cars themselves,
right?
And trying to burn the tires and use foul language and all the stuff that goes. I don't get it, and I don't think that represents the car hobby.
No, it doesn't.
And
Well, at least it's certainly not the car hobby that I want to be in.
Well, I have seen the car hobby pretty well. I've traveled the world. Every weekend we are at just about every major car show in the world every weekend. Because our products are car wax, we work on Volkswagens, we work on Ferraris, work on the classics, so we go to all types of car shows. I don't know if anybody's been to as many car shows as we have been in the world of all types and descriptions. And I can tell you with some credibility that the car hobby is the same globally, and it is the most righteous group. I don't even understand it completely why the typical car guy worldwide is exactly the same. They're loving, they're
Passionate.
caring, they're passionate. They're family loving. They'll go the extra mile. If you're competing against them,
They'll help the other guy.
They'll help the other guy to win. And your car, I drive old cars all the time. I break down the road. I actually now I watch my watch, and I know it's going to be within 5 minutes. Sometimes within a minute before 2 or 3 car guys have stopped and are helping me and crawling into my car to help me fix my car. It's the world's greatest community, I do believe, and that's because of all the stuff that we tried to bring out in our show rather than this lower thing of crass. I'm sorry, I have a great problem, and that's not teaching our kids properly.
I agree.
Kids growing up in car guy families, they get a work ethic. Yep. They understand hard work. They respect what other people do. They look at adults in the eye. They talk to them. They learn math. I always say kids growing up in car guy families have a much greater opportunity for success in their lives.
Because they have to deal with all the different personalities out there.
Oh, yeah.
Of, the guy that drives the Ferrari or the guy that drives the Fiat.
Clearly.
They're all passionate about their brand,
so,
but everybody's got a little difference.
Interesting you thought of it because there was a few years back a lot of division between car guys. I'm a hot rodder. I'm the real guy. I'm a classic, and they look down at the kids driving the Japanese cars and have, and so
I drive a muscle car.
The reason we created Car Crazy was to do this worldwide. It was to say we all have the same passion.
Right.
We're all car crazy. It's a car crazy gene. You're born with it. You just have it. We have different types of cars that we love,
right?
But it's the same passion.
The batteries hosed us.
There we go.
There we go. We're back up and running.
Hubba hubba.
Okay. Well, welcome back.
Well, hey, here we are. It's
It's
live.
the In Wheel Time
it's
car
live
show.
radio, folks.
Yeah, that's
I've done live radio at a lot of car shows, and things happen.
They do.
Just-
They do
particularly
happen.
when it's raining like it is today, right?
Yeah, and I didn't help. I didn't contribute what I was supposed to contribute to, so I had to scramble. And
But as we were saying, it is this passion that drives the hobby, and it's universal, and it is righteous. I must say, it's righteous. It brings out the best in all of us, and that's why these car shows are such a wonderful experience. And we're all anxious to get back to car shows now because we've not had them for a year. We've been missing our family.
yeah, exactly.
You know?
So I want to know about Barry McGuire. Give me your background.
I was born and raised in Southern California, right in the middle of the car hobby. You
Yep.
know, it just happened.
Did Dad have an influence on what your passion?
Did that have? Well, yeah, you might say so. I mean, we were at the first car show that Bob Peterson put on at the Armory in L.A. My grandfather was there. I've talked to, now they're all gone, but back in the early days, I had people come in and say, I was at that show, and your granddad came by and put a spot on my car and showed me your product. I've used nothing but your products ever since.
Yeah.
You know. So I look at it. I've lived the car hobby. The car hobby started at the end of World War II, and it is now where it is now. It is crescendo, and I've experienced the whole thing. And when I first started reading Hot Rod magazine back, like 1950, I was most of us have, and then my heroes were of course Bob Peterson, but Blackie GG and George Barris, and of course the Garlits and Tommy Ibo and Garlits, all those. And it's the craziest thing, but eventually I got to meet them all my heroes, and then I had the opportunity to hang out with them. Then we became friends, then we became best friends. And so, like Carroll Shelby, best friend.
But
Bob Peterson was best friend. Last Autorama he went to, he and I walked Autorama together, Dan Gurney, the last event he had, he came to my house. That's
Did
the
you
last
know
thing
Wally
he did.
Parks?
Oh, did I know Wally Parks?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And we had him on stage at the Peterson Automotive Museum. We started a thing called the McGuire's Award, where another thing to bring the hobby together. We said we want to honor the person of the year for the collector car hobby. Nobody had ever defined what the collector car hobby is. It was just kind of loosely, what are car guys? And so we started working to define that.
Sure.
And they were all car guys. And so he said, let's define the car hobby by creating the Person of the Year award for the car hobby. So what we did is we brought in the 23 editors. Each one was a specialist in their field. The top person for hot rods, the top person for lowriders, the top person for classics, the top person for European classics, the top person for, you get the idea, 23. We brought them all together, and we brought in nominees all year long, and then they voted on the Person of the Year for the entirety of the car hobby, and we put it on at the Kodak Theater.
Oh, wow.
With 2 TV shows, red carpet, people came from 17 countries, and we honored the Person of the Year. I mean, it was a grand thing that we did for
Much
a lot
more
of years.
important than the Academy Awards.
Oh, as far as I'm concerned.
I think it's got a further reach because there's so many car
Well, it
passionate
was
people.
3,000 people, and they're all car guys, and we only allotted so many for each genre of the hobby, so we had the whole car hobby there. I must say, the first time I walked into the empty theater and walked on that stage, I about collapsed. I looked at that, how on earth are we ever going to do this? But we pulled it off, and it's on YouTube. You can actually go and see McGuire's Award on YouTube and get that idea. This really represents what the car hobby is in one collective form. It's the only time that's ever been done where everybody's come together, But so I have some perspective. I always say I have some perspective of the car hobby and what's made it great. And I think it's the people more than the cars. As beautiful the cars is, but the people, and everybody will tell you that. To the greatest collector, they'll say the car hobby is about people.
So let's talk about the namesake, obviously products of McGuire's.
Yeah, my grandfather started the company in 1901.
Oh, 1901.
1901.
I had no clue.
Yeah. I have a 1901 car in my garage, and I have the newest Ford GT. I have the older one too, but sitting side by side, I'd say, we're the only company in the world that's been making products from here, 1901 to here. And here's the interesting thing: my granddad was. The market for car wax, I got to tell you, in 1901 was a little limited.
You think?
The Oldsmobile curved gas.
So his focus was on furniture polish, and he was obsessed with creating a perfect finish on black lacquer furniture. As it happened, he was in Indiana, and over half of all the horses carriage manufacturers were in the state of Indiana, over 150 of them, and they all painted their cars with what?
Black lacquer.
Black lacquer. And so people started taking his furniture polish without his permission and putting it on the carriages, and his furniture polish became a carriage polish. So then he moved out to California, to Pasadena specifically in 1913, having no idea that just selling the painters, a lot of those become professional and car guy painters. They're painting the trick paint jobs for car guys. And so when the car hobby took off, when they got the trick paint jobs, all their painters told them, and use Meguiar's to keep this finish looking.
Right.
Let me interrupt for. There's a gentleman standing behind you. Wanted me to show you this picture.
Okay, it just faded on the screen. I can't see it. All right.
Good time.
Pardon me for this commercial announcement. Oh yeah. Oh, that's. I love that. So it just makes my eyes tear up. It's a beautiful shot of all of our products in the hood of his car.
On a boat. It's a boat.
Oh, it's on the boat. Is the boat here?
No, we've been showing boats here since.
Oh.
This is what I bought for my grandson.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate your support.
That's fantastic.
So I want to continue on.
Now
with
you
the
go.
Yeah.
from-
So anyway, what I'm so proud of is that today, if you talk to car guys, what we're most famous for, it's putting a perfect finish on black paint.
Yeah.
And that makes me so glad. I honored my granddad starting in 1901. Now we're in 2021,
Yeah.
120 years later, and we're still known for what he was known for in 1901.
Well,
and that's awesome because black is tough. I mean,
Well,
it shows everything.
Yeah, no other car wax company demonstrates on black. We only demonstrate on black because you get it right on black.
You
all
get
of
it
our
right
cars,
on everything,
All of
yeah.
our cars are worldwide are black.
Well, I use the gold car wash. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
the gold class. Yeah.
Yes,
well,
yeah.
that's you. Very good choice.
Thank you very much.
Well,
Yeah.
he has a black Corvette.
Our goal is you get your black car out in the sun, and you look down. If there's any scratches, you'll see them immediately.
Oh, absolutely.
And to create a perfect finish where all you see is the sun without any halos or spider webs or what holograms, what do you want to call it? Where you just see the clear reflection of the sun. That's what we're known for. When we pick best paint at car shows, we do that a lot.
That's
we
how
walk
you do it.
around. We just get on the opposite side of the sun on the car
Yep.
on the other side, and we'll walk by cars all day long, and they just scratch and scratch and scratch, and then we'll find the 2 or 3 in the whole car show that have this perfect reflection, and that's what we'll give our award to. But let me
That's
tell
what
you,
you're looking
that's
for,
not
yeah.
just product. A car
time
at
and
that
effort.
level
Yeah.
involves a person who loves his car or her car, because gals are car guys too.
Oh,
know,
yeah.
just
Now, are
about.
you still involved with the company at
Oh
all?
yeah, I'm still President McGuire's. I'm still peddling car wax all these years,
I love
man.
it.
And I'm having more fun now than I've ever had. You know,
That's
it's a
Well,
wonderful.
you got to
hobby.
meet us. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's
there's
right.
that.
Lord, you can take me now. I finally arrived for wheel time. You know?
No.
Okay, the crescendo of my life.
I'm sitting next to you. Don't do that.
Yeah. So, have you had a chance to look at what's out here
Well,
yet?
normally I would have been out here, at the crack of dawn and looking at the cars. I love the cars so much, but I couldn't tell when the crack of dawn was
Yeah, I
this
know.
morning.
yeah,
I'm still looking for it, actually. It's 10:15.
It'll be here in a couple hours.
And a number of cars are still undercover.
So
Will-
me and
will
my
you be
friend
here
are
tomorrow?
judges, and they're out there slumping around in the rain. I said, I don't have to judge.
Yeah.
You will be here tomorrow as well.
Oh, absolutely. They asked me to be a judge, I said, I can't. I learned long ago I can't do that because I get out there and judging, and every guy in that class comes up to me, I've only that car's never seen anything but McGuire's. Like I should pick them because they're using our products. And everybody, and then when I don't pick them, they're mad at me. I just start.
Yeah,
I
you
can't
can't win
judge.
that game.
No, I can't win that.
So
That doesn't work.
I got to ask you this because I've always wanted to ask this. Do you have like a laboratory that you develop all of these
Laboratory.
Oh,
chemicals?
that's the fun part.
The laboratory.
Because
yeah.
you never hear about that
Yeah.
part of the company.
Oh,
R&D
well,
side.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously have a staff of people that do nothing but
Well,
are in there
of
polishing
course.
carriages.
But I must tell you, for about 70 years, it was my dad and me.
Was he a chemist?
No, my
No?
granddad was not a chemist. That was
trial
the
and error.
success of the company. I would say it's a little more in trial and error. My grandfather loved God, and he said, God, could you give me some inspiration here? And he started making a furniture polish without knowing how to make a polish. So he didn't have all the dictates. This is what you use.
He didn't know what he couldn't
He
do.
didn't know. It was like the bumblebee doesn't know that, or the hummingbird doesn't know he can't fly.
Yeah.
It's like he used unusual ingredients, okay, and he found a way to create glass. It's just unbelievable, and staying power without you. He didn't. My grandfather didn't want to use any wax or any silicone, anything like that would inhibit the painting repainting of the surface.
Right.
So until he died in 1950, we didn't do that. So he did to do it without those ingredients. Okay, so that was his thing. But what you do, you work in the lab and you create a little bottle about 3 ounces, okay, of stuff. And you work with little grams and stuff. You check a little more of this, a little more of this. Then you go out and you try it. You work on a black paint. No, it didn't wipe off right. I didn't do this. And then you get a comparison. You finally get up to, oh my, that rings the bell. Now you have to take that 3-ounce bottle and make thousands of gallons of it, you know.
Right.
So through
The formulation's
through the
pretty
early
critical.
years, now we have computers that help us with the calculator. Back then we used to do it with our
It's like making a
minds.
cake.
And you know, so you have different weights for liquids and solids, all that stuff. And I remember my dad and I, we'd pull a little draft off of that first big batch. If we had to use that batch, we couldn't afford it. We didn't have enough money, you know. And so, and when it matched, whew, that was some of the best times of my life. But yeah, we have the head of our chemistry was schooled by my dad. He was the head of Merle Norman Cosmetics.
Oh my God.
And so we interviewed a lot of people, and he just came. He was the cream of the crop. So he came to us, but we wouldn't tell him what was in our products, right?
Of course not.
No.
So my dad and I said we'll just see what he could do on his own. Now I'm the marketer, so my dad wasn't a marketer. He made the products, but I wanted to market to car guys, and so I started explaining that our products are like cosmetics for skin. They'll take dry paint and they'll nourish the paint. When you bring the paint back to life, it has vibrant color, you know. And I explain it. It's just like your skin. You nourish your skin back to right health. And so I use that same analogy. So here's the funny story. Gary'd been with us about a couple months, and I walked into the lab one day, and I looked over at the bench, and there was 3 different ingredients that were total family secrets, okay? I about had a heart attack.
Because he knew.
Well, but how?
Yeah.
So I left him, and I went and I called my dad. I said, did you tell Gary about it? No, you wasn't. I didn't tell him. Well, how could he found out? There's nothing on the property. There's no way. I said, well, I'll go back and ask him. So I walked back in, and I didn't look at him. I just walked around the lab. I didn't want to make any big deal. This is like, what on earth is going on here? I said, what are those over there? He says, you know what? He says, I don't know if we're working out, but you know, my background is cosmetics and nourishment of skin. And 3 of the ingredients, 3 of the raw materials I found that were the most nourishing for skin, I just thought I'd bring into the lab to see if it would have any relevance to car polish.
So he heard you make that analogy, and off he goes. And
Well, he did
that's
before. What he
before.
did.
No,
though.
I was using that analogy, whatever, for years. And then he comes, and now he confirms. Do you follow me?
Yeah.
Exactly what I was describing, that I saw what we did to paint, how we bring old, dry, faded-out paint to life. And he explained to me why we were doing it, and with ingredients that car wax companies don't use.
with
But
the
my
chemist's point of view.
yeah,
of
but
why
my
you're doing it.
grandfather was inspired to use them in 1901, but the Lord just inspired him. It's just
Yeah.
a crazy
Back
thing.
to you don't know what you don't know.
That's
Back
right.
to that analogy.
That's right. That's right.
And now
So-
you found a new category because you found out, hey, boat people use.
Well, yeah, we're the number one selling boat wax as well as car wax. And the boat field is wonderful, and I built that industry for our country, but it's a small field. It's a very limited market. There are a lot of cars.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I gravitated over and spent a lot of time. But I'm more boat guy than car guy. Don't tell anybody that. But
We won't.
I'm a beach bum. I love the sun. I'm in Newport Beach, California. I've been in boats all my life. I love the water. I swim every day. So, but don't tell everybody because they see me as a car guy.
have you seen some of the boats they have here?
Well, I'm going to
Going to-
today. But
Some stunners.
quite frankly,
Beautiful.
for obvious reasons, I haven't
Yeah.
got out
you
there
didn't,
yet.
You didn't get into Houston until late yesterday, right?
But yeah, I got it late
Yeah.
yesterday, so I didn't get to see them. But I love wood boats. I love the show because of the wood boats. It's always such a spectacular show for that reason. I love the old boats. They have a wood boat show up in Tahoe. I've been up to the Bay Harbor show up in Michigan where they have wood boats. But this is the best for having the two together.
Yeah.
It's just an amazing show.
The
And-
Keels and
craftsmanship.
Wheels.
yeah, it's just an amazing show. It breaks my heart for Bob. I've known Bob for a lot of years, and I just revere him. He's such a gentleman and kind heart, and we're all here because of Bob.
Yep,
when you get
Sure.
down to it.
Yeah.
And for it to be raining on this day, of course, is a very big disappointment. We're still going to have a lot of fun. though.
No,
Absolutely.
it's
Well-
not, it's, you can look forward to tomorrow because the rain's going to break.
You know, I
Tomorrow's
think
going to be
so.
a great
I
day.
think tomorrow's going to be glorious.
You got to take the good with the bad.
Yeah.
And right now we're
Yeah.
surviving.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, we're having fun, aren't we?
You are.
Barry, thanks so
We
much
are.
for stopping by. We really appreciate you.
God bless you guys. We're fortunate to be here with all the pain and struggle in the world, and even certainly across America, and so many people hurting. We're healthy. Thank God for our health, and we
Yep.
can be here. Thank God for the car
Fact that
hobby.
we're
Amen.
blessed enough
Amen.
to be here in this mess.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys for having
Thank
me
you.
on. I
Really
so
appreciate you.
God bless you.
Barry
Bye-bye.
McGuire. He's with McGuire's and here at Keels and Wheels. Time now for this hour's car review here on the In Wheel Time Car Show. You got a chance to drive the 2021 Mercedes-Benz E450. Available trim levels? Well, this is it. The 4MATIC Coupe, four-wheel drive coupe. This is a small two-door coupe. Seats 4 passengers. Exterior changes from last model year. This is all new in 2020. What I liked about it, exterior features include that classic fastback, long hood, sexy kind of car. Pinstripe grille. Yep, pinstripe grille with oversized Mercedes-Benz emblem sticking right there in the middle of it. Sculpted side panels with bulging wheel openings. Dual exhaust with 4 openings built into the lower valance out back. What I liked about it, the overall look, fast and sexy. Nothing could use improvement on that. Interior highlights include a modern 4-place leather seating area. Absolutely gorgeous dash with a 2.5-foot long display.
Wow.
2.5 feet long.
Wow, that's
oh
awesome.
my God. It was
All of
just
its touchscreen?
It's all the way across the dash.
Yeah.
class cockpit control surfaces. You really need to get schooled in its control functions because there's so many of them. If you're a tech person, oh my gosh, this has got your name
You
written
live in the car.
all over it.
Live in it.
What I liked about it, well, the technology, needless to say, is in abundance there. You want to impress anybody, just go there and work the controls like you know what you're doing because we know you don't.
And you know I'm so techie.
What could use improvement? Well, for me, is a little bit of tech overload. Maybe not for you. Get one and take a look at it. If nothing else, go to the dealership and take a look at that interior. And
Look at
then,
the dash. Look at the technology in the dash. Holy moly.
3-liter, 6-cylinder, paired with a mild hybrid system called EQ Boost.
EQ Boost.
EQ Boost.
More tech.
362 horsepower, 369 pound-feet of torque. 9-speed automatic transmission. Now, the Monroney that I had, the window sticker that I had, did not give the current mileage rating. But I can tell you that I got 29.8 miles per gallon over 472 miles.
That's pretty good.
Plenty of power.
Yep.
What could use improvement? There isn't any. If you want to get more horsepower, you can upgrade to an E53, which is 429 horsepower, or the E63, which is 603 horsepower.
Hold on tight.
You'll
Yeah, but I
never-
think you give up a little fuel economy as you
Is
go up
his
in the power.
microphone on? Because I really can't hear him very much. Oh,
Yep, I'm on.
Okay. All right. Very good. Move it to your head. Ride and handling.
Tilt your head back.
I love the adjustability of it. What could use improvement? Well, that's a question mark and the Mysterians because I don't know what could use
Dun,
improvement.
dun, dun.
Base trim price $67,450. Prices tested $85,849. Base model price $64,950. So you get the point. Now, as far as competition is concerned, I really couldn't find a one-on-one competitor that was exactly like this. The BMW 8 Series, kind of close, but much bigger. $87,900 is where it starts. The Lexus RC 350, $45,150. And the Mercedes-Benz AMG GT for $115,900. And that, my friend, is my review of the 2021 Mercedes-Benz E450 4MATIC Coupe.
Coupe.
It's kind of a Mercedes-Benz day, isn't it?
Let's look at the cruise-in calendar, shall we? I know that
Alrighty.
you've got something in that department.
I thought we kind of already did cruise in, but let's look at a
No,
few
you
things.
did cruise-in. I didn't ask you to do cruise-in.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll go. We'll look at some of the stuff that's coming. Saturday, May 15th is Speed Advocates Ride and Find. They're doing a rally scavenger hunt style event with 5 checkpoints and several objectives to complete on the checkpoints. You know, a little bit like what Richard did with his trip to Las Vegas, where you got to stop and get pictures of things.
Isn't it like,
along the way?
the card run where you stop and get like a
Right,
okay.
right. Yeah, poker run.
Poker run.
Yeah. So, but this one's going to be a scavenger event. And then remember the 19th annual Ed Big Daddy Roth's Ratfink reunion in Manti, Utah is going to be June 3rd.
That's just
some
a
cool
hop,
stuff.
skip, and a jump.
Hey, it's a car thing.
And it's Ed Roth, so how could you go wrong?
And I imagine Barry McGuire has been to that at some point in his career.
No doubt. You know, I had a pen here, but I guess I don't anymore.
You want mine? I think
Somebody
it blew away.
stole my pen.
It blew away.
All right. Okay, so that is it for this hour of the In Wheel Time Car Show. In Wheel Time Car Show streams on Facebook, YouTube, and InWheelTime.com. Podcasts are available on Apple Podcast, Spotify, Stitcher Radio, iHeart Podcast, TuneIn, Google Podcast, Pandora, Amazon, and Podcast Addict, among others. The In Wheel Time Car Show continues right after this quick break.
Tell you about a locally owned and operated group of dealerships called Bayway. Bayway owner Daryl Wisniewski is born and raised right here, and he knows Houstonians better than anyone. Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram, Bayway Lincoln, and Bayway Chevrolet are managed by Lincoln Stahl. And when you get to know these guys, you'll want to become part of the Bayway family too. Feel good that you're part of Houstonian-owned Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.com, BaywayChevrolet.com, and BaywayLincoln.com. Remember the name, Bayway.
I have a mic up. There we go. Now I got a mic up. So welcome back. We're getting ready for the hour, half hour, number 5?
Hour, half hour.
We're 2
hour,
hours
half
in,
hour.
2.5 hours in.
Yeah. Anyway, can I go ahead and start now?
Please do. Well, you were off mic, so I figured we had to fill the air with me. Love you, Don.
Let me tell you about a locally owned and operated.
There's that. I didn't touch anything. Somebody must have jiggled the wire.
Raindrops.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it. So at any rate, I just wanted to remind everybody that we are celebrating 10 years of award-winning car talk. It's the In Wheel Time Car Show, your weekly go-to, all things automotive place. Today, coming to you from the 25th annual Keels and Wheels Concours d'Elgance at the Lakeland Yacht Club in Seabrook, Texas. Along with Mike Out of This World Mars, King Conrad DeLong, Jeff Zekin, Chief Engineer David Dainsley, I'm Don Armstrong. And, by the way, the president of the In Wheel Time the president of the In Wheel Time fan club is here. His name is Jeffrey Heitzman. And thank you very much for being you and coming out and enjoying the lovely weather that we're having today.
Are we going to interview Jeff?
We could. I don't know why, but we could. The medley. Yeah, the medley. Anyway, do we have the announcer available?
I'm texting him.
Okay. So I'm sure he's running over here now. But in the meantime and in between time, you know, the theme here is the Ford versus Ferrari.
The movie, and the movie cars are here.
And the movie cars are here. And earlier in our show, we got to interview Billy Stabila. Whatever.
Stabila.
And anyway.
Like stab.
I'm going to call him
Stabila.
Billy Stabile. And he owns a company called Hollywood Movie Cars. And he's the one that supplied the cars for Ford versus Ferrari. All of them, as a matter of fact.
Actually
Not
went
just,
out and built them.
Well, the actual race cars, yes. And according to him, they are actual race cars. However, the one big difference is almost all of them have LS motors in them. That's okay.
And the firing order is 8675309.
Hey, that's exactly what it is.
5309.
Who sang that?
Don't get me lying, but we do that song. We do it.
Who sang it?
Jenny. Right now, Kenny sings it in our band.
No, I'm talking about originally.
I can't remember.
Tell us, Don.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm asking you.
I have no idea.
We'll call it Kenny.
I can sing the song to a degree, but you don't want to hear me do that.
No, I do not want you to do that. Anyway, we're here at the 25th annual Keels and Wheels. It's a rainy Saturday here in Seabrook, Texas. It's a shame because I know that it's keeping the crowds away.
Yeah, it is.
Everybody's waiting for, the rain to break. And
And
I
the
have
wind-
to tell you that the rain has lightened up significantly.
But the wind's picked up.
the wind has picked up a bit.
But that may be
means
what's
you're-
blowing the rain
that's
out.
the good thing is you're on the other side of the
and
storm.
it helps sailboats.
It
Yes,
help-
and sailboats need help.
So
Well,
who
I
is it?
well, I think we're trying
Yeah.
to figure out who
It's-
sang the
yeah,
song.
yeah.
Jenny.
Jenny.
Jenny's the name of the song.
Tommy
Two-Tone.
Two-Tone.
Tommy Two-Tone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not Tommy Toon. That was the
No.
dancer out of Houston.
Don't get me started.
We have to get Gabriello back over here.
There you
No,
go.
we're not. Yeah, looking like Don Armstrong.
With the pumps.
Anyway. So today we're going to have an expanded show. We're going to go all the way till 12 noon.
Oh, my.
Or should I say we're going to go all the way till 12 noon.
Wait, I am all wrinkly because of this weather.
Are you?
Oh, you're blaming the weather?
The weather. The weather has
I'm
made
just
me
all wrinkly 'cause I'm
and,
60 plus.
and it blew his hair off.
It blew my hair off.
You
and
parted
I'm all
your hair.
wrinkly.
It was a heck of a storm.
I'm all wet.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Deacon's
that.
got a 6-inch part in his hair. From ear to ear.
know-
We needed to give Fernando, the groundskeeper here at Lakewood, a shout out. Hey, Fernando, thanks for your help earlier.
Grass doesn't grow on busy streets.
Yeah, we didn't have any power, and we
We keep
currently
losing it.
still don't. But anyway, we're somehow recording and on the air and doing all the things that we do on a Saturday at this hour of the day. And a shout out also to our lovely Candace Thackeray up in Kansas City.
She wants to figure out how does she join the fan club. Candace, you are part of the fan club.
You just
because
didn't
you
know
tune
it.
in.
Well, it's family club. It's not a fan club. It's family. Everyone's family.
Okay.
Is that what it is?
That's what I'm
Family
calling it.
club.
I'm calling it that.
Well, Jeff's the president, so
Well,
that's really all that really matters.
It matters to him. Familia.
I tell you, the rain really has lightened up from what it was.
But
Now
the
it's
Yeah, it
just-
has. Now you
a
just
lot
get
more-
wet.
now-
By the way, we had hoped to have at this time Bill Warner, the chairman of the Amelia Island Concours judges, but
Flight got
he's probably
canceled.
out judging something.
No, flight got canceled. He didn't make it in last night.
oh, is that
Oh,
right?
boy.
Southwest canceled his flight and told him I think they were going to reroute him and he could have spent the night in St. Louis and then maybe come in sometime today.
And
And,
then
I
he
think
said,
he
"Skip it."
declined from that.
Yeah.
So he just stayed home.
Mosquito.
Oh.
I didn't want you to swell up.
Here,
I,
let me
I,
smack
I
it.
thought, I thought, I
Oh,
thought.
if I could have
that-
reached him, I'd have smacked him.
I thought that you were going to kiss it off of there.
No. I would have just smacked
oh boy,
you.
oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
You know it's
Anyway.
bad. You know it's bad when Jeff
trying to
says
fill time
says
here.
the word.
Oh boy.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Alberto.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
All of that.
That was
Hey,
isn't that
get
a
up
Jim Dunn sponsor? Oh boy, Alberto! Haven't they sponsored his funny car for years?
I should put McGuire's wax on myself because it
Wax
lusters
your
skin.
head.
Wax, yeah.
Make it shiny.
Buff it.
It would reintroduce all of those
Revitalize
elements to
it.
revitalize
Get
your
one of
head.
those Makita buffers and get after it.
Let Don do it and put a pinstripe down the middle of it.
My son pinstripes. I could have him do it.
We've lost
Are you
control.
done
Right.
now?
Not really, but yeah.
And it
We'll
is
go.
Ed Roth week, so
Can we
It is
move
Ed
on
Roth.
now?
Yeah, we're going to move on whether you like it or not. As a matter of fact, you know what we're going to do right now is we're going to do the Jeff Zekin pre-owned car of the week
Well,
that we
I gotta
skipped
get it
in the-
ready.
in
Hold
the-
on
in
a
the-
We
second.
did.
in
We
the-
did. We
in
gave
the
it
first
got
hour
it up.
because we didn't have time. Well, we've
I've-
got time now.
We had lots of stuff going on.
I
then.
have Conrad queued up, so I've got to take Conrad
You have
out
Conrad queued up.
on this week in
I'm not
automotive
exactly
I
sure
think
what
I'm
that
cute.
means.
Thanks, Jeff.
This
I-
week in automotive history was queued up. So
Okay.
I have to give this to Mr. Mars.
All right. Well, we'll just wait for you.
Yeah, just
but in the
wait.
meantime and
I'll
in
tell you
between
what,
time, I
Then
will
we'll
tell
go back to me. Just
I
since
will
you-
tell you this.
I'm going to get on camera. Hold on.
Yeah, you need to move
I
over
will
to
tell
here.
you this. The Ford and Stellantis account for most of the nearly 80,000 vehicles taken out of the North American production schedules last week due to the ongoing microchip shortage. I need to continue to remind you of that because dealership inventory continues to shrink, especially here in the Houston area. Oh, I've got a Mach-E on the
story.
well, I've got a story, but you not let me finish it because you're trying to finish my sentences, and that one didn't work for you this time.
I see what you're thinking.
So I've got a Mach-E coming to drive.
Oh,
Oh,
fun.
do you?
I do. Next month.
Lucky
So,
you. I think.
So
Ford
anxiety.
Motor Company this week will open order banks for the Mustang Mach-E GT and the Mach-E GT Performance Edition variants as the company continues the rollout of its first electric crossover. The Mach-E GT is going to start at $61,000, while the GT Performance Edition is going to start at $66,000. Both prices include $1,100 for shipping, of course.
It's always
Ford said that Mach-E GT will deliver 480 peak horsepower and 600 pound-feet of torque with an estimated 0 to 60 time of 3.8 seconds.
Oh, gosh.
The GT Performance Edition will be even more powerful, boasting 480 horsepower and 634 pound-feet of torque and 0 to 60 in 3.5 seconds.
Which is faster than
Speeding
most all of
bullets.
the other
Not.
Mustangs that were ever built.
The vehicles will look slightly different from other Mach-E models. The exterior will feature grille areas that are different in color from the rest of the exterior and will have illuminated pony badges. Ford said deliveries of both variants will begin this fall. Ford sold 6,600 Mach-E crossovers in the U.S. from December through March, and company officials say 70% of buyers are from outside the Ford brand, which basically are what they call conquests.
Well, we wanted an illuminated pony.
My Little Pony.
And I like the way you two have managed to hold hands over there. And I did notice it, but I was trying to ignore it.
I'm scared.
You should be. Time now for this hour's car review.
Nice.
It's the pre-owned car of the week. Jeffrey Zekin has it.
My paper's all wet, and I'm wrinkly. 2019 Ford Transit. It is you've got different styles. You've got a passenger, you've got a crew, and you've got a cargo. The available trim levels, Conrad, you can help out on this as well. You got a 150 XL, 150 XLT, 350 XL, 350 XLT, and a T350, which is the diesel version. Now, these are the low tops. You could turn them into cargos or passengers. They do make a high top, long wheelbase. They do make the diesel. The options that you have on that particular vehicle, high top or low top, are the sliding door options. It is classified as a van. Passenger seating, you've got either 5, 7, 12, 14, or 15 passengers in the vehicle, depending on if you get the high top or the low top. Folding mirrors, rear defogger, trailer wiring, and optional running boards. You can get running boards or not. It's up to you. It's your option. Maximum towing is 7,500 pounds, so this is a towing vehicle. Maximum payload is 3,790. Let's just call it 3,800. So it is a vehicle that you can use it as towing and cargo as the cargo area or the cargo conversion configuration. So I prefer the passenger with the seating. You've got interior upgrades package, which is optional. You can get some leather. It's a cloth leather combo. You've got sync navigation, 10-way power seats up front when you do get that option, 12-volt, 110-volt inverter, 7-inch touchscreen, 122 cubic feet in the cargo space available, which will fit my drum set. This is how I based everything. So that's good to get a DW set back there. The engine sizes, you've got actually three. You've got 3.7 V6, which is a 275 horsepower at 6,000 RPM. You've got 260 on the torque at 4,000 RPM. You do have a 3.7 turbo, which is 310 on the horsepower, 400 on the torque, and then you've got a 3.2 liter inline 5 turbo diesel on the small version. This isn't the big high top, at 180 horsepower and 350 on the torque. 6-speed automatic transmission, 15 miles to the gallon in the city, 19 highway with a combined of 16. It is a 25-gallon fuel tank. You can get propane conversions on these vehicles.
Really?
Yes, you can. Conrad should know that as well. 4-wheel ABS, traction control, stability control, 16-inch steel wheels on a 235/65/16 all-season tire. That is what it comes with. You obviously, you can change it at your convenience. The price of the ones that you can get are $33,000 to $42,000. Reviewed was about $36,000. 3-year, 36,000 mile, 5-year, 50,000 mile powertrain warranty across the board. Recalls on this, Michael. You've got 7 recalls. You've got an engine cooling system problem in the past. You've got airbag inflation problems with the module. You've got a transmission problem, seatbelt problem, restraint, seatbelt failure upon upright seats. The seat would not stay upright. They would collapse. and of course the roof glass shattering in certain configurations.
Yikes.
Now the trans was a U-joint failure, and the drive shaft would detach. So that's what we have on that. So that is my review of the 2019 Ford Transit, the end.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Very
There you
good.
go.
Very good.
All righty.
And I loved mine. Mine was I really enjoyed
The
my
high top?
Transit. Yeah, mine
Until
was
the engine blew up.
well, mine was a mid-length, mid-top. They offer three
They
levels.
do,
They
and
offer a low, a mid, and a
XL,
high.
XLT,
They
XLT,
offer
yeah.
a short, a mid, and a long,
We
and then
went
they
over that,
actually
yep.
offer it with the dual rear wheels as well, like a one-ton.
I did not know that,
Yeah.
and I should have put that in.
Yeah.
But I like it because you can convert it from either passenger or to cargo. Just take out the back seat.
Yeah,
Now,
very
and-
functional.
Yeah,
very,
very
functional,
functional.
and pretty comfortable
Yep.
to drive.
Yep.
And mine with the twin turbo EcoBoost was a beast. It was fun.
You
it was
need a
fun
beast.
to. It was fun to beat on.
You are a beast.
Oh, thank you, Jeffrey.
All right,
I
here we
appreciate
go.
that.
I got to get back to work.
Those two. Oh, well, you done now?
Well, we're waiting on you to come
Mr.
back because we know you had wandered off a little bit.
Oh, okay. All right. So Mr. Mars is going to have to come over here and tell me who
our next guest is.
Yes, if you don't mind.
Well, why don't you get
why
on
don't
a
you put
microphone?
put your microphone on? That would always be helpful.
And this is the voice of the concours.
This is the
All
voice
right.
of the concours. This is the man that.
There you go. Get as close as you can. We don't want to get you all wet.
It's Ed. How do you say your last name?
Lucas.
Ed Lucas.
Ed Lucas. No relationship to Lucas Oil.
It's a little too distant.
Oh, okay. All right.
Or Lucas McCain.
If you don't mind putting that on. Lucas McCain. There you go.
Lucas Electrical, the Prince of Darkness.
Oh, there we go.
Isn't it Ozzy?
Yeah, Ozzy's the Prince of Darkness, right?
So, welcome to Houston. We picked out a great day for you to come and visit.
I see that, and I'm thrilled to death to be here.
Pull that microphone just a little closer if you don't mind. Thank you. That's perfect. So, you do this for a full-time job?
It is literally a hobby over the years that has become
A full-time job.
full-time job.
Well, how cool is that?
It's wonderful because I had my first collector car when I was 14, and I've never lost the enthusiasm for antique and classic cars.
Well, car guys are car guys always.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We have gasoline in our veins.
Yeah, well,
And,
soon to
automatic
be
transmission fluid. Mine's red.
soon to be electrical, but yes, and hopefully, and I don't think that our gasoline motors will be going away anytime in our lifetime
in our
for
time.
sure.
I hope not.
No, and I don't think that they ever will, to be honest with you. But so tell me about you. Where are you from?
Detroit, Michigan,
Woo-hoo!
motor capital.
Woo-hoo! So is he.
Blood.
Yeah, there you go. Really?
Michiganders.
Did you grow up in Detroit?
North of Detroit in a town called Port Huron, the easternmost
Yeah.
city in Michigan.
Isn't that kind of the thumb?
That's exactly right.
The thumb of
Yep,
Michigan.
It's right there. I couldn't wait to get to Detroit.
I couldn't wait
Join-
to get out.
Well, back when I was going to Detroit to the car shows and the car clubs were headquartered there, several of them, Antique and Automobile Club of America and the Classic Car Club, it was a relatively safe destination. That's changed somewhat today.
Yeah, a little.
But cars have just been fascinating to me since I was 14.
What did you do for a living before you did this?
Well, my first job out of college was at the Detroit Institute of Cancer Research. I was in cancer research and medical research for 2.5 years. Then I joined TRW on the basis of my customer relations and public relations degree. And I was in the Automotive Worldwide group at TRW in Detroit, calling on car manufacturers and engine manufacturers all over the world.
Wow.
And that was
What
almost
a
20
great-
year,s and I loved it.
I was just going to say, well, that
I love
in
it.
itself is a great job.
But in the meantime, I was buying and selling and restoring antique and classic cars, which was my hobby. My dad thought I was nuts, but I managed to get along and had a number of wonderful cars. Went to college at Michigan State, restored 13
Spartans.
cars while I
Yeah.
was there. Yes, sir. Then went to graduate school at Stanford and studied medical research.
So did your father get you into? You said he wasn't very supportive at the time, so this is something you created rather
Yes.
than having someone work with you to develop your skills and.
The short answer, did my father get involved? No.
Okay.
He was in law enforcement all his life. And he thought that I was...
You should go into law enforcement.
Exactly. Okay. Exactly. And then later, when I wanted to, he talked me out of it.
So you were a rebel.
So you are the MC at these events.
I have worked at 20 or 30 different concours, car shows, and parades around the country for 30 years. Some have come and gone. Others are repetitive, like Amelia Island, where I've been the MC for 23 years.
Wow.
I was here for 7 years with Bob Fuller, who's a wonderful man
Yes, he
and
is.
a wonderful friend. Then I was away for 2 years, came back 2 years ago, and last year, of course,
Just in time
it was
for
We
COVID.
skipped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I love the cars. The car shows are amazing. You meet fabulous people like Barry Maguire, who I've known for years, and Frank Campanelli.
And now
Detroit.
you can say you know us.
There you go.
I was just getting to that.
Yeah, right.
Nothing like wheel time.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Well, thank you. So what do you do when you come here? I mean, do you have to familiarize yourself with all of the cars? Clearly in a show like this by an invitation-only kind of concours. So the personnel, the people, the owners change every year.
Yes, that's correct. You see different cars. Some concours have a 3-year limit. If you're here 1 year, you don't come back for another 3 years.
Oh, wow.
Or you bring something different.
Right.
There are car collectors here from all over the country. Bob Jepson from Savannah, Georgia, with that fabulous Hork Roadster that's sitting out there. Mike Sullivan from Colorado with an Auburn Speedster, the best one I've ever seen. And it goes on and on. Doug Prey, who owns the Auburn Cord Duesenberg Company in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, will be here with the best Cord front-wheel drive sedan I've ever seen. You get to meet these people. They're wonderful. The cars are great, but car shows are also about people.
People, yeah.
And,
You bet.
and to know these folks is just a thrill for me. I grew up in the Detroit area, was the MC for the Meadowbrook Concours when it first started almost 30 years ago. I was very young, and I was there working with designers from all the design studios and the automobile companies. I was in awe of these people. They were like gods to me.
Yes.
Chuck Jordan, and it just goes on and on. I've been very lucky to be involved and know these folks.
So what do your duties include as the MC?
Generally, it's the awards program. When we have the winners, I announce the winners and do the boats here as well.
Right.
This is one of only 2 shows in America that I know of that have boats and cars. The other one is Bay Harbor in northern Michigan. But we have fabulous boats out here along with these incredible cars. Sometimes we do interviews with VIPs before, during, or after the awards program. I certainly want to talk to Bob Fuller. This is his 25th year.
Yes,
This
absolutely.
is a very special anniversary for Bob. He's the founder and chairman of this amazing event.
Yes, and rightly so. I mean, great guy. We've come to know him over the past few years since we've been doing the show. We've been on the air for 10 years. This is our 10th anniversary. So we got to know Bob early on and kind of elbowed our way in here. Hey, Bob, can we be a part of this? Yeah, come on down. And was always welcoming and always has
Gracious.
yeah
Gracious and accommodating
Yeah.
for
Absolutely.
everyone.
Yeah, and so we've squeezed ourselves in here to be a part of this because, like you said, it's really about the people. And we've had a wonderful opportunity here to meet Barry Maguire and the other people that are involved in the show. The one thing that I've truly was Billy Stabile, the movie car guy, and what a character he is, and to hear that side of our car business is new to me.
Providing cars to the movie
industry.
and TV sets.
Yeah, truly fascinating to think that movie producers come to him and say, "This is the movie that we've got."
I need 40 cars. Here's what we need.
Yeah, or we need your help in talking about what kind of cars we're going to show, because it's not only the cars that are featured, but the cars in the parking lot, the cars coming down the street or into the event or whatever the case may be.
That are all era correct.
Yeah. So that's been a real education as well.
I know exactly what you mean. I had a challenge several years ago in Detroit, and there are occasional movies made in Detroit where they need cars, and it's not too hard to find a restored sedan or roadster or whatever. But I got a call from Ford Motor several years ago from the Automotive Rebuilders Service Division of Ford Motor Company, and they wanted to do a calendar for the next year with 14 special cars that were the first year of manufacture for a feature that was introduced on a Ford car, like the first water pump, which was 1909, the first alternator, the first disc brakes in 1965, the first automatic transmission, which was actually on a Mercury called Mercle-Matic, and that was the toughest one to find.
Mercle-Matic.
Mercle-Matic. They were all recalled because they had a problem. And that was the end of Mercle-Matic, but I did find one. There was one in a collection in Detroit, and they wanted 12 months and a cover and a back cover. So we had to get 14 cars within 30 days, and that was a challenge.
So they called you because of your connection within the concours
Correct.
world.
Correct.
That you would know, if not exactly where the car is, know the people to get you to that car.
Correct.
So were most of them in the Detroit area, or were they all around the country? They just
No,
had to
most
send...
were in the Detroit area.
Wow.
The first year for hydraulic brakes at Ford was 1939. Other companies had been making hydraulic brake cars for years. Duesenberg introduced it in the 20s, but
for Ford,
it was 39.
Henry held back a little
Henry
bit.
held back. That's absolutely correct.
Couldn't you just go to Greenfield Village and pick them out, or is that what you did?
No. I went to private owners
Oh.
with these cars. Greenfield Village. You're talking about the Henry Ford
Right,
Museum,
which I'm thinking they would have those.
Well, they may have had some. Yes, they had the first 49 Ford after World War II, that new body style.
Right.
But they're reluctant to let them out, and generally they don't run. So they're there on display, but that doesn't mean
But they're on
run.
display too long, and that makes it a little difficult to get them to run because they can't take them out and drive them around a little bit and bring them back in.
Absolutely correct.
So you said your first car was a classic?
No, my first car was a 1931 Chevrolet 5-window coupe.
Okay.
I was 14 when I bought it.
14.
14. Interesting story, if you'd like to
We
hear
do.
a little
Sure,
bit more
yeah.
about it. I wanted to build a hot rod just like George Barris and the other hot rod builders were doing in California at the time. I had all the hot rod books I could find and Hop Up and Carcraft and so on and so forth. So I found this 31 Chevrolet 5-window coupe. My uncle was a body man, and we chopped it 4 inches, channeled it over the frame, Z'd the frame, put a Cadillac V8 in it, a 52 Cadillac that I got. And my father said, "Well, you're only 14. You can't get a driver's license."
And your father's a cop, so he
My
knows.
father was sheriff in St. Clair County.
He
And
might have a look at that.
Now,
yeah.
Dad had a farm outside of Port Huron, and you could get a farm driving license.
There you go.
Ding, ding,
Bingo.
ding.
My mother said, "Get him a license."
Yes,
now that
ma'am.
was supposedly on the way to and from farm work during daylight hours. Well, one of the deputies stopped me one night after dark. I was driving the car and gave me an escort back to the jail. We lived in the jail at the time. That's where sheriffs lived back in Michigan then.
Right.
And I sold that car when I was 17 and went to college. I saw it again when I was 21. I'd love to find it today. It's got to be out there somewhere. But it was that was my first car. It wasn't a classic. It was just an old car then. And I had saved enough money to buy it. Went on to several other cars after that. Bought and sold and restored 13 cars while I was in college at Michigan State.
So
now
you
you know the rest, and here I am. You know the rest of the story.
You were an only child.
No, I had a sister.
Okay.
I had a sister who was not a car enthusiast.
I was going
and
to say, did
somewhat,
she have the same opportunities, the license early, and learning how to drive?
Actually, no.
Okay.
So you were the spoiled kid.
I was the first one. You're correct.
Yeah.
See, I'm the fourth of a litter of four. I'm the youngest, so.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, my condolences.
I'm sure the rest of your family appreciates you calling it a litter.
In Detroit.
A litter.
A litter.
But that Chevrolet Coupe, as a matter of fact, I brought a photo of it today to show Barry McGuire, Mr. Hot Rod.
Oh,
There you go.
And I'd love to find the car someday.
Car crazy.
He is car crazy, and
Yeah, all of us
the
are.
rest of us are too.
Yeah. Well, we
Just-
are.
He's quoted the phrase, yeah.
He did. Yep.
Yeah. Well, it's great to talk to you.
It's a thrill for me to be here.
Well, do we have other guests? But they're not here yet, are they?
So we'll keep
We'll keep you
you
here.
on, Ed.
We'll keep on
See,
keeping
well,
on.
I'm trying to stay with the schedule
Sure.
because here's the schedule, Don. You know how that works. Here's the
Absolutely.
schedule. Here are the guests, right? And the problem is out here is that everybody's got something to do other than be on this show. So it's trying to gather them up. You know how it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So do you, when you're announcing winners, and I'm going to go to Detroit because a lot of names end with a vowel. Do you
Hey,
practice?
Wait a minute.
Do you practice their names before you announce them? Are you sure of their enunciations? Because I could train wreck anybody's name.
Well, you're very astute because I ask for an entry list beforehand so that I can look at the names, and there are always some that I stumble on or that I haven't seen before. There's a car owner named Papadopoulos, and there's a husband and wife judging team at a show.
Papadopoulos, not Giorgio Papadopoulos, is it?
No.
Okay.
No. There's a judging team, husband and wife, Barbara Kefalonitis. And there are other names.
Ouch.
So you've learned the correct pronunciation
Yeah.
to all of them.
Put some ointment on that.
Well, you don't want to be embarrassed repeatedly.
Right. Oh, no.
And I stumble enough that you try to avoid it. But I get a car list ahead of time.
Look at this one.
And
Zekin.
Yeah, there you go. Good Detroit name.
Yep. Wheel time.
But I find it interesting that because when you do have to announce somebody to the crowd, you definitely want to make sure the enunciation is correct. And with you doing this for so many years, I'm sure you've rolled out a few grenades in your time.
I have indeed. Luckily, you see a lot of the same car owners that are passionate about their automobiles over and over at different concours. And so you know a little bit about the car. Some shows allow an interview of the owner for a minute or a minute and a half. Others have time constraints that you just announce the owner and talk about the car for a minute without the interview. And it works both ways. I love to talk to owners about their cars because they've all got stories. And the way some of these cars have survived is unbelievable. We have a Hort belongs to Bob Jepson out here that went to Russia after World War II.
Oh, wow.
Spell it, Hort.
Horch. There's two pronunciations. High German is Hort, Low German is Horsch. So that car went to Russia, came out through Poland 30 years ago, wound up in Germany, restored by the top Erdmann and Rossi restore in Europe. And Erdmann and Rossi is a very prominent German coach builder that existed in Germany before World War II. They've all got incredible stories. How they survived. You walk up to a restored car and people say, "Where'd you ever find a car like that?" Well, when I found it, it didn't look like that.
Yeah.
$100,000 later or $200,000 later, it looks brand new or better.
The Corvair that I bought, it was drug out of a field. And so I can relate to that. I spent a lot of money on it and a lot of time and getting it up to a point
But it's
where
that's the passion, as Barry talks about the people and their passion for their cars.
Ed, it's great to talk to you. Thank you so much for stopping by. It's
My
great to meet
thrill.
you.
It's wonderful to be here. Thank you for being part of this show. And hopefully our weather will clear up.
Thank Bob
it
Fuller.
will.
It's always fun to talk about the cars.
And a
the
fellow
people.
Detroiter.
I love it. Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right, we've got more of the in-wheel time. It's going to be a bonus hour of In Wheel Time coming up right after a
Houstonian
quick break.
owned Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the most sought after models in the Houston area today. When you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, you now have a place to go. General Manager Lincoln Stahl guarantees Bayway will beat any competitor's written price on the new vehicle you choose or pay you $1,000. Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is easy to get to on Highway 225 near Beltway 8 in Pasadena. Whether it's online or in person, you're welcome like one of the family. Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.com.
From the 25th annual Keels and Wheels Concours d'Elegance, this is the In Wheel Time Car Show. On today's expanded live show, an extra hour for you, and we've got some more celebrated guest dignitaries and participants in this weekend's concours, along with a couple of surprises. We'll also have a couple of stories making auto news headlines this week. That and more just ahead on today's live bonus hour of the In Wheel Time Car Show for Saturday, May 1st. Today's In Wheel Time show, sponsored by Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Bayway Chevrolet, and Bayway Lincoln. Howdy, along with Mike Out of This World Mars, King Conrad DeLong, Jeffrey Zekin.
I've got a question.
Hold on. Jeffrey Zekin, David Ainsley,
All
I'm
right.
Don Armstrong.
David
Question?
and I are wondering, you said bonus twice. We get a bonus, David, for this? There's a bonus hour.
Yeah.
We get a bonus in this hour. I'm in.
This is the bonus hour.
Oh, the bonus. I thought we were getting bonuses.
Bonus hour.
Bonehead.
Always a hair joke, isn't it?
It is a hair joke because you have none.
That is the joke.
Paul, is it you?
Yes, sir.
Pull that microphone up a little bit closer if you don't mind. Just bend it right off. There you go. Thank you so much.
Perfect.
Paul, have we ever met?
Yes, sir. I think we have. Seems like I interviewed with you guys a few years ago.
I was just going to say a few years ago, but it's been a while. Well, of course, this is the first year from the COVID. We're back again. Paul Merriman, he's the co-founder of Keels and Wheels, and his focus, from what I understand, is boats.
That is correct.
Yep. So you're the boat guy half
Keels.
of this.
The keels.
The keels part, yeah. Now, does everybody know what a keel is, the keel of a boat? Yeah, I'm getting some feedback
Hopefully.
or something here. Is that speaker up a little bit too loud there, Mr. Mars?
be.
But at any rate, Mr. Merriman, it is a pleasure to have you here once again, and thank you.
It is certainly my pleasure to be here with you guys.
You know,
We're
the
glad
weather
you're back.
sucks. The weather's terrible.
Well, unfortunately, we didn't get the best weather we've ever had, but everybody's still enthusiastic.
But you
So-
know
And,
what?
and it's getting better.
So we look down the street over here, and we go, wait a minute, there's a lot of people here. There are a lot of people here. Not only the people that actually are working the event at Lakeland Yacht Club, but people that are walking here ready to enjoy all of the cars and the boats that are here. So let's talk about the boats for a second. Even though it says in wheel time, those boats probably were wheeled over here on a trailer, be my guess. At least most of them.
Most of them were,
Yeah.
yes.
Some might have been sailed in here, but yeah. I remember, I guess it was 2 years ago, that we had actually a wonderful yacht. I mean, it was a big yacht owned by an older couple, and they invited me on board, and I was stunned at the craftsmanship. This was a boat, I can't tell you the name of it, but it was big, and it was wooden, and it was stunningly beautiful. And to see the craftsmanship that go into these wooden boats that you've got out here, truly amazing.
I think the boat's probably back again this year. It would belong to the Blair family.
That's it. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No, it is a beautiful. It's a 1941 63-foot Elco, built in upstate New York, New Jersey, back in the day. That particular boat was commandeered during World War II.
That's right.
And served there. And then when it came out, then new owners got a hold of it and restored it, and the Blairs bought it about 25 or 30 years ago.
So it was a purpose during World War II that they needed that boat? That's why it was commandeered?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Was it because of the length or the operational part of it?
Well, probably a little bit of both, but there were hundreds of boats that were commandeered during that period of time.
Wow.
Just if they used what we would now call Coast Guard boats,
Okay.
but they were used as Coast Guard patrol boats.
Because
during
they
that
were
time.
already built, and they weren't going to be able to build the inventory they needed to do the work they needed as quickly
That's
as
understandable.
they could.
I had a
Okay.
chance to go down to the engine room. Wow. You talk about a detailed unbelievable thing down there that powers that boat.
It's the boat's jewelry box.
It is
the engine of a car. Would be the jewelry box.
That is exactly right. Yeah, I mean, stunningly beautiful. You know, I mentioned earlier that there's some boats here that most of them, Chris Craft, for instance, there are those names that are familiar to you. But there are some motors, engines in some of these boats that are out there, at least have been in the past, that I was like, I've never heard of such a thing. Where do you get a part for a motor like that?
Well, fortunately, there are some outlets scattered around the United States that still have some of the old, and they were actually, some of the real old exotic boats used aircraft engines.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yeah, Rolls Royces and Lycomings and that sort of thing.
Right.
They were converted for marine use, and most of them were converted during the war period. So, as they started building boats after the war, then they took all of these old engines and converted them to marine use and put them in the boats.
I never knew that. How interesting.
Well, when you think of an aircraft engine, for some reason, I always think of the big rotary engines.
The
radials.
Right.
And they made quite a few of those, but they weren't the ones that they were in the boats.
No.
And we had a guest on at one of our events that rebuilt rotary engines. It was over at the Tailpipes and Tacos.
Yes, we did. Yeah, as a matter of fact, you're right. But so the other thing that was stunning to me, I think was probably our last conversation that we had a few years back, is the craftsmanship into these boats. These are all hand-built boats for the most part. They may have an assembly line, but somebody bent that wood. They cut that wood. They made that wood to fit and make it watertight.
And that's exactly right. I've been in the process over the last 7 years of restoring a 1929 hacker craft, which were built in upstate New York.
It's a hacker craft?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Never heard of it.
But I needed a new cut water, the chrome piece that goes, down the bow.
Yeah, right.
The factory's still in business, and they're still building replicas of those old boats that they built back in the 20s. And I talked to the factory supervisor and told him that I needed a cut water, for this, 1929 24-foot hacker, and I gave him the serial number and all that. And he said, "Now, Mr. Merriman, you know that we build each one of these boats by hand." And I said, "Of course I do." And he said, "There are no two of them exactly alike. Even in today's modern production, they're still so handcrafted that there are no two perfect." So I thought I could just order a cut water.
A part.
And he said, no. He said, we have to have the boat to custom fit this V that goes
What
in the
did you
front.
do?
Well,
hauled it up there?
I'm in the process of making a mold for the bow.
Oh,
I'll ship him the mold, and then he will have his
very cool
steel people fabricate it.
What are you making the mold out of?
Cardboard and fiberglass.
So you're doing this yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. Conrad talked to a guest earlier about the exotic woods that are in the boats themselves. Do you find that in something about judging?
Is that I mean, understanding that a lot of that wood today you're not allowed to bring back into the United States.
Well, it's just extinct. There's just so much of it that they built the boats out of in the 20s and the 30s. There just is no more.
There are no trees left.
That's right.
Yeah.
And the rarity of some of these woods.
And then how does that affect the judging? If you've made a repair and you're using a different wood in repairing or rebuilding the boat?
It's taken into consideration because everybody knows it cannot be replaced.
Truly impossible to do that.
That's
to
correct.
replace it.
We can get real close. There's some of the exotic woods that the coloring will be off. The grain effect may be pretty close. But with all the new stains and the technology we got, we can recolor the wood to make it match pretty close.
How did you hone your skills to be able to do that? I mean, that takes a lifetime to be able to do that.
It's just been a hobby. It's fun.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah, well, it's like us car guys. I mean,
so there.
Yeah, we do the same thing in a different way. Although there are some wooden dashboard pieces that I have seen created that you're going, I don't know how you did that. I could never do that. You know, there's a real skill involved.
Craftsman.
Yeah.
Did Bob Germany put a boat in this year?
Yes.
Okay, he's one of my next door neighbors, and every time he's got one of his boats out in the driveway, the crowd of neighbors come over to check out his stuff. And I know he's got 3 or 4 of them, I believe. And I know it seems like every year he brings a different one to the show.
Yeah, he's a real he's a Higgins collector. He has several of the Higgins boats.
Which the Higgins were generally a World War II produced boat that was mass produced, from what I understood, for landing craft.
For military purposes, yes. Higgins built probably 50, 75% of all of the landing crafts used during World War II.
Weren't they out of Louisiana?
Yes, they're right out of New Orleans.
Wow.
How did I remember that?
You've been to Mardi Gras.
No, yeah. No, I think that I actually watched a documentary on Higgins boats and those landing craft, especially those out of World War II. And quite fascinating. It has a story unto itself.
Yeah.
So there are Higgins here.
I think we've got 1 or 2 this year. We've had several in the past, but I think we've only got 2 this year.
What is the most popular boat to show in an event like this?
Either a Century or a Chris Craft.
A Century. They're still in business.
They are.
And Chris Craft is too.
No, Chris Craft is back out of business again.
They came back, and now they're back out.
That's correct.
Wow.
Century has done the same thing. They have been in and out probably 4 or 5 times over the past 20 years.
Just waiting for different investors to refund them to bring them back.
What seems to be the common problem with that? Because clearly if they're in and out of business on more than one occasion, there's a problem.
There's just so many boat manufacturers in the modern industry.
Did not know that.
Back when boating was in its heyday, back in the in the 20s and the 30s, and of course, right after the war, they got real popular in the 50s. But there were only a half a dozen manufacturers.
Now everybody and his mother.
Now there's hundreds of them.
Right.
So
but
it's hard to compete.
You would think that there would be a market because of all of the boats that were manufactured. But let's just use those 2 examples, Century and Chris Craft, that those two manufacturers would focus on older boats. The restoration market, and not try to compete in today's market. I mean, is that not feasible? Not feasible. You've got to have the volume to be able to support the restoration market.
That's correct.
Are there boat dealerships here representing? I mean, are there vendors here like that you allow to come in, like Bob's Marina or vendors that come in and sell boats? Do you have those folks here?
Yes, we've got. I think there's 4 this year. Manufacturers reps. They're here, dealerships that have boats on display.
Local for Texas or United States or
worldwide.
Worldwide.
Mm-hmm. Big
high-end boats.
High-end boats.
Yeah.
The exhibitors we have that are the manufacturers reps are the large cruisers. None of the small runabout boats.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I know. A number of years ago, my favorite boat we saw was there was a Riva out there with a twin V8 power plant that was kind of parked right there.
Mine is
my dream boat would be that boat. What a gorgeous piece! And Riva is Italian. What a gorgeous, just to look at the boat was pretty, kind of a dual seating area as well.
Mine's the SS Minnow.
The Minnow. Of course it would be.
Save up a couple of $1 million and you can own one of those Rivas.
Is that a Riva? Is that $1 million boat?
Mike could loan it to you.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. Prosperity Bank was here.
That's right.
So when you judge these boats, you have a team of judges that you bring in to judge these boats?
They're all boat people. They're
Okay.
either boat owners, boat restorers, people that are knowledgeable of the boats themselves. Yes.
So yeah, they have credentials. Do you have a Chris Craft specialist and you got a Century specialist, or do they kind of know their stuff with all of them and are qualified to judge all of them?
Yeah, basically, they're universally qualified. They know a little bit about all of the
Like
boats.
yourself.
And we'll have 1 or 2 people that are real specialists in a particular product. I'm a Century guy, So they call on me, and I go to shows all over the country, and they ask me to come, and if they have a problem with a Century boat, then they call me to try to resolve to see if this is really authentic or correctly installed and that sort of thing. But, you know, Centuries just happen to be my hobby, so I've kept up with them.
So have you always lived near the water or be part of the water, live on the water?
Always.
Always.
Yeah.
So
been here all my life. I'm 81 years old.
Okay. Well,
how did you
fantastic.
learn the Century as a brand? Because they probably had so many different models through the years. How do you get all of that in your head?
Well, you just got to like that particular product.
It's kind of like a Chevy guy, liking Chevys.
Actually, almost exactly. Chris Craft was what we consider the Chevrolet of the boat industry.
Okay.
Back, you know, in the 40s and 50s,
Yep.
and in their mass production days. They turned out a boat. It had 2 coats of varnish, and out the door it went. And they were mass produced. They could just build, hundreds of them a day by hand.
Right.
Century was what we call the kind of the Lincoln Continental of the industry.
Did not know that.
A lot of chrome, a lot of extra craftsmanship, little nicks and knacks, and you get an opportunity to walk down and take a look at some of it and compare up, a 1960s model Chris Craft with a 60s model Century, and you can see the obvious difference
In how dressed up the boat would be.
Yes.
Let me ask you, as you're judging, are these guys qualified to judge the engine as well?
Yes.
They are.
Yes.
So you not only know the body, the actual wooden craft itself, but you're also schooled and know about what powers it. And that's got the wrong air cleaner on it. That's got, a different color of paint than it's supposed to have. I mean, I'm just throwing this out there, but I'm using
That's the detail.
the detail of it as far as, a car guy, we'd want to know and make sure that it's got Chevy orange on the paint.
Okay. We do exactly the same thing in judging our boats. Most of these guys that are looking at these things, a lot of the old boats came with like 283 Chevrolets. And through the years, they've replaced it with a 350. And these guys know instantly, just at first glance to a novice, pretty similar engine.
Right.
But these guys know
They'll
instantly
check
what they've done.
the cylinder heads to make sure they're the right cylinder heads, the block numbers and stuff, just to know that it's period correct.
Now, what about the outboards? I mean, do you have outboards out there?
We have outboards out there. Outboards,
Evinrude's, Johnson's,
and Mercury.
Yeah. Are those the 3 main players?
That's the 3 players that all of us have. If you've got anything other than that, you've got a modern engine and you automatically lose 10 points.
Gotcha. All right.
But they didn't make Suzuki's and Hondas and that sort of thing.
Yes. Yeah, right. And so what is the oldest runabout out there that you have, if you know this? I know you haven't started just yet, but you probably were in on the registration of it. Yeah.
From an outboard point of view, or just from the old?
From the outboard point of view, and the reason I say that is because those 3 engines that you mentioned, they're specific to boating. I mean, you don't find an Evinrude in a Chevy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you don't find them propelling anything on ground. Everything they've ever built was in the water.
So, I have watched television shows where a guy is a outboard motor collector, and he has got a garage full of these outboard motors hung on the wall on display, and they go from the earliest days to current. And it's pretty amazing to me because we're talking about an engine that powers a shaft. It's got a propeller on the end of it, but it's not a inline 4 per se like I would know it. They're all sitting sideways, most of them. And I find that fascinating that somebody actually was able to think of how they're going to get the fuel in there without the gravity and make it all work the way that it's supposed to work to get the boat out in the harbor.
somehow or another they managed to accomplish it.
Yeah, exactly. But how do you? I mean, is it like finding parts to a 1929 Chevrolet engine? Same for your Evinrude or whatever it is that you've got. I mean, that's all I can think of is that there's got to be some sort of a parts detail somewhere you can go to buy parts for an old outboard.
Well, I think about, the internet has done wonders for us over the past few years.
Right.
It used to be extremely difficult to buy parts for these old engines. You just had to, there was probably only half a dozen, companies in the country,
right,
that would have some old parts,
or
new old
have
stock,
enough,
or just used
or
ones.
have the tools to be able to remake or rebuild that part for somebody.
With now you can go on the internet and find almost anything that you need.
Right.
So,
including, if you don't know, people that do know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and then the person who could reproduce it for you in a machine shop, or now, and I know it wouldn't be on your level of boats, but you look at some of the stuff that they're doing with 3D printing right now, that 3D printing components to fix older stuff because they just can't find those replacement parts, but they still need the component to work. It's amazing the technology that I'm sure is, coming to the industry for you guys, making sure they can keep all of the oldest stuff running as
Would
well.
that be an option for the part that you need, the 3D printing? You said you're making a mold of it to send. Would that be something that you could do, or they will be doing that for you?
I don't know. That's a very good question, because when I talked to the factory, he said, this is the way that, in his eyes, this was the only way that they could duplicate what
Hand-built.
I needed.
Right.
Which
Unless
just
because they
to
do it-
hand make the mold.
Right.
Besides taking the boat up there in person.
Yeah. But they work by hand, so that's what they're looking for as far as tools to do it that way, because that's how they know how to do it.
Yeah. Well, and he said that's exactly the way they do it for a brand new boat. They build the boat. Here they are in this new modern factory. They're hand building this boat, and when the boat is finished, they make a mold of the bow and send it to the steel fabricator to have the cutwater built.
Wow.
So he explained to me how they did it and how I would do it, and just ship him the mold.
Pretty amazing.
It really is.
Yeah, exactly.
And to have the craftsmen there that continue to do that type of work is unique as well, because that's not something you're going to see the teenager learning in Votech school, which is a shame, because I think they need to learn that kind of metal work. But there's, that skill has to be passed on to future people with a passion for the business, and if that connection's not being made, it's going to make it very difficult in the future.
Paul, what do you look forward to
this-
today? I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I was going to say, in my search for a cutwater for this old vessel, I talked to two different steel fabricating shops, that specialize in, really specialized stuff, not run-of-the-mill steel work, and they weren't interested at all at any price. They didn't understand the concept. They didn't know how to do it. They didn't want to take the time or effort maybe to do it. But
interesting.
I could not have it built locally.
Yeah. Obviously a special skill.
Yeah.
And they've got the people up there that can do it. Yeah. So what do you look forward to today? When does judging begin, or has it already?
Judging started about 8:30 this morning.
Okay.
We should be just about finished now. The batch that I judged, we finished up about 30 minutes ago.
Okay.
So we've got that part of it out of the way.
How many in that batch?
In the batch that I was in, there was 11.
11.
So it's a lot of focus then, because if you got 11, you're able to look at everything rather than 50.
Well, we've got 3-man teams. So each one of us walk up to a boat, and we kind of pick out our specialty of that particular line of boat or, design. And, we know if you've done this long enough, you know that, this is correct and this is not correct, and you kind of know what to do. And then the three of you, they get together and figure out
and score it.
What the final score is going to be.
Well, plus over time, as long as you've been doing this, kind of some of the boats recycle in for you, though, don't they?
Yes.
You see the boats. So let's say 10 years ago you scored a boat, and you get the chance to see the boat 10 years later. Are you looking for, did they take our score from 10 years ago and make those corrections.
That would be the obvious thing
Yeah.
to me.
Well, I would think that would be something that is their objective.
Tell
but
me what I need to work on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we do. We pass that information on. For someone like me that makes 5 or 6 boat shows a year, I'll see a lot of the same boats
It's
over and over. So, if he had some problems here, and I catch him 3 months from now, and
did he do anything about it?
Did he get that fixed?
Does cash influence the judging?
No.
That is not part of the play here. I can tell you that.
I had to ask.
Well, it's not that I couldn't be bought, but
There you go.
it's just.
There's that. Paul, it's great to see you again. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to talk to you, and your wealth of knowledge is certainly appreciated.
Well, it's really a pleasure to be here. Like I said, I'm really glad to see you guys here again and cover our show. I'm sorry we couldn't give you better weather, but next year I promise it'll be better.
Okay.
I know it will be. Paul Merriman, ladies and gentlemen,
Yay.
co-founder of Keels and Wheels, and he's the boat guy, the Keels part of the program here at the 25th Annual Keels and Wheels Concours d'Elegance. We've got more of the In Wheel Time Car Show coming your way in just a second. Are you ready? Okay.
When you're ready to shop Chevrolet, we know one that should be at the top of your list. Bayway. Locally owned by Houston-born and raised Daryl Wisniewski, Bayway brings a sense of family to your Chevrolet buying experience. When you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, you now have a place to go. General Manager Lincoln Stahl guarantees Bayway will beat any competitor's written price on the new vehicle you choose or pay you $1,000. Bayway Chevrolet is located only 8 minutes from the Beltway and Highway 288. Whether it's online or in person, you'll be welcomed like one of the family. BaywayChevrolet.com. Over Southeast Texas, cruise in and show off in our friends and Tailpipes and Tacos is Houston's premier cruise-in, and you're invited to join in. Whether you're a cruiser or spectator, Tailpipes and Tacos is the place to enjoy made-to-order breakfast tacos, fresh coffee, and mingle with Houston's fun car people. Mark your calendar for Saturday, May 15th for Tailpipes and Tacos at the Luby Tortilla Mexican Restaurant in Katy, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Tailpipes and Tacos is free and everyone's invited. You'll see collector cars, hot rods, customs, magnificent originals, and resto mods all at one location. Cars from all over Southeast Texas cruise in and show off in our friends and...
Did you hit it? I didn't have it set right. That's okay. Just leave it alone. Hello, everybody. We're obviously, it's whatever the case may be, it's my fault. I learned the hard way. I've had many wives.
No, he doesn't have any wives anymore.
This is a confessional.
He's had many wives.
Bless me, Father, because I have sinned.
From the 25th Annual Keels and Wheels Concours d'Elegance, this is the In Wheel Time Car Show. On today's expanded live show, we got celebrated guests, dignitaries, participants in this weekend's concours, a couple of surprises as well. We'll have also the stories making automotive news headlines this week. That more just ahead here on the In Wheel Time Car Show. So glad that you could join us today. I did want to remind you that the In Wheel Time Car Show streams on Facebook, YouTube, InWheelTime.com. Podcasts available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher Radio, iHeart Podcast, TuneIn, Google Podcast, Pandora, Amazon, and Podcast Addict, to name a few. And we're so glad. I'm sorry?
You did name a few.
You did. That's a mouthful there.
I did. That was just to name a few. Yeah, that's what I said. We're so glad to have in our remote studio today Mr. Frank Campanelli. I was told that you were a VIP judge.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what that means.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. So tell me what that means.
I think it means that I've known Bob Fuller, who's a very dear friend and a fellow car nut.
Yeah.
We've known each other for many years, decades now, and my background is cars. It goes back to my grandfather, and I'm relatively knowledgeable about it. I'm in the financial services business. I'm a pretty senior executive in that. I actually know more about
locally?
cars. No, actually in Michigan and New York City, both.
Okay.
Yeah.
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 Where are you from originally?
I'm originally from Birmingham, Michigan.
Okay. All right.
Another Detroiter.
Another Detroiter. That is Jeffrey Zekin over here.
There you go.
He's a Detroiter as well. Yeah.
Well, you said dignitary, so we're both here. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, we
That's
have
right.
to include you. I know. But you don't live here.
I don't live here, although I will say that if I was going to pick another state to live in, it'd be Texas.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Good answer.
I'm just a little right of Attila the Hun, you know. So,
oh boy. You got to think he's in financial services, so living in a place that has no state income tax has its benefits.
Amen.
Exactly. So, are you judging?
I am kind of overseeing a group of judging teams, mostly today around the Italian cars, the Ferraris and the Maseratis.
Is that your specialty?
More so than anything. The other specialty I have is in prototype cars. So this is what they call carrozzeria in Italy, the coachworks companies. They're the companies that build the bodies for the cars. So in Italy, there's companies like Bertoni, Pininfarina, Ghia, you know, and my uncle actually ran Ghia in Italy for many years and built a lot of the cars that you see here today, like the Maserati Ghibli, the Ghibli Spider. And he also, his best friend was Virgil Exner, who was head of global design for Chrysler back in the 50s, and they were building American-Italian cars called Dual Ghia, which were the cars of the Rat Pack, actually.
Wow.
So my uncle was building those cars, and Frank Sinatra bought the first one of each series. Dean Martin bought two. Joey Bishop,
Bishop.
Yeah, Peter Lawford,
Oh,
Sammy
man.
Davis Jr., Dean Martin bought two at a time for he and his wife Jeannie, and so I was going back and forth to Italy as a little kid and watching them hand form these cars. So a lot of these Coachworks built cars are really truly rolling art, rolling sculpture.
Absolutely.
Guys are there hammering that sheet metal. Pretty interesting process.
Well, just a side note here. You remind me of a drag racer by the name of Joe Amato.
I worked for Joe Amato.
Yeah.
Of course you did.
I did.
Yeah. So that's a compliment. So at any rate, back to your specialty Italian cars, and since the Ford versus Ferrari theme we have here today, what do you think of the movie cars?
I think they're spectacular recreations. I was talking to Aaron Shelby about it earlier, and the level of quality that the builders, and they happen to be from Troy, Michigan as well.
Yeah.
The level of quality that they put into the remanufacturing of those cars is just spectacular. I mean, it would rival a lot of the Coachworks that was done in Italy at that time, and not only the actual sheet metal work, but the fabrication of the chassis and the overall engineering and re-engineering in many cases of the original cars.
In some cases, probably, forgive me, better in the recreation that they did because they've allowed the technology that wasn't even available back then.
Well, even if it's
into
hand
these
formed,
cars.
there's still certain ways you can improve on a hand formed piece of metal.
Well,
Well,
and
there
looking
is.
at the chassis and the engines and the electronics and stuff, that stuff wasn't even thought of back
No,
in
it
those
wasn't.
days.
I mean, to make your point in regard to hand forming, I mean, when I was a kid, we go in Torino, Italy. That's where a lot of the Coachworks were in and around there, Modena,
Right.
Marinello, and everything. But you would see these guys there, and they'd start forming the sheet metal. A lot of Italy got bombed out during World War II, especially in the north, and they were working their lean-tos. Right? They didn't even have buildings, and they were forming the metal over tree stumps.
Yeah.
Right? And they would take burlap sacks and fill them with sand and then harden the sand with
Pound
water
them out.
and form it and then start forming the sheet metal around it. They would weld two pieces of sheet metal together without welding rod. And those guys were so good that they knew that when that metal cooled, they would get just a compound curve that they needed to start to form that front of that fender on that Ferrari.
Isn't that
True
incredible?
artistry.
That's incredible.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
So when you look at these cars, you look at the engine compartment. Can you tell if somebody's done something to the engine?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
He's the VIP.
Absolutely.
He's the man.
From Detroit. I know this guy.
Absolutely. Right down to the plating on the crown nuts on the cam covers. I mean, a lot of people will over-restore a car, and they'll think, God, that would look so much better if those were chrome nuts or they were polished stainless steel or something, and they're not supposed to be. That if it wasn't the way they were originally. Does it look better if they do it that way? In my opinion, absolutely.
Does it count
but,
off?
But if it takes points off, especially if you get into really serious point judging. I judge the shows all over the country and actually in other parts of the world as well. So I'm at Amelia Island or at Pebble Beach, Concorso Italiano in Monterey Peninsula. I mean, they get right down to whether or not you have the right taillight screws and whether the screws and the hose clamps were exactly as they were back then.
So the competition is so tough at that point because everybody is trying to be the best. You got to find who's not quite there.
Well, you do, and especially when you get to the point where these cars are restored by some of the best artisans in the world, and a lot of them are right here in America today, right, that, they're so close. Right, that it's very hard to find something wrong. And I'll give you an example. It must have been about 5 years ago, and Bob had me judging a class of cars, and it was sports cars, and we had 2 Corvettes in it. It was right here, right in front here. And there were 63 split-window Corvettes.
Great.
And so I was looking at one of them, and I was under the hood, and the guy that owned the car next to it comes up to me, and he whispers to me, and he hands me a machinist scale. Now, if any of you know anything about a machinist scale, it measures right down to a 32nd of an inch, right? And I'm like, why? And he whispers in my ear. He goes, the overspray on the manifold. What about the overspray on the manifold, right? He goes, well, his is 3/4 of an inch. It's only supposed to be 5/8. I said, you're kidding me, right? So 1963, old Herman has been drinking beer all weekend, right? And they didn't have robots in '63, so you had the guy with the spray gun, right? And he's spraying like
and
this.
He was
right?
a 16th of an
inch. And man, there, he hit that sucker within a 16th of an inch every single time he did it. It's hilarious.
Fridays or Mondays, yep.
Yeah.
But he's trying to have you find points off on the guy sitting next to him.
Well, but that's, the Corvette guys might be the worst of the worst in terms of being
Absolutely. We know that guy.
Right?
We know
well,
that
I'm
guy.
driving a C8 Corvette right now. That's my daily driver, right?
Great.
But I mean, they're nuts. You know Corvettes, right?
Yeah. One.
You know the antenna tip, right? It's either a hexagon or right, or an octagon. I mean, who would know this stuff?
Right, Corvette guys.
Yeah, those guys, right?
So, Frank, if I'm restoring a vehicle, can I reach out to you as the builder of this and say, hey, I've got a question about the nuts, the bolts, the chrome, the 3/4 of an inch? Can people reach out to you for guidance on how to restore?
Depending on the car,
in
yes.
the field that you're
in the field that you're in.
Yeah, they can. Yeah.
So the other thing you mentioned is here in the United States there are a number of companies that do these level restorations. There's probably not a large number of them, but a number of. So do you know how do I say this? The idiosyncrasies of the different companies where if company A does it, here's an area I need to look at because I've seen that company make this, not mistake, but leave this short here, and then company B, they do a better job of this, but you want to look at this area that they don't quite meet spec on it?
Yeah, I mean, like you're talking about, let's say, cadmium plating or chrome work or something. There's only a couple of places in America where the prep work prior to chroming the part
more important
will meet the standards of a high-end Concord Elgance, right? There's only a couple of them. There's probably thousands of chrome shops in America, but there's only a couple that really do it right, and you got to know who they are. I have a really good local friend here who's an astronaut. I actually grew up in Michigan in Kilo Harbor.
There you
His name
go.
is Drew Fustel, right? And he lives about 10 minutes away from here. He just came down from being up in the space station. In fact, he'll be here tomorrow. Came down from being in the space station for 6 months, right?
Oh, my gosh.
And he is a great mechanic, and he's restoring a Mercedes in his garage now, right now as we speak. And we were looking at all of the different coatings that he was using as he's restoring all the components in the engine. I mean, this guy is serious as a heart attack about making sure it's right. Yeah, and doing the research to find who that right person is that can do it correctly. And it's really a search. And sometimes it's not in the United States. Sometimes you're sending it off to Denmark or you're back to Italy or wherever it might be. So
because that's the only person in the world that can do it correctly.
That's
that
the only person in the
understands
world
what
can
they're
do it.
doing.
Or can do it the way that it was done originally, right? There's a Maserati Ghibli here that they had a special die where they did this puncture pattern in the seat, right? In the leather in the seat. And there was only one person in the world that has that particular die that punches the holes in just the right way, right? And he found him. His name is Ed. I can't remember his last name, but he owns that gray Maserati Ghibli over there, and he tracked that guy down, right?
Oh my
to do
God.
that. This is really serious stuff, right?
But that's a high level concours car, though, too.
It is. Now there's the reverse of that. right? And the reverse of that is there are people that believe, and I won't mention names, that they are the ultimate, expert on, let's pick Ferrari as an example. So to the point I made earlier where they'll say, I'm looking at the taillights on this 1955 166 millimeter Ferrari. And I would happen to be judging at a very special Ferrari event. And the chief judge, who is the expert, was picking apart the taillight screws. Guy had the wrong taillight screws. And I finally got so sick of listening to him. I go, listen, you are completely full of crap. All right? I mean,
can he say crap?
Yeah. And I'll tie that to Carroll Shelby right here before he passed away. He was here. But I was saying, in 1955 in Italy, that was, again, post-war Italy, they were using whatever they could get their hands on. You were lucky if you got the same taillight screws from car to car. I don't even think you'd get up to the right to left, right? Because they they just took whatever they could get their hands on.
Because all the production was destroyed.
Yeah, so what is your stable datum for those taillight screws or that hose clamp screw, whatever it might be? And just so we fast forward 10 years later, and Carol and Sterling Moss were here. I don't know if you remember that when they were here. So we were having lunch and dinner for 2 or 3 days together, and I'm sitting there listening to stories, and it got down to building cars, and I told that story. And Carol says, Frank, he goes, shit, when we were building when we were building the Cobras, I'd send the guys down to the East Hardware, and they'd come back with bags of screws and bolts, and that's what we used on that car that day. And if they didn't have the same ones the next day, then we got whatever we get our hands on.
Or went to the next store.
And that's in America, right? Where you get 1,000 of anything. In Italy, you couldn't do that. So there is a little bit of baloney there with, the over judging of these cars.
The taillight
Yeah.
screws in particular, and that doesn't surprise me. I've been to some shows, Corvette shows in particular, that are exactly the same way.
Oh, you guys are crazy. That's the last group of cars I want to judge.
Welcome
Corvettes.
to our world.
Yeah.
The second of that over judging of these cars.
The taillight screws in particular, and that doesn't surprise me. I've been to some shows, Corvette shows in particular, that are exactly the same way.
Oh, you guys are crazy. That's the last group of cars I want to judge.
Welcome
Corvettes.
to our world.
Yeah. Enjoy it, so.
Oh, that's what they're for.
Yeah.
Right.
I got a 20-year-old one that's got 25,000 miles on it. So I'm good. It's like it's brand new. So what do you have more judging to do today, or overseeing some judging?
Yeah, well, the judging is pretty much complete right now. I'll be going upstairs after this interview, and those of us that are the quote-unquote VIP judges are looking through the show for the best of show, and then any special award winners that are cars that really require special mention. The judging process here is a point-based judging process where you're looking at the interior, you're looking at the engine compartment, you're looking in the trunk, you're looking at the quality of the chrome work, you're looking at all the headlights, the tail lights, you're looking at all the detail. But then, you might not have a car that really meets that because the person actually drives it, but it's a really special car, and it really deserves to be recognized because of that.
Yes,
so we're looking for those as well.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to ask, how does this show compare to, say, Amelia Island or Pebble Beach?
Bob and I talk about this a lot, and Bob always thinks he wants it to be like Pebble Beach.
No, it shouldn't be.
And it shouldn't be.
No. Every show is unto itself.
Right. So this is the only show I can think of, one that on a non-rainy weekend, across the Saturday and Sunday, Bob will bring in 17,000 people, right? And it's easy going and it's casual. I'm not walking around with a blue blazer on and a white shirt and a tie, sweating my butt off,
down at Pebble Beach,
and making it, looking good as opposed to feeling good. This is a feel-good show. It's about the people, and it really is about the fact that he's bringing the community together, the community of car people together with a community of people that maybe don't know so much about them, but appreciate seeing them, and they can bring their family here. It's affordable. I mean, think about, you go to Pebble Beach today, it's $350 a ticket.
Plus
you're talking $1,500. If your family afford to come in, it's crazy, right?
Yeah.
But you can come to this show and see some of the cars. You have Barbara Hutton's Rolls Royce right here, spectacular. The German Horsch, one of 7 that were built off the charts car. I mean that is a Pebble Beach winner type car. It's right here. You have it right here, and I don't know what Bob charges now. What is it? $50, $30? What does it cost?
$30 bucks.
Yeah,
yep.
30. So I'm talking about less than a third. Of what it costs. So it's a third, a tenth of what it costs to go to Pebble Beach. It's a very different show, and it's the best of its type. I can't think of another show in the country that brings in this many people with this quality of cars, and it's as friendly and easygoing as this.
Somebody asked me the other day, well, what makes Keels and Wheels different than Autorama or any of the other car shows that they have around in the Houston area? And we continue to get more and more car shows here. Lots and lots of cruise-ins. You could pick a weekend and have 100 cruise-ins, And I said, well, this is unlike any of the other car shows. And it truly is. First of all, you got the setting here at the Lakeland Yacht Club, which is absolutely stunningly beautiful. And the nice thing about this, as opposed to a golf course show, you can actually see people walking up and down the street, not getting their feet dirty or whatever the case may be. This is a truly a special show for us to be involved in, and we're lucky because we get invited back every year. We don't know why, but we do.
Yeah.
But it's a great event for us, and because we get to meet you. Where else would we meet you? And the other guests that we've had on today. And that's part of the reason that we do these remotes, because it's a whole lot easier, trust me, to be in the studio every week and not get out.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Well, Barry Maguire is one of my best friends in the world, right? When we were together.
What a character.
Well, he's an unbelievable man. I mean, this guy is
full of energy, too.
Full of energy, but he's also probably the kindest, most spiritual man you will ever meet in your lifetime if you really get to know him. But, here Barry Maguire is invited to be, he's like a rock star. When we're at Pebble Beach, he wants to walk the show. I refuse to do it because you can't get 10 feet. So I say, Barry, the only way I'm going to walk the show, I want you to hold a phone to your ear and pretend you're talking. Otherwise we won't get from one car to another. He's surrounded by people, right? So it speaks volumes that Barry Maguire is here at Keels and Wheels. The other point you made about Keels and Wheels, the boats, right?
Yep.
I mean, the wooden boats that are here are spectacular.
I'm not a boat guy, and I can truly appreciate those boats.
There you go.
The workmanship in them. So when you come as a VIP judge in your area of specialty, which is going to be the high-level Italians and coachwork cars, you're overseeing some judges that are watching. Are you also training them, teaching them some of what your knowledge is as they're to help them become better judges, or not necessarily become better judges, but to see what you see?
If I could, I do, but it's not so much teaching as it is discussion point, right? So we're looking at a car. I might point out something that, I don't know if you notice this. They're very competent. The judges that Bob picks here are very good at what they do. Sometimes it's just that you've had a particular experience. You do your own car restorations. I have a complete machine shop in my garage, right? And I'll notice something that maybe they just didn't see, only because I just got done rebuilding that particular component in the engine compartment as an example. So we were discussing wheels on some of the cars over there, and there was a lot of misinformation about whether or not the rims on one of those Italian cars is alloy as opposed to steel. And, there are people the ones that know, I know for sure. And it turns out that this gentleman had just a letter from the guy who actually made the alloy wheels available to those particular cars and could prove it that his car was right. And it looks better with the alloy wheels, too, by the way, right?
Certificate of authentication.
You learn something from the car owner. Right, so the more you're
that
judging,
adds to your knowledge.
Right, it's the old story. Keep your mouth shut, keep your ears open, right, and listen. Those owners will teach you volumes because they're actually going through it
very
experientially.
Yeah, they spent the time, they've spent the money, and they've
Sure.
got their ears open, and they know their stuff.
So hopefully it's educational on all parts, from the owner to you, from you to the owner, and amongst the judges, you're all sharing your knowledge.
That's just the way that we feel about it in the Corvette organizations.
Oh, gosh.
So with what you do, and I think Conrad alluded to it, we've had other guests on here that have either gotten their inspiration from a family member, a father, a grandfather. Are you passing this on to a family member? Or?
Yeah, I have a 19-year-old. I'm 70, by the way. My son is 19. My daughter's 23. These are my first kids. So
I wish I looked that good.
That's the second time around. But my grandfather, I come from a family of Italian immigrants, right? And my parents were born in Italy, but my grandfather was actually in America in the early 1900s, and he was trained as a blacksmith as a kid in Italy. So he knew how to cast metal, and he knew how to machine metal and form metal. He hand-built the first Oldsmobile engine for Arioles, the 1901 Curve Dash Oldsmobile.
Be still my heart.
Right? but that happened because he was introduced to Arioles by Henry Ford, because my grandfather and grandmother, when they first got married, lived across the street from Henry and Clara Ford. And he used to go over with a jug of homemade wine and help Henry Ford build his first little four-wheel carriage, right? And he used to always tell the family, he goes, that Henry Ford's a great businessman, not such a good mechanic. Right?
I worked for 25 years for Oldsmobile Division.
Dude.
So I was
Yeah,
a field engineer with them here in Easton.
So you knew Lloyd Royce then?
I knew who he was.
Yeah.
I didn't fly at that level.
He's a good buddy. He's a very good man. Yeah.
And we had Kip Wysenko here.
Kip's here, yeah. Good friend, yeah.
He's here today?
He's here with Rika, with his girlfriend, yeah.
Yeah, we've had him on the show as well, and I kind of crossed paths with him, but he wouldn't know who I was, other than being here.
Well, he's here. If you want to, I can call him for you if you want to interview him.
Oh, I think
we're going to run out of time out here. You're helping us close this world.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, I hope I did a good job.
You did a great job.
Excellent job. The weather's breaking a little bit, so hopefully more people are going to come out.
Oh, it'll be good this afternoon. Yeah, real
but
good.
all kidding aside, this is a very special show. I mean, I met a lot of them all over the country, and there isn't anything quite like this. You know, when he has the flyovers and it's so patriotic, and I mean, everything about it is pure Americana, and that's what I love about it.
Welcome to Texas.
Beautiful setting, yeah.
Frank, thanks so much for stopping by.
Thank you.
It was a real honor and a pleasure to meet you, and we hope to run into you again soon.
It's a pleasure to meet all of you as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you much,
Frank
sir.
Campanelli, VIP judge out here at today's Keels and Wheels. And we're getting ready to wrap things up here in just a few minutes. Frank, let me shake your hand as well, if you don't mind. Thank you. It was a pleasure. I wanted to give you another couple of stories before we leave. It's story time. So I need to see 50.
Did you hear that
2 plus 2.
Ram has announced that they're probably going to produce an electric pickup truck in 2024?
Yes, I did know that. And a group representing auto suppliers told U.S. lawmakers on Tuesday it opposes setting a firm date to end the sale of new gasoline-powered passenger cars and expects those vehicles will be sold at least for another 20 years. Hey, I don't think we'll be around in another 20 years. We made it all the way, so that's a good thing. Governor of a dozen U.S. states, including California, New York, Massachusetts, and North Carolina, and many U.S. lawmakers have called on President Joe Biden to back ending sales of new gasoline-powered vehicles by 2035. California said in September it planned to end sales of new gas-powered passenger vehicles by 2035. Good. Well, I think that's exactly what you need to do. By the way, NHRA announces the addition of new electric vehicle class to the Summit ET series for 2022. Yeah. Well, I mean,
they've been practicing with it. They've got a couple of them out there right now.
Gartlett's has his electric stuff going.
Yeah. Federal judges agreed to delay a competency hearing to determine whether former Reynolds and Reynolds CEO and Houstonian Bob Brockman can assist in his defense against tax evasion charges. Judge Hanks on Wednesday signed an order moving the scheduled competency hearing from June 29th to September 13th. Brockman, 79, was taken to the emergency room in Houston Methodist Hospital on March the 14th. He's out now.
How convenient.
Yeah. I got a feeling that Bob ain't going to make it to trial, is my guess. Then the Volkswagen story. Oh, my God, here we go.
It's still going.
Yeah. Securities and Exchange Commission has opened an inquiry into the U.S. unit of Volkswagen Group over a marketing stunt in which it falsely said it was, turn the page, Don, they're all stuck together. Not because of that. Changing its name in the United States to Volkswagen. A person briefed on the matter confirmed to Reuters company in March apologized for a false statement it issued about a phony name change was widely slammed on social media. The stunt, which came ahead of April Fool's Day, was meant to call attention to its EV efforts, the car maker said. They are in so much trouble because of the Volkswagen thing.
Well, speaking of electric
Don't
cars.
go into the story because I have to take a break, so you just have to wait. We'll be back right after this. You have the list.
You got the list, baby.
Here's the list right here.
And while we're waiting for the list, Ford's supposed to reintroduce the Lightning as an electric pickup.
I think it's Bayway.
Here you go.
There's the list.
Right here. Right there. See the time? See the time there? See what time it says that you want to take the break?
You ain't got no time.
You ain't got no time. So we got to wait for David to set this up. And
because Don forgot to bring his,
forgot.
magic box.
It's all your fault, David.
Is that what you call it?
In keel time.
That's what I just did call it.
You did just call it that, didn't you? All right. Well,
in keel time.
It's been a true honor and pleasure, and it has been a true something else. But I can't even begin to tell you what it is.
George has a word for us.
I'm sure George has a word.
I have never been this wet on a Saturday morning.
You've never what?
Been this wet on a Saturday morning. I'm soaked.
I want to thank Bob Fuller for having us out here for this as well.
Yes, exactly.
It's not Bob's fault.
No, it
it's
wasn't meant that
not.
way.
No,
it was meant a real thank you.
Yeah.
Because we always enjoy coming out here.
And look at more and more people are streaming in.
And
we sit here
I'm
and
so
watch.
sorry that we
winding
totally
down,
screwed
the
it up.
sun's
So
coming up.
everybody, please forgive us. Okay, you can play that now.
Winning the highest sales satisfaction award among all luxury brands from J.D. Power in 2020 tells you everything you need to know about your Lincoln purchase from Bayway. Bayway Lincoln is where a premium buying experience is a priority, and you're invited to feel it yourself. This Houstonian-owned premier dealership is managed by Lincoln Stahl, a seasoned member of the Bayway family. If it's online, in person, or in your own driveway, Bayway gets you to the luxury level you deserve. Bayway Lincoln is on the Gulf Freeway at Fuquay, just inside Beltway 8. Visit BaywayLincoln.com today. Tailpipes and Tacos is Houston's premier cruise-in, and you're invited to join in. Whether you're a cruiser or spectator, Tailpipes and Tacos is the place to enjoy made-to-order breakfast tacos, fresh coffee, and mingle with Houston's fun car people. Mark your calendar for Saturday, May 15th for Tailpipes and Tacos at the Lupi Tortilla Mexican Restaurant in Katy, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Tailpipes and Tacos is free and everyone's invited. You'll see collector cars, hot rods, customs, magnificent originals, and resto mods all at one location. Cars from all over Southeast Texas cruise in and show off in a friends and family event at the Lupi Tortilla Mexican Restaurant on the Grand Parkway at Kingsland Boulevard, just south of I-10 in Katy. Drag racer, car enthusiast, and Lupi founder Stan Holt brings you Houston's hottest cruise in, Tailpipes and Tacos, Saturday, May 15th, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. at Lupi's in Katy. The In Wheel Time Car Show will be there too. Get your ride ready, and we'll see you at the Tailpipes and Tacos Saturday morning cruise in, May 15th, 8 to 11 a.m. at Lupi's in Katy, weather permitting.
Weather permitting. Did you hear that?
Yep,
well, hey, everybody, that's it for this episode of the In Wheel Time Car Show from the 25th Annual Keels Wheels Concours d'Elgance at the Lakeland Yacht Club in Seabrook, Texas. Hey, when you're on Facebook, please give us a like. Tell your friends about us. Share our junk if you don't mind. You'll get Conrad's unicorn hunting features along with all things automotive all week long. The In Wheel Time Car Show streams on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and on InWheelTime.com. Special thanks to all of our guests today, and especially to Mr. Bob Fuller, the founder of Keels Wheels, for putting up with our shenanigans for another year. And also thanks to Daryl Wisniewski and Lincoln Stahl from the Bayway dealerships for sponsoring today's show. The In Wheel Time Chief Engineer is the fabulous David Ainsley. Our marketing manager and video technical director, Mr. Jeffrey D.Z. Zekin.
We need more Jeff.
We do. For booking agent and podcast man Mike out of this world Mars, his royalty king Conrad DeLong, I'm Don Armstrong, inviting you to join us for our next live show next Saturday, 8 to 11 a.m. Central Time, right here on the Smoke and Mirrors Network. So long for now, and enjoy your weekend. Shots for everybody.
Please, please.